Vince. I burst through the doors of our Brighton Beach headquarters, and the room falls silent. 27 pairs of eyes lock on me. It's the weekly captain's meeting. Perfect timing. Blood still cakes beneath my fingernails. Rowan's blood. I couldn't bring myself to wash it off. They took my wife. My voice is a glacier cold, massive, and intent on crushing anything in its path. No one speaks. No one breathes. They know that look in my eyes. It's the look that made the Solovyovs burn their own warehouse to the ground rather than face me. The look that earned me my reputation before I was old enough to legally drink. The look my father helped cultivate, then feared when I turned it on him. Every resource, every contact, every really favor owed to the Akopov name, call it in. I scan the room, memorizing who flinches and who holds my gaze. The information will be useful later. I want her found, now. Mikhail stands first. The men are already mobilizing. Arkady called ahead. That's not good enough. I cross to the center table and slam my fist down. A crystal tumbler bounces and tips over. Liquid sloshes across maps and territory markers, drowning it all in dark whiskey. I want the entire eastern seaboard on lockdown. Nothing moves without us knowing about it. Not so much as a single really Girl Scout cookie. Dmitri clears his throat. What about the feds? They'll notice if we... Do I look like I give a really about the feds, Dima? My throat is taut and pained from holding in anguished roars. It's nothing compared to the turmoil in my head, though. I close my eyes, fighting the flashback that's brimming on the horizon. But it comes anyway. Blood on white marble. 6 digits punched into the keypad. So close to safety, and yet so really far. She's in labor, I continue, quieter now. My child is coming, and if Rowan delivers in captivity, if anything happens to either of them, there won't be enough bullets on the goddamn planet to protect whoever's responsible. That's all it takes. The room ripples with movement. Phones appear, calls are made, orders given. The machine I built rumbles to life. I turn to Pavel, our tech expert. Security footage? Wiped clean. Professional job by the looks of it. He doesn't meet my eyes, but I'm reconstructing from network backups. Give me an hour. You have 20 minutes. I stride toward my office, but Goran, loyal, ruthless Goran, blocks my path. Vincent, he rumbles, this bears your father's signature. What's left unsaid is the obvious question. Are you prepared to kill your own blood? Once upon a time, I wouldn't have known how to answer it. Now, it's as if the reply has been waiting on my lips since the moment I was born. My father died when he laid a hand on my wife. I brush past him and into the dark sanctuary of my office. The door barely closes before my composure fractures. My knees hit the floor like shattering glass. My lungs burn. Rowan, Rowan, Rowan. Her name beats inside my skull with each pulse of blood. Her face, those green eyes that saw through every defense I've ever mustered, that smile that somehow found beauty in a monster like me, hovers just beyond my reach. And those images, blood smeared across white marble, the keypad flashing, 1 digit away from safety. They won't leave me really alone. I scrub my hands over my face. My fingers come away wet. I haven't cried since my mother died, 18 years without a single tear. Dreams become nightmares so quickly, don't they? I draw my phone from my pocket. The screen still shows my last text to Rowan. Meeting running long. Be home soon. She never replied. I dial a number I never expected to need. Vincent Akopov, The man on the other end sounds surprised to be hearing from me. The FBI doesn't typically receive personal calls from men of your stature. Special Agent Carver. I keep my voice steady. I believe we have mutual interests to discuss. I'm listening. My pregnant wife has been kidnapped. She's in labor. Silence. Then, Jesus Christ. I'm prepared to offer certain accommodations regarding your ongoing investigation into Akopov Industries. In exchange, I need satellite coverage of the greater New York area for the last 6 hours. Traffic cams, license plate readers, everything. That's not how this works, Akopov. You know that. Then listen to how it will work. I grip the phone so hard the case creaks. If my wife dies because the FBI refused to help, I will personally ensure that your career, your pension, and possibly your actual physical body end up at the bottom of the East River, in pieces. More silence. He sighs. You're asking me to break about 15 federal laws here, man. No, I retort. I'm asking you to save a pregnant woman's life. Everything else is bureaucratic bullshit. I hear him exhale. Give me an hour. And Akopov, this conversation never happened. Understood. I end the call as Arkady enters without knocking. We've got something, he reports. One of our guys spotted 3 black SUVs leaving your estate, heading north on the Hudson Parkway, then east. I'm on my feet instantly. Direction? Best guess? The warehouse is near Hunts Point. It's remote, quiet, and accessible by water if they need to move her. Arkady hesitates. Vin, you should know, the informant reported significant blood on the back seat of one vehicle. My lungs constrict. The room darkens at the edges. The images again, beating into me, really relentless. Red blood, white marble, green digits on a black keypad. I'll kill every last one of them, I whisper, though no one is actually talking to. Slowly, personally. Arkady's hand lands heavy on my shoulder. That'll come, but first we find her. Keep your head, brother. Without it, we're lost. He's right. I know he's right. But God help me, I want blood. Rowan. Fanged heat tears through my abdomen and rips me from unconsciousness. I gasp awake in total darkness. The pain is familiar now. Contractions, stronger than before. Breathe, I whisper shakily to myself. Just breathe. As my eyes adjust, I make out dim shapes around me. Concrete walls, a metal door, some kind of storage room, maybe. A single bulb hangs overhead, but it's not on. As devoid of light as my life currently is. Grim, really metaphor, if we're being honest. Another contraction hits. I curl onto my side on what feels like a thin, mangy mattress on the floor. Sweat trickles down my neck despite the cold air. Where am I? How long was I unconscious? The last thing I remember is collapsing outside Vince's panic room. So close. 1 digit left. My hands fly to my stomach, feeling the tight, drum-like surface. My baby, our baby, is still inside me, but trying desperately to get out. It's okay, I whisper, rubbing circles on my belly. We're going to be okay. I don't know if I believe it, but I need to say it. For both of us. The contractions are coming fast now. Too fast. Maybe 7 minutes apart. I try to sit up, gritting my teeth against the pain. I'm still wearing my dress from earlier, though it's now stained with blood and sweat. My thighs feel damp. Has my water broken? It's too dark to tell. All I have are questions. No answers. Not a single really one. Help! I call out. My words echo and die miserably in the small space. Is anyone there? I need help. I'm in labor. Silence is all I get in return. I scoot backward until I find a wall. It's cold, unyielding rock against my back, but I'll take that over the empty horror of the dark unknown. My fingers seek out my wedding ring. I twist it anxiously again and again. Vince will come. He'll find us. He always does. But will he come in time? Another contraction tears through me, stronger than the last. I bite my lip to keep from screaming, tasting blood. Focus, Rowan, I mutter through the pain. You have one job now. Keep this baby safe. I try to distract myself by taking inventory again now that I'm slightly more with it. But this scan doesn't turn up much more info. No windows, nothing but concrete dust on the floor, and nothing that even remotely resembles a bathroom. Just the thin mattress and a lukewarm plastic bottle of water someone left nearby. I grab the bottle and unscrew it with shaking hands. The seal is unbroken, which is nice. Not that germs are at the top of my list of concerns right now. I keep my sip small and conservative. Heaven only knows when I'll get more. Heaven is also the only one who knows what's going to happen next. The contractions are building. 6 minutes. I'm no expert, but I know this baby is coming soon, with or without medical assistance. That thought terrifies me more than anything else that's happened. A scraping sound makes me freeze. Someone's unlocking the door. I brace myself against the wall as I cast around for anything I could use as a weapon. There's nothing. Not unless damp mattresses suddenly qualify as a viable form of self-defense. Light spills into the room as the door swings open, silhouetting a woman's slender frame. Ah, you're awake. Her accent is thick, Russian, and utterly unfamiliar. Good timing. The doctor will be here soon. My eyes struggle to adjust to the sudden brightness. Even when they do, though, it's no use. This woman, whoever she is middle-aged with sharp features and blonde hair pulled into a severe bun. Where am I? I demand. Who are you? She ignores my questions as she sets a small bag on the floor. How far apart are the contractions? Another wave of pain answers for me, ripping through my body like fireworks in my ovaries. I cry out, unable to hold it in. She checks her watch, moving quickly. When the pain subsides, rage gives me strength. Answer me. Where am I? Why am I here? She sighs like I'm an annoying child. You Americans, always with the questions. Her cold eyes assess me. You are somewhere safe for now, and you are here because you carry valuable collateral. Collateral? My hand instinctively shields my stomach. This is my baby. This is the Akopov heir, she corrects. And now it is Solovyov leverage. Solovyov? Vince will kill every one of you. I sound a hell of a lot more confident than I feel. She smiles, unimpressed. Perhaps, if he can find us. She removes items from her bag. Towels, scissors, gloves. But first, you will deliver this baby, and then we will negotiate. I need a hospital, I insist. I need doctors. A doctor is coming, she shrugs. But you would be surprised what women can endure without hospitals. My own grandmother delivered 12 children in a Siberian shack. She survived. Well, until the 12th. I double over and moan as more of that awful, hot, grinding, clamping sensation goes searing through me. I'm being squeezed into coal and split open down the middle at the same time. The woman watches clinically and says nothing. Her bedside manner needs some really work, if you ask me. When I can speak again, I try a different approach. Look, I don't know what your plan is, but this baby needs medical care. I need medical care. If anything happens to either of us, then Akopov will rain hellfire upon us, yes? She laughs. You said that already. How did you even get to me? I mumble, drool gandling from my lips as the pain takes me to a place where I no longer care about such things as dignity. The estate is guarded, not as well as your husband believes. She checks her watch again and scribbles something down in her notepad. We have been watching, waiting for the perfect moment. When we saw Andreas' men collect you, we simply intercepted the transport. Andreas' men, of course. This was his plan all along. Take me, control the baby. But he never counted on someone taking me from him. Why? I ask. What do you want? From you? Nothing. She tilts her head. From your husband? Much. The Solovyov family has scores to settle with the Akopovs. Your child provides perfect leverage. Terror and fury are warring within me, and there's no telling which will win. I want to grab all these people and shake them like rag dolls and make them understand I am a person, a human being. I have done nothing wrong. You cannot just do this, you sick people. This innocent baby, my baby, caught in some ancient blood feud before even taking a first breath. I'd scream if I could. I'd scream until the whole very world took notice. But I can't, so it doesn't. The darkness around me has never felt blacker. The baby will be here soon, she continues. Try not to fight. It makes things worse. As if on cue, another contraction crashes through me, longer and more intense than any of the ones that preceded it. Despite Dr. Difficult Person's instructions, I scream. The sound bounces off concrete walls and returns to my ears, broken and jagged. Breathe, she instructs, unmoved by my pain. The doctor will arrive shortly. Through the haze of pain, I focus on a single thought. Vince is coming. I know it like I know my own name. He will tear apart the city to find us. I just need to stay alive until then. Keep our baby alive. When the contraction eases, I uncurl slightly. Water, I gasp. She passes me the bottle from where I dropped, and I take another tiny sip. A distant sound of footsteps echoes down what must be a hallway. The woman turns toward the door. Doctor arrives, she announces. Now the real work begins. As she steps aside to admit someone else, I close my eyes briefly, summoning every ounce of strength I have left. Vince, I think desperately, find us. I believe in you. But until then, I have only myself to rely on. My body contracts again, my baby nosing its way into a world far more dangerous than either of us is ready for. I steel myself. They may have taken me, but they won't take my child, even if I have to die to prevent it. Vince. Blood drips from my knuckles. I barely feel it. The man zip-tied to the chair in front of me used to have a name. I think it was Leonid or Lev or something similarly forgettable. He was my father's driver for the past 3 years. Now, he's just a means to an end. His face is unrecognizable, swollen, purple, streaming crimson from a split lip and broken nose. One eye is sealed shut. The other stares at me with naked terror. I'll ask you one more time, I say icily. Where did they take my wife? He spits blood onto the concrete floor. I don't know. I nod to Dmitri, who steps forward with a pair of pliers. Wait, the man thrashes against his restraints. Wait, please. I only know what I was told. Your father, he ordered us to bring her to him. That's all. I lean in close. Why? The baby. He wants the baby. Something cold and reptilian wriggles inside my chest. Keep talking. He said the child is the true Akopov heir, that you've been compromised, that the American has turned you against your own blood. His words pour out faster now in a frothing, desperate stream. The plan was to take her somewhere safe until she delivered. Then he would decide what happens next. I straighten and wipe blood from my hands with a cloth Dmitri silently offers me. And where is this safe location? I swear I don't know. Tears mingle with the blood on his face. We were just supposed to deliver her to the second team, but what? There was a complication. Before we could get her to the rendezvous, we were ambushed. Other men, professionally armed. They shot Igor and Sergei and took the woman. I only got away because I was checking the perimeter. The ice in my chest spreads to my limbs. Describe these men. 6 of them, maybe 7. Good at what they did. Like military, you know. One had a scar here. He tries to gesture at his neck despite the restraints. They spoke Russian. One called another Solovyov Doug when they thought I couldn't hear. Solovyov. I'm about to ask another question when the door bursts open. Arkady strides in, face grim. I need to speak with you. Now. I follow him into the hallway, leaving Dmitri to watch our prisoner. When we're alone, he turns to me. Our informant in Brighton Beach just called. The Solovyovs are bragging about having the Akopov bride in their possession. The concrete walls seem to pulse around me.
Where? They've gone dark on the location, but they're planning to use her as leverage. And Vin, he hesitates. What? She's definitely in labor. They've called in a doctor from their network. I press the heels of my hands against my eyes until a whole galaxy of stars goes supernova behind my eyelids. Everything inside me wants to scream, to break, to destroy, but I can't afford to do that yet. Arkady takes a deep breath. We've looked everywhere, called in every debt, just like you wanted, but it hasn't turned up anything usable. The Solovyovs have gone to ground with her in some black site outside our network. There has to be something. There is. His eyes meet mine, but you're not going to like it. Speak. Grigor Petrov has resources we don't. Intelligence networks in places where the Solovyovs operate that we can't access. No. The single word shoots from my mouth like a bullet and kills the idea dead on sight. Absolutely, really not. Then, he's her father. He doesn't know that. I pace the narrow hallway, and the moment he finds out, he'll use that information, use her, against me. He might help us find her, or he might decide his daughter and grandchild are better off with him than with me. I slam my fist against the wall. I won't risk it. Arkady edges closer. Then what's the alternative? Rowan is out there giving birth in captivity. Every minute we waste. Don't. My voice drops to a dangerous whisper. Don't really tell me what's at stake here. I know exactly what's at stake. My mind races through options, discarding each one as quickly as it forms. We need information. We need leverage. We need... The doctor, I say suddenly. The Solovyovs called in a doctor. Arkady's eyes widen as he follows my thinking. If we can identify which doctor, we can track them to Rowan. I stride back into the interrogation room. Get me everything you know about the Solovyovs' medical contacts, I order the bloody man in the chair. Every doctor, nurse, or veterinarian who's ever patched up one of their men. Names, addresses, now. Do it fast and you might live. 10 minutes later, I have a list of 6 possible doctors. With another command, our tech team is tracking their phones, credit cards, movements. Sir, one of my men approaches nervously. What should we do with him? He nods toward our prisoner. I look at my father's driver, slumped in the chair, barely conscious. Keep him alive. He still has information we might need. I turn to Arkady and find my father. When this is over, he and I are going to have a very final conversation. As we head upstairs, Arkady tries one more time. Vince, about Petrov. My decision is final. I check my weapon, making sure it's fully loaded. I will find my wife and child without inviting another wolf into our home. And if we can't locate her in time, I stop and turn to him, letting him see everything in my eyes. The rage, the fear, the absolute conviction. Then there won't be a Solovyov left alive in this city.
I continue walking. But that won't happen, because I'm going to find her. If I have to tear this world apart, piece by bloody, really piece, I will find her. Arkady falls silent. He knows better than to argue with a man on the edge, and I am on the edge, balancing precariously between calm and chaos, between the man Rowan believes I can be and the monster my father created. I hope for everyone's sake that the former finds her first, because if the monster gets there instead, no one will be left to tell the tale. Rowan. The contractions are coming so fast now, I can barely catch my breath between them. Each one feels like my body is trying to turn itself inside out. The door opens. I'm praying it's the doctor, but there's no way the man who enters knows a very thing about babies. He's blunt, hunched, and broad-shouldered, with a face that looks like it's been repeatedly introduced to a brick wall. He speaks rapidly in Russian to the woman. I can't understand the words, but their tone tells me everything I need to know. What's happening? I ask when I can speak again. To my surprise, someone replies. Your husband is causing problems, the woman says, looking annoyed. He's found 3 of our safe houses already. A wild, irrational hope flares in my chest. Vince is coming. He's hunting for me, systematically eliminating possibilities. It's just a matter of time. If I can hold on long enough. The man passes something to the woman, then leaves. When he's gone, she turns and approaches me with, "What the? Is that a syringe?" I shrink back against the wall. Something to slow labor. We need more time. No. I knock her hand away when it gets close. You're not giving me anything. I don't know what's in that. Her face hardens. Don't be stupid. This will help. Help you, maybe, not my baby. I cradle my belly. Nothing goes into my body unless a real doctor tells me what it is. She lunges for my arm, but I'm faster. Fueled by maternal instinct and sheer desperation, I grab her wrist and twist. The syringe goes clattering to the floor. Touch me again, I snarl, and I'll make you regret it. Something in my eyes must convince her, because she steps back, rubbing her wrist. Fine, she spits. Have it your way. The woman storms out, the door clanging shut behind her like a funeral bell. Left alone, time bends and blurs and loses all meaning. Minutes pass, one so dull that my mind goes blank, and the next rippling with so much pain that I lose the will to even scream anymore. It's like that, high and low, black and white, boring and agonizing. But beneath it, I find something, a little kernel, a tiny, stubborn root. Beneath the pain, there is power. Beyond the suffering, I soar. Maybe it's because my body is doing exactly what it's designed to do, bringing my child into the world against impossible odds. The woman comes in every so often. Her frown turns down deeper and deeper with each visit. She keeps checking her watch, growing increasingly agitated. I hear raised voices outside the door, arguments in Russian. Something's wrong. I can feel it, an intuition beyond the pain. My body is sending signals I can't quite interpret, but they're screaming danger. I need to push, I realize suddenly. The baby's coming now. No, she whirls toward me. You must wait for the doctor. Right on cue, the door bursts open. A small, nervous-looking man hurries in carrying a medical bag. "This is the woman?" he asks in accented English. "Do you see any other really woman in labor?" seethes the blonde bitch. Grumbling, the doctor kneels beside me, his hands shaking slightly as he pulls on gloves. His eyes meet mine, and I see genuine concern there. "How long have you been in labor?" he asks. "I don't know. Hours?" I grip his forearm during another contraction. Something feels wrong. He examines me quickly. His eyes flit too fast to seem confident. I wonder if he's here voluntarily or if they've threatened him too. "The baby is in distress," he says, looking up at the blonde woman. "Heart rate is dropping. We need to get her to a hospital immediately." "Not possible," the blonde replies coldly. "Then the baby might die," he exclaims in an unexpected burst of emotion. And possibly the mother, too. The cord is compressed. Die. The word echoes in the hollow chamber of my skull like a bullet ricocheting inside a metal box. Again and again and again. Die. 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 My baby, this stubborn, fierce little creature who has survived my broken heart, my shattered trust, gunfire, betrayal, and now labor in this filthy hellhole, might die. And suddenly, I'm not scared anymore. I'm really homicidal. A primal rage ignites in my blood, transforming the pain of contractions into something else entirely. It's like someone has replaced my veins with gasoline and tossed in a match. The burning spreads from my center outward until even my fingertips tingle with it. My child will not die here. I will rip this building apart with my bare hands before I let that happen. Get me help. I clutch her wrist hard.
Or I swear to God, when my husband finds us, and he will wish he'd killed you quickly. The blonde woman's face contorts with contempt, but she still says nothing. So I turn to the doctor. Do something, I plead, grabbing his hand. Save my baby, please. The doctor hesitates, then nods firmly. I'll try, but you must do exactly as I say. He turns to the woman. I need clean towels, hot water, and better light, now. She looks like she might argue, but another man appears in the doorway and barks an order. She leaves quickly. Listen to me, the doctor says quietly once we're alone. This is very dangerous. I will do what I can, but I understand, I whisper. Just save my baby. That's all that matters. He looks at me with something that I can almost mistake for respect. You are very brave. I'm not brave. I'm terrified. But in this moment, a strange calm settles over me. If I die bringing this child into the world, then that's what happens. Vince will find our baby. He'll raise that baby with all the love and protection in the world. He'll tell stories about me, about how much I loved them both. The thought brings an unexpected peace. Vince will find us, I tell the doctor, my husband. When he does, tell him I wasn't afraid. The doctor's eyes widen, but he nods. The woman returns with supplies. The contractions are unrelenting now, my body working with unstoppable force. Previously unused gears within me grinding and groaning as they're called into action. I need to push, I croak. Not yet, the doctor warns. The cord, but my body doesn't care about his warnings. The urge is there, biological and undeniable. I bear down with all my strength. The doctor moves quickly between my legs, his hands sure despite his fear. Okay, now I need you to pant. Short breaths, don't push. I try to follow his instructions, but it's hell to resist what my body longs to do. Come on, little one, I whisper to my belly. Fight. Your daddy is coming for us. We just need to hold on. The doctor positions himself at the end of the mattress. Very well, this is as good as we're going to get. Now, when I tell you, push with everything you have. I'm on a precipice, the end of one chapter, the start of another, staring down the barrel of the greatest battle of my life, and my weapon is nothing but the raw animal strength of my own body. The pain isn't pain anymore. It's transcended into something holy and monstrous. I never knew I could hurt like this and still be conscious, still be alive. Vince once told me that when he killed his first man, he felt like he'd crossed a threshold into a different world. That's where I am now, suspended between existences, my body splitting open to bring forth life, even as death hovers at the edges of the room, patient and hungry. I'm no longer Rowan St. Clair, the marketing girl with a crush on her boss. I'm not even Rowan Akopov, the Bratva wife. I'm something ancient and terrible, a vessel of creation, a harbinger of blood and miracles. If I die with purpose. If I live, I'll never be the same. Only time will tell which door I get to open. Now, the doctor commands, and I push. Now, he commands, and I push. The room spins around me. Black spots dance in my vision. I'm vaguely aware of shouting, of the doctor's urgent instructions, of my own body working beyond the limits of endurance. One more, the doctor urges. The baby is almost here. With the last of my strength, I push. And in that moment, suspended between life and death, I send a silent plea into the universe. Vince, find what's left of us. Love our child enough for both of us. I push one final time as darkness closes in. Vince. The abandoned construction site off West 57th Street looks like a skeleton of broken promises. It's a fitting location for what I'm about to do. I check my watch again. We're 2 minutes past our agreed meeting time. My jaw clenches so hard I can feel my teeth grinding. The weight of those 120 lost seconds press down on my chest. Every single one is a slice in my heart that will never fully heal. Because every second Rowan remains missing is another second she could be dying. Our child could be dying. The thought alone makes my hand inch toward my weapon, fingers itching with the need to do something, anything. The cold metal against my palm would be comforting if I had someone to point it at. But right now, I'm only shooting at shadows. I've spent the last 3 hours hunting through every Solovyov property we know about. Nothing. 3 really hours of kicking down doors, threatening terrified underlings, tearing apart rooms. All for nothing. Nothing except blood. Rowan's blood. The image of that crimson puddle on the tile floor of our home haunts me every time I blink. I can still smell it. My stomach knots at the memory, bile rising in my throat. Was she already in labor when they took her? How much pain is she in right now? Is she calling for me, thinking I've abandoned her? A figure emerges from the darkness. Tall, lean, dark hair. The surgeon's scrubs are gone, replaced by nondescript clothing that blends into the night. He moves like someone who knows what it means to be hunted. Daniel Spencer. No, not Daniel, not Spencer either. Daniil Petrov, Grigor's youngest son, my enemy by birth and blood. The son of the man who has sought to destroy my family for generations. Looking at him makes my skin crawl with ingrained hatred, a visceral response cultivated since childhood. Yet here I am, seeking his help. Desperate times don't just call for desperate measures. They call for you to turn your back on everything you ever thought you knew. You're late, I growl. You're lucky I came at all. We stand 15 feet apart, both of us well aware of what this means. What lines we're both crossing. I wouldn't have contacted you if there was any other option, I say. It's unlike me to confess that I'm trapped, but for Rowan, I'll swallow my pride. For her, I'd choke on it. I know. He stays where he is, hands visible but tense. If anyone in my family discovers I'm here, I'm dead. If anyone in my family I asked for your help, I'm worse than dead. The ghost of a smile touches his lips. Yet, here we are. I don't return the smile. Can't. Not with Rowan out there somewhere. Not with the knowledge that she's in pain, afraid, bleeding out while bringing our child into this world. The Solovyovs have my wife. I heard. His eyes study me carefully, searching for something. Weakness, perhaps. Or deception. She's in labor? Yes. The single word nearly chokes me. I should be holding her hand, not standing in this godforsaken place bargaining with a Petrov. She's been missing for over 6 hours now. We've tracked down 3 Solovyov locations. Nothing. And you think I know where they might be keeping her? I think your family has been watching the Solovyovs for decades. I think you have intelligence we don't. Daniel paces a tight circle, weighing his options, but saying nothing. I glance at my watch. Another 4 minutes gone. Tick-tock, you difficult person. Blood on white marble. Screams in an empty hallway. Black SUVs disappearing over the horizon. How much do you want? I ask, defaulting to the language I understand best. Transaction, payment, value. Daniel's head snaps up. Excuse me? How much money do you want for this information? His face darkens. Really, you, Akopov? Then what do you want? I don't want anything from you. He walks closer, stopping just beyond arm's reach. Do you think I'm here for some kind of really payday? My father would have me killed for speaking to you, let alone helping you. Then why are you here? In my world, no one does anything without expecting something in return, especially not a Petrov for an Akopov. His jaw clenches. Because I love Anastasia, because I know you love your woman, and because your wife is innocent in all this. The mention of Rowan makes something crack inside me. For a horrifying moment, I feel my eyes burn, and I have to look away. Vince Akopov doesn't cry.
Not ever. Not since I was 7 years old and my father beat that weakness out of me. Please, I've never begged for anything in my life. The humiliation of it sears through me, but I push past it. She's all I have. Daniel watches me for a long moment. He's still searching for something he can rely on in my face. Whatever he finds makes him nod slightly. The Solovyovs have a property they don't think we know about, off the books. An old meat processing plant near Newtown Creek. My pulse quickens. A surge of adrenaline floods my system. The first real hope I've felt since finding that blood. Address? I'll do better than that. He pulls out his phone and opens a map application. I'll take you there. My natural suspicion flares. It could be a trap. But why go through this elaborate charade? If he wanted me dead, there are simpler ways. Why would you do that? Because Anastasia loves you both, for reasons I can't comprehend. He glances down at his phone. And because if our positions were reversed, I'd do terrible things to find her. Something passes between us in that moment. Not friendship, never that, but understanding. Recognition of the one thing that transcends our blood feud, how far we'd go for the women we love. It's unsettling to find common ground with him, to see my own desperate devotion reflected in the eyes of a Petrov. I consider his offer. Daniel could be leading me into a trap, could be working with the Solovyovs, could be acting on his father's orders. The paranoia that's kept me alive for years screams warnings in my head, but something in his eyes tells me he's not. If you betray me, I'll kill you, I tell him. I'll make it hurt. He doesn't flinch. Understood. And with that, our fates are sealed. I pull out my phone and call Arkady. I have a lead. Newtown Creek. Meet me there with the team. I don't mention who provided the information. That conversation can wait. Daniel watches me with wary respect. Your men won't like working with a Petrov. My men will do whatever it takes to find my wife. As will I. So here I stand, about to commit the kind of treachery that would make my ancestors claw their way out of their graves to curse my name. The magnitude of betraying generations of blood-sworn loyalty should crush me beneath its weight, should twist my gut with shame, but all I feel is ice-cold clarity. Because Rowan isn't just my family now, she's my gravity, my religion, my reason for breathing. She matters more than the Bratva, more than the criminal empire I've carved from bones and bullets, more than the ironclad principles hammered into me since birth. She is the way. Everything else is merely a distraction.
We need to move now, Daniel says, breaking into my thoughts. If she's truly in labor, we don't have much time. Lead the way. I gesture toward the exit. As we move through the darkness, an odd sense of clarity washes over me. I always thought I understood power, the power of fear, of money, of violence. But real power, I realize now, is what Rowan has over me. Power isn't what I've spent my life accumulating. Power is what I feel for her. And if that power is enough to make me ally with a Petrov, it's certainly enough to tear apart every Solovyovs standing between us. I just pray we're not too late. Hold on, Rowan. I'm coming for you. Just hold on. Rowan. My body splits open. There's no other way to describe it. I am being torn in half, ripped apart from the inside out. My screams don't even sound human anymore. Push, the doctor commands. This is it. One more time. I don't think I can. I've given everything, every ounce of strength, every molecule of fight. But then I remember whose child this is. Mine and Vince's. Stubbornness runs in both our bloodlines. You can do it, the doctor says firmly when I open my mouth to tell him I can't. The head is right there. One more push. I close my eyes and think of Vince. It's so easy to conjure him up. Despite everything, it's like he's right here with me. I've got his blue eyes in my vision, his touch on my shoulders, his heat pressed up against my side. And then there are all the things you can't see or touch that are here anyways. The wry twist of his smile and what it does to my insides, his fire, his rage, his passion, his absolute refusal to give up on anything he wants. And God, do I want this baby to live? I dig deep, gathering whatever shreds of energy remain in my broken body and push with everything I have left. The pain is blinding, obliterating all thought. Then, suddenly, release, a rush of pressure giving way, and a scream that isn't mine. A girl, the doctor announces, his voice thick with relief. You have a daughter. The world stops spinning for one perfect moment. I blink through sweat and tears to see a tiny purple-red body squirming in the doctor's hands. She's covered in blood and vernix, her face scrunched in outrage, lungs working perfectly as she announces her arrival with furious cries. She's the single most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Give her to me, I rasp. Please. The doctor quickly clamps and cuts the cord, then lays my daughter on my chest. Her warm, slippery weight settles against me, and everything changes. The universe realigns itself around this tiny being. Hello, I whisper, running a trembling finger down her cheek. I'm your mom. Her cries quiet a little as she feels my skin against hers. I can't stop staring at her. 10 perfect fingers, 10 perfect toes, a shock of dark hair matted to her head. She has Vince's strong chin, my nose, and eyes that are clenched tight but look like they might be my shape with his color. A miracle folded into 7 pounds of humanity. The fierce, consuming love that floods me is like nothing I've experienced. It's surreal, overwhelming. Every atom in my body has been reprogrammed with a single directive: protect this child. Sophia, I murmur, the name we chose feeling right on my tongue. Sophia Akopov. The doctor tends to me while I'm lost gazing at this perfect angel. I barely notice. I can't look away from my daughter. She appears healthy, he says, relief evident in his voice. Strong lungs, good color, a fighter, like her mother, like her father too, I softly. The blonde woman who's been supervising my captivity approaches. Her cold eyes are fixed on Sophia in a way I despise. The child must be cleaned and examined, she says, reaching for my baby. Something inside me snaps. Don't you dare touch her. My voice is barely recognizable, crackling, fierce, a lioness's warning growl. The woman pauses. Don't be ridiculous. You are in no condition. I said, don't touch her.
I curl my body around Sophia, ignoring the screaming pain of my torn and battered flesh. She stays with me. Give me the child, you stupid, difficult person. She reaches again, more forcefully this time. I lash out with my free arm, catching her hand and twisting hard enough to make her yelp. Touch my daughter, and I will kill you. The words aren't mine. They are Vince's, flowing through me like his blood flows through our child. I will tear out your throat with my teeth. I mean every word. The woman backs away, nursing her wrist. You are weak from childbirth. Do not be an idiot. Try me. I hold Sophia closer, feeling her tiny heart beating against mine. My husband is coming. You know he is. And when he gets here, anyone who's laid a hand on his child will beg for death by the time he's done with them. Do you really want that for yourself? Fear flickers in her eyes. I'm right. She knows I'm right. Clean her here, the doctor intervenes. The mother should keep the baby skin to skin. It's medically best for them both. The woman's gaze shifts between us. Fine, she spits finally. But if Akopov does not agree to our terms, both will suffer. I ignore her threats, focusing entirely on my daughter. Sophia has stopped crying and is nuzzling against my chest. That's right, baby girl, I whisper. I've got you, and Daddy's coming for us. The doctor brings a small basin of warm water and some cloths. With gentle movements, he shows me how to clean her while keeping her against my skin. Every touch feels sacred, every tiny limb precious beyond measure. I have some formula, he says quietly, if you want to try feeding her. I shake my head. I want to try nursing her first. With his guidance, I position Sophia at my breast. The feeling when she latches on is strange and wonderful and painful all at once. She's so tiny, yet so determined. Tears stream down my face as I watch her. I've never felt so exhausted, so broken, or so powerful. I made this perfect being, protected her through kidnapping and captivity, brought her safely into the world despite everything, and now I would die for her without hesitation. I understand Vince better now than I ever have. The fierce, fiery need to protect at all costs. The willingness to burn the world to ashes for someone you love. I feel it coursing through my veins, transforming me into someone new, someone very, very dangerous. Your husband, the doctor whispers while pretending to check Sophia's reflexes. He is Vincent Akopov. I nod, not taking my eyes off my daughter. Then God help the ones who have brought us here, he murmurs. I have seen what men like him do when their families are threatened. Hell find us, I say with absolute certainty in my voice. And when he does, nowhere on this earth will be safe for them. The doctor merely nods. Outside the room, I hear raised voices, a door slamming, the distinct sound of a gun being cocked. Something is happening. I hold Sophia closer and whisper reassurances I'm not sure I believe. But I know one thing with unshakable conviction. No one will take her from me. No one will harm her. Even in my weakened state, with blood still pooling beneath me and my body torn from giving birth, I am more dangerous now than I have ever been. Because now, I understand what Vince has known all along. Love doesn't make you weak. It makes you capable of terrible, necessary things. I kiss Sophia's forehead and prepare for whatever comes next. We're going to be okay, I promise her. Your daddy is the most stubborn, relentless man alive. He won't stop until he finds us. The shouting outside gets louder. Footsteps pound down hallways. The blonde woman's hand moves to her weapon. I curl more tightly around my daughter, my body a shield. Let them come, I whisper against Sophia's downy head.
Your father taught me how to fight, and for you, my love, I'll fight the whole world. The door bursts open, and I am ready. Vince. The meat processing plant looms ahead of us like a fortress from hell. Solovyov's men patrol the perimeter. I count 6 visible guards, which means at least a dozen more inside. Floodlights sweep across the empty parking lot, illuminating rusted chain-link fences topped with razor wire. Somewhere in there is my wife. Somewhere in there is my child. The security system is wired through that junction box. Daniel points to a small metal container mounted on the east wall. Take that out and their cameras go dark. I nod, not trusting myself to speak. Working with Grigor Petrov's son burns like venom in my veins, but he's proven useful. Too useful. If he's lying, I'll peel the skin from his body inch and agonizing inch. But I don't think he is. Arkady materializes beside me, a shadow among shadows. Men are in position. Say the word. Where are we on the security feed? Hacked. We can see the interior layout. And Rowan? My voice catches on her name like a rusty hook. 3rd floor, northwest corner. Only one heat signature showing with her, but the walls are thick, so nothing is guaranteed. I grip my gun tighter, knuckles white beneath my leather gloves. Move in. Secure all exits. No one escapes. There's no grand speech, no dramatic rallying of troops. These men know what's at stake. They know what happens to anyone between me and my wife tonight. I turn to Daniel. Stay with Dmitri. If you try to warn your friends... They're not my friends, he interrupts, and I'm coming with you. The really you are. I know the building layout. Which stairs won't creak, which doors are reinforced. His eyes lock with mine. You need me. I hate that he's right. Fine. I check my weapon one last time. But if you so much as breathe wrong, you'll kill me. Yeah, I know. I got it the first 10 times. Our teams move in like a single organism. Black-clad figures melt into the darkness, positioning themselves around the compound. One of my men approaches the junction box Daniel identified and kills power to the security systems with 3 precise snips of his wire cutters. Arkady, we need a distraction, I say into my comm. West side. Seconds later, an explosion rocks the far end of the compound. Solovyov's men scramble toward it like ants from a disturbed hill, and we descend. The first guard never sees me coming. I put him down with a silenced shot to the back of the skull. The second tries to reach for his radio before my knife finds his throat. The third, to his credit, manages to get fingers to his gun, but that's as far as he gets. Once, these kills would have been executed emotionally, but not tonight. Tonight, each body that drops is just an obstacle between me and Rowan, between me and my child, and I tear through them with a rage that burns white-hot in my chest. Daniel keeps pace at my side, moving with unexpected competence. He disables an alarm system I would have missed, guides us through a maze of corridors I would have gotten lost in. Gunfire erupts behind us. Arkady's voice crackles over the comm. Main entrance secured. 10 hostiles down. East wing clear. We reach a stairwell. Daniel holds up a hand, stopping me from charging ahead. Pressure plate, he whispers, pointing to a nearly invisible sensor. Step there, and you trigger silent alarms. We navigate around it and continue our ascent. 2nd floor. More guards. More bodies hitting the floor. The wet thud of death following us like a faithful dog. The 3rd floor, however, is quiet. Eerily quiet. Too quiet. Something's wrong, Daniel mutters. And that's when I hear it. A baby's cry. High-pitched, distressed, unmistakable. My baby. My freaking child. Something shifts inside me. A tectonic plate sliding beneath the bedrock of who I am.
The world narrows to a tunnel, and at the end of that tunnel is that sound. Nothing else matters. Not the mission, not the danger, not even my own survival. I move without thinking, without strategy, without anything but pure instinct driving me forward. Akopov, wait, Daniel hisses, but I'm already gone. The hallway stretches before me, doors on either side. I follow the sound. North corner. Last room on the left. Another cry, louder now, and something else, a woman's voice. Angry, threatening, proud. Rowan. I don't check for traps. Don't signal Arkady. Don't do anything that Vincent Akopov, calculated tactician, and ruthless Picard would normally do. I just kick the really door off its hinges and storm in, gun raised, and freeze. Rowan is alive. Rowan is alive, and she's holding our child. She's pale, too pale, with dark circles beneath her eyes and dried blood on her thighs. Her hair is a tangled mess, sweat-soaked and matted against her skull. Her dress is torn and filthy. She's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. In her arms is a tiny bundle, wrapped in rags. Our child, our baby, alive and crying and here. But it's not just that she's alive, it's what she's doing. Rowan, who once fainted at the sight of blood, who cringed when I raised my voice, who embodied everything soft and gentle in this world, she has a syringe pressed against a frail blonde woman's throat, and she looks very, very willing to use it. Vincent. My name comes out on her exhale. The guard takes advantage of her distraction, lunging forward. Without hesitation, I put a bullet between the woman's eyes. Her body crumples at my feet. Instantly dead. Instantly forgotten.
I am across the room in 3 strides, pulling Rowan and our child against my chest with my free arm while keeping my gun trained on the door. "You found us," she whispers into my neck. "You found us." "Always," I manage, my voice raw. "I will always find you." The baby squirms between us, still crying. Rowan shifts and adjusts the bundle so I can see. "Meet your daughter." She peels back the makeshift blanket to reveal a perfect, tiny face. Sofia Akopov. My daughter. Gosh, my daughter. Her face is red and scrunched, still streaked with the remnants of birth. Dark wisps of hair cling to her scalp. She has my chin, Rowan's nose, and when she blinks up at me with unfocused eyes, I see a blue that mirrors my own. She's impossibly small, unbelievably perfect, and I would wreak horrible vengeance on the world to keep her safe. "You did this," I say to Rowan. Awe steals the strength from my voice. "You brought her into the world. Here, in this hell." Rowan's eyes shine with exhausted tears. "I tried to wait for you, but she's stubborn. Wonder where she gets that from." "She's brave," I counter, touching Sophia's cheek with one trembling finger. "Like her mother." I look at the dead guard, at the syringe lying on the floor beside Rowan. This woman, my wife, has realigned something fundamental in the universe. The mathematics of power and vulnerability have been rewritten by her courage. She gave birth in captivity. She protected our child with nothing but a dirty syringe and sheer will. And she's looking at me now like I'm the one who did something remarkable. One day, she'll realize just who she is. I holster my weapon and take them both fully into my arms, careful not to crush the tiny life between us. Rowan sags against me, her strength finally giving way now that I'm here. "I've got you," I promise. I press my lips to her forehead. "Both of you. I've got you now." "I knew you'd come," she murmurs. "I told Sophia her daddy would find us. I kept telling her that over and over again. It's the only thing that kept her from crying." My eyes burn. It's not weakness that wets my lashes, it's something else entirely. Something I never believed I was capable of feeling. Humility. Because this woman, this blood-covered, glass-wielding, child-protecting warrior, chose me. Gosh knows I don't deserve her love. "We need to move," Daniel warns from the doorway, his gun drawn. "Reinforcements are coming." I gather Rowan into my arms. She's alarmingly light, but her grip on our daughter remains firm even as she drifts in and out of consciousness. "Clear a path," I order. No one touches them. No one even looks at them. Daniel nods and steps into the hallway to relay the command. I look down at my wife, at her pale face smeared with blood and tears, at the fierce set of her jaw, even in near unconsciousness, at the protective curl of her body around our newborn daughter. In that moment, I understand something I've spent a lifetime denying. There is strength in vulnerability, power in devotion, a kind of victory that has nothing to do with conquest and everything to do with what you're willing to sacrifice. Rowan found that strength. In the darkest chapter of her life, she didn't break. She became something new, something magnificent. And as I carry her and our daughter through a gauntlet of death toward freedom, I silently vow to be worthy of that transformation, to be worthy of them both. Rowan. Vince carries us away. Where are we? I don't know. Where are we going? I don't know that either. All I know is that the world blurs at the edges. Gunshots echo somewhere far away. Men shout in Russian and die in wordless agony. None of it matters. My entire universe has collapsed to just 3 points. Me, Vince, and the tiny bundle clutched against my chest. "Stay with me, Rowan," Vince murmurs. "We're almost out." I tried to nod, but my head feels too heavy. The adrenaline that kept me going during labor and the terrifying hours after has drained away, leaving nothing but bone-deep exhaustion in its wake. "Sophia," I whisper, "I need to make sure she's still there, still safe." "She's right here," Vince assures me. "You're both safe now." His arms tighten around us as he navigates through corridors that reek of rust and blood. I focus on the steady rhythm of his heartbeat against my ear, the solid warmth of his chest, the safest place in the world. "Clear!" someone shouts ahead of us. Cold night air hits my face. We're outside. The stars above us swim in my vision, impossibly bright. I didn't think I'd ever see them again. "Car's ready," a voice says. Arkady, I think. Vince lowers me into the back seat of an SUV, sliding in beside me. He never lets go, not even for a second. The door slams shut and the vehicle lurches forward. "Hospital," Vince commands. "The private facility in Manhattan." "I already called ahead," Arkady responds from the front seat. "They're expecting us." I blink, trying to clear my vision. Sophia whimpers against me, and I instinctively adjust her position. "Let me see her," Vince requests softly. With trembling hands, I pull back the makeshift blanket covering our daughter's face. The streetlights passing outside cast intermittent flashes of illumination across her tiny features. Vince's breath catches. He reaches out with a trembling hand to stroke her velvet cheek. His fingers quiver as they brush against her skin, so lightly it's barely a touch at all, as if he's afraid she might break, as if he can't quite believe she's real. "Sophia," he whispers, testing the name on his tongue. "My daughter." The undiluted wonder in his voice brings fresh tears to my eyes. But it's his expression that undoes me completely. The mask of control he's worn for as long as I've known him has fallen away, revealing the man beneath, vulnerable, awestruck, and utterly terrified. Terrified of losing us. I've never seen him like this, so completely exposed. "She has your chin," I note, "and your eyes, I think." He nods, unable to speak. His finger traces the curve of Sophia's tiny ear, her button nose, the perfect bow of her lips. The tremble in his hand never subsides. I
He stops, swallows hard. When I saw the blood in the hallway, he doesn't finish the sentence. He doesn't need to. We're okay, I assure him. She's perfect. 10 fingers, 10 toes, lungs like a very fire alarm. He nods. Then he leans down and presses his lips to Sophia's forehead. The gentleness of the gesture makes my heart contract painfully in my chest. I was so scared, I admit, not of dying, but of her dying before you found us. His eyes meet mine, blazing blue like the hottest part of a fire. I would have torn the world apart to find you both. You know, I know, and I do know. I've seen the evidence of it in the bodies left in our wake. That's what kept me going. The car speeds through the night, and I lean my head against Vince's shoulder. Sophia makes soft, mewling sounds against my chest. My body aches in ways I never knew possible, but none of it matters. We're together, we're alive, we're a family. I love you, I whisper, though I'm not sure if he can even hear me as consciousness begins to slip away again. The last thing I feel before darkness is his lips against my temple and his whispered reply. You are my entire heart. Rowan. The medical facility is a beehive of activity. Doctors and nurses swarm around me, checking vitals, starting IVs, examining Sophia. They speak in urgent tones about blood loss, tearing, possible infection, so much jargon that drifts in one ear and out of the other. Through it all, Vince never leaves my side. He stands like a sentinel at the head of my bed, his scowl daring anyone to suggest he move. When they take Sophia for examination, his eyes track every movement, every person who touches her. She's healthy, the doctor finally announces. Remarkably so, given the circumstances of her birth. The surge of relief makes me dizzy. Or maybe that's the pain medication they've given her. And my wife? Vince's voice is thrumming with concern. Well, she's dehydrated.
Plus significant blood loss and some tearing that we've repaired, but with proper rest and care, she'll make a full recovery. Vince's shoulders sag slightly, the only outward sign of the tension releasing its grip on him. They move us to a private room that looks more like a suite at the Four Seasons than any hospital ward I've ever seen before. Security personnel stand guard outside our door. The nurses bring Sophia back to me, freshly bathed and wrapped in a proper blanket. She's beautiful, the nurse says with a fond smile, before leaving us alone. Vince sits on the edge of my bed. I don't think he's blinked since he found us. I still can't believe she's real, he says. I know. I stroke Sophia's cheek with my finger. She saved me, you know? He looks up, questioning. When I thought I couldn't push anymore, when I thought I was going to die in that horrible place, I remembered whose child she is. Ours. I shift in place, wincing at the pain. The doctor who delivered her, is he okay? Vince's expression darkens. He's being questioned. He helped me, I say quickly. He saved Sophia's life, and mine. Then he'll be rewarded appropriately. The ice in his voice sends a shiver down my spine. Unlike the others, I don't ask what happened to my captors. Those of them that lived, that is. I don't need to. The cold fury in his eyes tells me everything. Yet when he looks back at Sophia, that fury melts away instantly, replaced by a tenderness so profound it makes my breath catch. May I hold her? He asks hesitantly. Of course. I carefully transfer our daughter into his arms. He cradles her with such extreme gentleness, as if she's made of the most delicate glass. His massive hands, capable of such violence, now support her tiny head with infinite care. It's so strange to see such damaged skin against such a perfect form of the same thing. Vince has tattoos and scars and sinew standing out like tension cables in his knuckles. Sophia is pure, soft, unblemished, and yet somehow they belong together. "Hello, little one," he whispers.
I'm your father." Sophia blinks up at him. Her newborn blue eyes are unfocused, but somehow seem to look straight into his soul. "I will never let anyone hurt you," he continues. "I swear it on my life." "She knows," I softly. "She already knows who you are." Vince looks up at me, his eyes suspiciously bright. "And who am I?" "Her protector, her father." I reach out to touch his face. "The man who moved heaven and earth to find us." He turns his face into my palm, pressing a kiss there. "I was almost too late." "No." I shake my head firmly. "You came exactly when we needed you most." Sophia makes a small whimper, and Vince immediately adjusts her hold, rocking her gently. The sight of him so completely wrapped around our daughter's tiny finger makes my heart swell in a way it will never undo. He carefully returns Sophia to my arms. I settle her against my chest where she nuzzles instinctively. "I never felt strong before today," I muse, after a comfortable silence passes us by. "You've always been strong, Rowan," Vince says, "from the first moment I saw you. But today?" He shakes his head, seemingly at a loss for words. "What you did, there's no greater strength than that." Tears fill my eyes. "I was so scared, Vince, so scared they would take her from me." "No one will ever take her from us." The promise in his voice is absolute. I won't allow it. "Neither will I." My arms tighten around Sophia. "I would have killed that woman if she'd tried to take her. I would have done it without hesitation." Instead of being shocked by my admission, Vince nods with understanding. "That's what it means to be a parent, to be willing to do whatever it takes. Even terrible things?" I whisper. "Even terrible things," he agrees. "But we do them so she never has to." Another silence swallows us up. It ought to feel heavy, this acknowledgement that we would cross any line to protect our child. But it doesn't feel heavy in the least. It feels like clarity, like purpose. He leans forward and presses his forehead to mine. Our breath mingles in the space between our faces. He smells like clean male sweat, like gunpowder, like Vince. And for as long as he's touching me, the world outside ceases to exist. There is no bratva, no enemies, no blood feud. Just us. Just family. "I love you," he whispers. "Both of you. More than I ever thought possible." "We love you too," I reply. "Always." I look at Vince's hands again. They're clean now, but not so long ago, they were spattered with blood. My captor's blood. For the first time, it feels like I'm understanding the shape his soul has taken, because mine has begun to take the same shape. The darkness that lives inside him burns brightest when protecting what's his, what's ours. When they took her from my chest for those few seconds, I whisper, throat raw, I understood what makes you capable of such violence. Vince's eyes meet mine. "And I'd burn the world down too." He nods. He understands what I've become, because he has been that thing already for a long, long time. We're the same now. God help anyone who threatens our daughter. Vince. I park the SUV at the gate and wait for the security scan to be completed. Beside me, Rowan sits with Sophia nestled against her chest, both of them asleep. The soft hum of their breathing is the only sound in the car. It's also the only sound I ever need to hear for the rest of my really life. If all the world faded away and there was just that, just my two girls inhaling and exhaling in unison, I'd be a happy man. I'd be a complete man. The iron gates slide open silently to reveal a winding driveway that cuts through dense forest. I drive slowly, careful not to wake them. Every bump in the road feels like a personal failure. This property doesn't exist on any map. I purchased it through 7 different shell companies, each registered in a different country. The deed is held by a trust that has no connection to the Akopov name. It's my contingency plan, my fortress of last resort. And now, it's our home. The house appears through the trees, modern, low profile, built into the side of a hill with walls of concrete and bulletproof glass. Solar panels line the roof, and a small helipad sits on the east side. The entire property is surrounded by state-of-the-art security systems. I ease the car to a stop and turn off the engine. Rowan stirs, her eyes fluttering open. "Where are we?" she asks. Her voice is thick and dreamy with sleep. "Somewhere safe," I tell her. "Somewhere no one can find us." She looks out the window, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings. "How long have you had this place?" "Since I found out you were pregnant." Her eyes meet mine. "And you never mentioned it?" "I hoped we'd never need it." I exit the car and move to her side, opening the door carefully. She's still weak from the birth and captivity. The doctors wanted her to stay in the medical facility for at least a week, but I couldn't risk it. Not with the Solovyovs still out there. Not with my father's betrayal still hanging over us. "Can you walk?" I ask. "I think so." I help her out of the car, one arm around her waist, the other hovering near Sophia. Our daughter doesn't stir. "She sleeps like you, Rowan," murmurs. So still, so quiet. The observation catches me off guard. Under other circumstances, it wouldn't do anything of the sort. After all, it's such a normal thing to say, such a normal moment to have. Just two parents noticing traits their child shares with them. But nothing about any of this gush is normal. We enter the house through a reinforced door that requires both retinal and fingerprint scans. Inside, the space is open and clean. The valley looms through the windows, green and endless. "It's beautiful," Rowan comments. "It's safe." I guide her toward the sofa. But I wanted it to feel like a home, not a fortress. She sinks onto the cushions and adjusts Sophia in her arms. "You thought of everything." "Not everything." I sit beside her, careful not to jostle them. "I never imagined finding you like that. In labor, alone." The same old images skip through my head like ripples on a lake that keeps spreading, spreading, spreading. Blood on white marble, 6 digits punched into the keypad, screams in an empty hallway. "But you found us," she interrupts softly. "That's what matters." I reach out to touch Sophia's tiny hand. Her fingers curl reflexively around mine, and another crack goes skittering through the rock of everything I once thought I was. I need to go back, you know. I'm wincing even as the words leave my lips because they're exactly the wrong thing to say, and yet I can't say anything but that. To find them, all of them. Rowan's eyes snap to mine. "You're leaving?" "Not yet, but soon." I open and close my mouth as I struggle to explain the war raging inside me. Every instinct I have is screaming to hunt them down. My father, the Solovyovs, everyone who had a hand in taking you. But, another part of me can't bear the thought of leaving you two alone. I look down at our daughter, so small, so vulnerable, even for a moment. Rowan's gaze softens, though I can see the worry lingering behind her eyes. For a moment, she just watches me. Then she moves Sophia to one arm, her movements still careful, still recovering. "You can't be in 2 places at once," she says quietly. "I know that. I mean, really, logically, I know that. But emotionally?" She reaches for my hand, her fingers cool against my skin. I squeeze her hand gently. I want to tear apart anyone who had anything to do with this, but I can't stand the thought of walking out that door. "What about Arkady, your security team?" "They're already working, but—" I trail off. She studies my face for a long moment, then nods as if coming to a decision. "No more half-truths between us, Vince. No more compartmentalizing your life to protect me. Rowan, That's what got us here, interrupts. You keeping secrets, me in the dark. Her voice grows firmer, more insistent. Tell me everything, Vince, all of it. No more protecting me from the truth. I hesitate. My first impulse is to shield her, to carry this burden alone. It's what I've always done, compartmentalized my life, kept the darkness away from her as much as possible. But that strategy failed spectacularly. My father used my silence against me, used my desire to protect Rowan as a weapon. And in that horrible room, Rowan proved she's stronger than I ever gave her credit for. You deserve to know, I agree finally. Everything. I stand and move to the kitchen, returning with water for her. She drinks gratefully while I gather my thoughts. My father's betrayal wasn't spontaneous, I begin. He's been undermining our legitimization efforts for months. The Costa Rica development, the shipping contracts, all of it was sabotaged on his orders. I know, I found the evidence, remember? Yes, but there's more. I pace the room, unable to sit still with these truths weighing on me. When you were taken, it wasn't just about the baby. It was about control. My father believed he could use you to force me back in line, to abandon our plans for legitimacy and return to the old ways. But the Solovyovs intervened. I nod. They've been watching us for months, waiting for an opportunity. My fists clench at my sides. They saw my father's men take you and seized their chance. Sophia stirs in Rowan's arms, making small mewling sounds. Rowan coos to reassure her, and our daughter settles back to sleep. What about Grigor? She asks quietly. Does he know about me? There's the question I've been dreading. I don't think so, but it's only a matter of time, especially now. And when he finds out, best case scenario, he tries to use you as leverage against me. Worst case, Rowan's jaw sets tight. Worst case, he tries to take me and Sophia. Her voice is steady, her eyes clear. No trace of the fear I expected. Yes, so we're caught between three powerful enemies: your father, the Solovyovs, and my biological father, who doesn't even know I exist yet. She laughs, a brittle sound. You should have told me I was marrying into a gosh show of a family, Vince. I won't let any of them touch you, I vow. Either of you. I know that. She looks down at Sophia, then back at me. But we can't just hide forever. We need a plan. I have one. Well, I'm all ears. I sit beside her again, needing to be close for this. First, we secure our position. This compound is unknown to anyone in my organization except me. We have supplies, security, everything we need to stay safe while you recover. And then I eliminate the threats, one by one. I already have men tracking down everyone involved in your abduction. Within a week, none of them will be breathing. Rowan doesn't flinch at my words. The old Rowan might have. The woman who walked into my office all those months ago, innocent and wide-eyed. But this woman, this mother, simply nods. And your father? A more complicated problem. I run a hand through my hair. Killing him outright would destabilize the entire organization, create a power vacuum that could lead to war. So, what do? I isolate him, cut him off from his support base, and turn his captains against him. Then, when the time is right, I remove him permanently. Sophia emits another small whimper, and both of us instinctively look at her. Her tiny face scrunches briefly before relaxing again. It's a strange thing, for your heart to suddenly exist outside of your body. I can see it now, touch it, smell it, hear it. It's right there, not in me, but over there, reachable, where anyone can simply pluck it away from me. It's a strange, really, the twists and turns this life of mine has taken. That still leaves Grigor in the mix, Rowan prompts after a moment.
What happens there depends on him. I choose my words carefully. If he discovers your identity but makes no move against us, we do nothing. If he tries to use you or claim you, you kill him too. It's not a question, but I answer anyway. Yes, I do. Rowan is silent for a long moment, processing everything. I expect her to be overwhelmed, to break down now that the adrenaline of survival has worn off. Instead, she looks up at me with clear, determined eyes. I want to help. Ro, no, listen to me. She pats Sophia's back gently. I'm not the same woman I was before. I can't be, not after what happened. And I refuse to be a passive participant in my own life anymore. You just gave birth, in captivity. Exactly. And I survived. I protected our daughter. Her voice grows stronger. I'm not saying I want to go out there and start shooting people, but I need to be involved in the decisions. I need to know the plans. I need to be your partner in this, not just someone you protect. I study her face. This is the woman who threatened to kill her captor with a syringe while holding our newborn child. She endured labor alone in a filthy room and kept our daughter alive against impossible odds. She's earned the right to know. Okay, I agree finally. Partners. Her shoulders sag as relief passes over her. Thank you. But you focus on recovering first, on taking care of Sophia. Let me handle the immediate threats. Fair enough. She leans into me, and I wrap an arm around her shoulders. Just promise me one thing. Anything. Come back to us. Her voice breaks slightly. Whatever you do out there, whatever kind of monster you have to become to keep us safe, come back to us whole. I seal my lips to her forehead. I promise. We sit motionless in the dark, our eyes fixed on the rise and fall of Sophia's tiny chest. The crushing reality of our situation radiates through the room like a nuclear winter. But right here, right now, watching our daughter's perfect face, we've carved out this single pristine moment, one breath of oxygen in the suffocating chaos we call our life, one heartbeat of serenity while the world outside plots our destruction. I want to show you something, I say eventually, helping her to her feet. I lead her through the house to a room near the master bedroom.
The door slides open silently, revealing a fully equipped nursery, pale eggshell walls, a snow-white crib, stuffed animals arranged on shelves. Rowan gasps. When did you? I had it prepared when I bought the property. I run my hand over the crib railing. Just in case. Tears fill her eyes. It's perfect. I take Sophia from her arms. It still terrifies me how small she is, how fragile. But I'm learning. I place her in the crib. She stirs briefly before settling again, one tiny fist escaping the blanket to rest beside her face. Rowan leans against me. We should sleep while she does. You sleep, I tell her. I'll watch over you both. She studies me for a moment, then nods. Okay, but just for tonight. I help her to the master bedroom, where she practically collapses onto the bed. Within seconds, she's asleep, breathing gently. I return to the nursery and pull a chair beside Sophia's crib. From here, I can see both her and the doorway to our bedroom. I check my phone. It's glowing with messages from Arkady about the ongoing hunt for the Solovyovs, reports on my father's movements, updates on security measures at Akopov properties across the tri-state area. The world outside is still in chaos, but that's outside. In here, I have the only sounds I need. My woman, my daughter. The hunt can wait until morning. I kiss Sophia's forehead one last time before I leave. I'll be back tonight, I tell Rowan. She's propped up against the headboard, our daughter tucked in her arms. The security team has explicit instructions.
No one enters without my authorization. Rowan's eyes, tired but alert, find mine. Where are you going? I could lie, make up some gauche stuff about supply runs or security sweeps, but we promised no more half-truths between us. To see my father. Her body tenses immediately. Vince, it needs to be done. I check my weapon and slide it into its holster. This can't wait. He tried to have me kidnapped while I was in labor. The tremor in her voice betrays the trauma still lurking beneath her calm exterior. Are you sure this is wise? No, I'm not really sure of anything anymore, not since finding her blood on our marble floor. What I am sure of is that someone must pay, and payment starts with the man who organized this in the first place. If I don't address this now, he'll see it as weakness, I explain, sitting on the edge of the bed. And weakness invites more attempts. She squints as she studies my face. You're going to kill him. I'm going to do what's necessary. Rowan moves Sophia to her other arm, wincing slightly. She's still healing, still raw from childbirth. The doctors said it would take weeks for her body to recover. But we don't have weeks. We have hours, minutes maybe. Mere fragments of safety before the next storm comes really plowing in to upend everything. Gosh, Vince, just come back to us, she says finally. That's all I ask. I lean forward and kiss her softly, breathing in the scent of her milk and soap, velvet and purity. Always, I promise. As I drive toward my father's estate, I try to organize the chaos in my head. Every cell in my body screams for retribution. Blood on white marble, but this time it will be his, and there will be rivers of it, oceans of it, enough to drown him and every man who ever helped carry out his bidding. But the rage is tempered with something I'm far less familiar with: responsibility. I owe things to people now. I have promises to uphold, and that complicates everything. Because the man Rowan believes in wouldn't murder his own father in cold blood. But the man I've been for 31 years wants exactly that. Which man wins? The gates of my father's estate, my childhood home, swing open as I approach. The guards recognize my car. They've been instructed to let me pass no matter what. They don't know that this might be the last time their boss draws breath. I park in front of the main house and shut off the engine. For a moment, I just sit there, hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles bleach white. For Rowan, for Sophia. Carve those words into my really bones. They're all that matters now. The house is oddly quiet as I enter. No staff visible, no security inside. Just the hollow echo of my footsteps across marble floors I've walked since I was a boy. My father is waiting in his study, of course. Where else would he be? The same place where he's delivered every disappointment, every punishment, every lesson in what it means to be an Akopov. I don't knock. He looks up from his desk as I enter. His silver eyebrows lift in mock surprise. Vincent, what an... Save it, I say, closing the door behind me. You know exactly why I'm here. He leans back in his leather chair, studying me. He doesn't appear worried. Either he's very confident or very, very stupid. I assume this is about your wife's unfortunate adventure. He reaches for his crystal tumbler of whiskey, taking a leisurely sip. My gun is in my hand before I consciously decide to draw it. The barrel points steadily at his forehead. Unfortunate adventure. My voice, when it emerges, is dangerously soft. You had her kidnapped while she was in labor. He sighs, as if I'm overreacting. Put the gun away, son. Let's discuss this like civilized men.
There's nothing civilized about what happened. I take a step closer, gun still raised. She could have died. Our daughter could have died. But they didn't. He sets down his glass. They're both safe now, aren't they? No thanks to you. On the contrary, his eyes, the same cold blue as mine, glint with something like amusement. Everything went according to plan. The statement is so absurd, so detached from reality, that I almost laugh. Instead, I take yet another step closer, pressing the barrel of my gun against his temple. His pulse beats steadily under the skin, unhurried. What real plan? I hiss. Explain it to me, old man. Explain how orchestrating my wife's abduction while she was in labor was part of any rational plan. He says nothing for several long ticks of the grandfather clock on the wall. Just stares at me, the same dead-eyed gaze he's worn since my mother died. The plan, he begins carefully, was to prove a point. What point? That you need the family. All your talk of going legitimate, of breaking away, of doing things your own way, it's a fantasy. He doesn't shy away from the gun. I was going to have my men bring her here, where she'd be safe, protected, and then I was going to wait for you to come for her. And when you arrived, desperate and furious, I would show you that only the Akopov family, only our way of doing things, could have kept her truly safe. His voice finally begins to fray at the edges. Proof that all your new ideas, your American wife with her corporate strategies and legal niceties, were inadequate. The gun trembles in my hand, not from hesitation, from rage. You risked her life, our child's life, for a really lesson, and I told you so? The lesson was necessary, he insists. You've been slipping away, Vincent, abandoning what made us strong, what made you strong. But you messed up, didn't you? I snarl. Maybe I'm not the one who needs lessons, Otets. A flash of something, not quite guilt, not quite regret, but something adjacent crosses his face. The Solovyovs weren't part of the plan. They intercepted my men. Things went wrong. Things went wrong, I echo flatly. The mere presence of those words on my tongue is repulsive beyond measure. Do you have any idea what she went through? That was unfortunate. She gave birth in a filthy factory, surrounded by men who wanted to use our baby as leverage. She nearly died, and all you can say is unfortunate? My finger tightens on the trigger. One squeeze. That's all it would take. One squeeze and 30 years of Andrei Akopov's toxic influence on my life would end. One squeeze and Rowan would be safe from his manipulations. One squeeze and I could fulfill the promise I made to myself when I found her blood on our floor. But Rowan's face flashes in my mind. Her voice. Come back to us.
Would I be whole if I executed my own father? Would that be the kind of man who deserves her? Who deserves to raise Sophia? And beyond the moral question lies the practical one. My father's death now, under these circumstances, would trigger chaos within the Bratva. Power struggles, vendettas, blood on floors not just here, but across the entire city, country, world. Precisely the kind of instability that would endanger my family further. I lower the gun slowly. You miscalculated, I tell him, my voice frigid. For the first and last time. He watches me warily. What do you mean? I mean that as of this moment, you are no longer in operational control of the Akopov organization. I holster my weapon. You will retain your title, your public position, your place at the head of the family table. But every decision,
Every order, every movement of men or money or resources will go through me first. He barks a laugh. The council would never agree to this. The council already has. His eyes widen fractionally. What? While you were orchestrating your little demonstration, I was securing their loyalty. I give him a cold smile. They know about Costa Rica. They know about the shipping contracts. They know how you've been systematically sabotaging our legitimate business ventures. Those ventures are a mistake. Those ventures are the future, I cut him off, and the council sees that now. They understand what you refuse to get through your thick, really head. We must adapt or die. He stares at me. And if I refuse this arrangement, then I finish what I started just now. I gesture to the spot where my gun had been pressed against his skull. And not one man alive will mourn your passing. Silence yawns between us. The grandfather clock in the corner ticks away seconds that feel like hours. Outside, rain begins to fall, pattering against the windows in a gentle rhythm at odds with the tension in the room. Finally, my father nods. Once, curtly. Very well. He reaches for his whiskey again. I accept your terms. For now. No, not for now. Forever. I lean in close enough to see the broken capillaries in his eyes, the bloody remnants of a lifetime of power and fear, and understand this, Father. If you ever make a move against Rowan or Sophia again, our blood relation won't matter. I'll end you without hesitation or regret. He studies me, searching for weakness. He finds none. You really would kill me for them, wouldn't you? In a heartbeat. He looks utterly pleased with that. You truly are my son. No. I straighten, buttoning my jacket. I'm better than you ever were. I turn and walk toward the door. Our business concluded. Vincent, he calls after me. I pause, but don't turn around. The Solovyovs won't stop. And if Grigor Petrov discovers who your wife really is, I'll handle it, I interrupt. All of it. We could handle it together. At that, I do turn. I look back at him, this man who has shaped so much of who I am, who taught me to kill, to lead, to command respect and fear in equal measure. This man who nearly got my wife and daughter killed for the sake of a lesson. Not anymore, I tell him. Those days are over. The rain has intensified by the time I return to my car. I sit behind the wheel for a long moment, letting the water drum against the roof, drowning out the chaos in my head. Part of me, a large part, is disappointed. My father deserves worse from this compromise. He deserves pain for what he put Rowan through, what he put our daughter through. But the other part, the part that's growing stronger each day, recognizes that this is the wiser path, for now at least. I start the engine and head back to the safe house, back to my family. Vince. Rowan is feeding Sophia when I return, propped against pillows in our bed, looking exhausted but radiant. She glances up as I enter. Her eyes are immediately searching my face, my clothes, my hands for signs of what happened. You didn't kill him, she concludes after a moment. No. I remove my jacket and holster, setting them aside. I didn't. Why not? I sit on the edge of the bed to watch our daughter nurse. Her tiny fist rests against Rowan's breast, milk-drunk and at ease. Because the man you believe I can be wouldn't do that, I answer honestly. And because his death right now would create more problems than it solves. I explain the arrangement I've made with my father, how he'll retain his symbolic position while I take control of operations, how the council has backed my play,
how this uneasy detente gives us breathing room while maintaining the stability of the organization. With each word, Rowan's expression grows more troubled. "So he just gets away with it?" she finally asks, voice trembling with constrained fury. "After what he did to us?" "No, he doesn't get away with anything." I reach out to stroke Sophia's pillow-soft head. "He loses the one thing he truly values, power. And he lives knowing that his next misstep will be his last." "He orchestrated my kidnapping, Vince." She swallows hard. "While I was in labor, he put our daughter at risk before she even took her first breath." I know. The rage I've been suppressing threatens to surface again. And believe me, Rowan, I wanted nothing more than to put a bullet in his head, to make him suffer for what he did to you both. Then why didn't you? I consider my answer carefully. Because that would have been the easy choice, the expected choice, what my father would have done in my position. I meet her eyes. And because you've shown me there can be another way. Sophia detaches from Rowan's breast with a small sound. Rowan automatically lifts her to her shoulder, patting her back gently to burp her. "I'm not asking you to forgive him," I continue. "I haven't. I won't. Really knows I'll never do that. But this arrangement protects us from the chaos his death would trigger right now. It gives us time to strengthen our position, to secure our territory, to fully prepare for what comes next." She's silent for a long moment. "And what is next, Vince?" she finally asks. "Where does this lead?" "To a day when we don't have to look over our shoulders anymore." I reach for her hand. "When Sophia doesn't need a security detail to go to the playground. When we can build something that isn't founded on blood and fear." Rowan sighs, and her chin droops to her chest. "I want to hate this compromise, you know. I know. But I understand why you made it." She squeezes my hand. "I don't like it, but I understand it." I nod, looking down at Sophia's face. She yawns, tiny pink lips forming a perfect O. My chest inflates with a feeling I still don't have a name for, this mixture of love and terror that threatens to overwhelm me every time I look at her. "I'm trying to be worthy of you both," I whisper. "I swear to freaking God I'm trying." Rowan places Sophia in her bassinet, then crawls into my lap. She takes my face between her palms. "You did the right thing." I close my eyes and savor her smell. Milk and blood and life. I want to believe in what she's saying, but she's wrong. The right thing would have been slitting my father's throat, watching him drown in his own blood, taking what's mine by force, not compromise. And that's the freaking problem. I'll always be torn between the monster they created and the man I want to be. For now, this fragile peace buys us time, but blood always demands more blood. Always. Rowan. The nightmare always starts the same way. I'm outside Vince's panic room, crawling on hands and knees, blood hot and wet between my legs. The code panel is just out of reach, my fingers stretching, straining. One number left. Just one. Then the contraction hits, a vicious hammer fist of pain that makes my vision go white. I fall. And when it clears, they're there. Shadows with guns, speaking Russian. Hands grabbing me. Sophia kicking inside me, desperate to escape. I wake gasping, sweat-soaked, my hands cupping my stomach, even though Sophia is no longer there. "Just a dream," I whisper to the dark. "Just a dream." But it wasn't just a dream. It happened. 2 weeks ago, it all happened.
I look over at the bassinet beside our bed. Sophia sleeps, her tiny chest rising and falling in perfect rhythm. She has no idea how she came into this world, no memory of the concrete floor or the blood-stained mattress.
Lucky her. I slide out of bed, careful not to wake Vince. He's a light sleeper these days, keeps one eye open even in rest. The dark circles under his eyes match mine. Neither of us has slept properly since it happened. In the bathroom, I splash cold water on my face and avoid my reflection. I know what I'll see. Hollow eyes, sharp cheekbones. A woman still haunted by what she endured. Physical recovery is one thing. The doctors that Vince brings to check on me say I'm healing well, all things considered. But the other part? The part where I close my eyes and feel phantom hands grabbing me, where every unexpected noise sends my heart racing? That's a different story. When I return to the bedroom, Vince is sitting up, already reaching for his gun on the nightstand. It's just me, I say quickly. He relaxes, but only slightly. Nightmare again? I nod as I slide back into bed, the same one. His arm wraps around me. You're safe now, both of you. I know, but do I? Does anyone in this life ever feel truly safe? Sophia was making little noises in her sleep earlier, I say as a means of changing the subject. She scrunches her nose just like you do when you're thinking. His chest rumbles with a quiet laugh. Poor kid. Let's hope that's all she gets from me. I turn to face him, studying his features in the dim light. She could do worse. You're not half bad to look at. He kisses my forehead, his beard scratching pleasantly against my skin. I like that he's growing it longer these days. You should sleep. Morning comes too soon. I want to, but sleep means more nightmares, more blood, more fear. Tell me something, I whisper, something good to think about. Vince is quiet for a moment. His fingers trace idle patterns on my back. I've been thinking about teaching Sophia to swim when she's older, he says finally. There's a lake near one of our hunting lodges in Vermont. Clear blue water. Safe. I close my eyes and imagine it. Vince teaching our daughter to float, to trust the water. His strong hands supporting her tiny body. The sun warming our skin. I'd like that, I murmur. With that picture in my mind, I drift back to sleep. Morning brings a different kind of tension. Agent Carver called, Vince announces, as I'm nursing Sophia in the living room. My stomach tightens. Special Agent David Carver of the FBI, the man who's been investigating Vince's business dealings for the past year, the man who questioned me after the FBI raid on Akopov Industries months ago. Not exactly the best friend of the Bratva, all things considered. Why now? I ask. Your kidnapping caught their attention. Vince's jaw tightens. Not the details, but enough for them to take a renewed interest in us. What did you tell him? Nothing yet. He paces the room. Restless energy slakes off of him in pulsating waves. I told him I'd get back to him. I adjust Sophia at my breast. Her tiny hands scrabble at my skin. We knew this was coming. The FBI isn't exactly known for their lack of follow-through. You don't have to talk to him. We can refuse. I look up sharply. And make them even more suspicious? Make them think we have something to hide? We do have something to hide, Rowan. No, I counter. The Solovyovs have something to hide. They're the ones who took me. Vince stops pacing, his blue eyes locked on mine. And what about my father's involvement, the Bratva connection? Are you prepared to explain all that under federal deposition? I take a deep breath. I think we need to be strategic about this. Selective cooperation. There's no such thing. His voice hardens. You give them an inch, they take a mile. That's how they operate. So does refusing to talk. It only makes them dig deeper. I switch Sophia to the other breast.
After a brief whine, she latches on and begins suckling again. What if we used this as an opportunity? An opportunity for what? To redirect their attention away from your legitimate business and toward the Solovyovs. He sits beside me, expression guarded. Explain. I tell them a version of the truth, that I was kidnapped by Russian criminals, that they wanted to use me and the baby as leverage in some kind of turf war. I don't mention your father or the Bratva directly, but he's already shaking his head before I even finish. It's too risky, he says. You slip up once, say the wrong thing, and they'll have enough to build a case against me. You don't trust me? It's not about trust. It's about protection. A small burp from Sophia breaks the tension. We both look at her, this tiny miracle we created together. I know you want to keep us locked away from the world, I say more gently, to build walls so high no one can ever reach us again. But Vincent, we can't live like that. No one can. His hand comes up to cup Sophia's head. His touch is infinitely tender, despite the turmoil in his eyes. I almost lost you both, he rasps. I can't. I won't take that risk again. I place my hand over his. If I don't talk to Carver, he'll make his own conclusions, and those conclusions will place you at the center of everything that happened. Vince is silent for a long moment. Finally, he nods once. All right. You meet with him at a location of my choosing, with my security nearby. Agreed. And I tell him an edited version of the truth, enough to redirect his attention to the Solovyovs without implicating you or your business. No details about the Bratva, nothing about my father. Of course not. I'll keep it focused on the kidnapping itself. He scrutinizes me. You're not the same woman you were before all this, are you? I'm not sure whether to laugh or cry. No, I admit, after a moment, I'm not. Good, he says simply. The old Rowan wouldn't survive in this world. He's not wrong. I am different. Harder edges where I used to bend, plated armor where I once had raw nerves. The transformation isn't just physical, it's bone deep, cellular. This new Rowan wears her changes like invisible tattoos. The meeting is set for tomorrow afternoon, Vince continues. We'll go over your statement tonight, practice what you'll say, prepare for his questions. I nod, but a shadow of doubt creeps in. Vince, how deep am I in your world now, really? His hand finds mine, fingers interlacing. As deep as I am. It's not the answer I wanted, but it's the truth. And these days, I'll take truth over comfort every time. Rowan. Agent Carver looks exactly as I remember. Tall, lean, with penetrating eyes and a perpetually skeptical expression. He sits across from me at a private dining room in an upscale Manhattan restaurant, Vince's choice of venue. Let no one say he lacks taste. Mrs. Akopov, he greets me, his gaze flickering briefly to my modest black dress. You're looking well, considering the circumstances. Thank you for meeting me here, I reply coolly. I'm still recovering, and being close to home is helpful. He nods, opening a folder on the table. I understand you were abducted from your home 2 weeks ago while in labor? Yes. And you gave birth while in captivity? The memory pings. Pain, fear, blood on concrete. I force it down. Yes, my daughter was born in a facility of some kind. Industrial, I think. I wasn't exactly in a state to take detailed notes. The tension in his face eases. Of course. Can you tell me what you remember about the people who took you? I take a careful sip of water. Everything in this conversation is choreographed. What I'll say, what I won't say, how much emotion to show or to hide. Vince and I practiced for hours. They spoke Russian, I begin. The woman who watched me said the word Solovyov at one point. I gathered they were some kind of criminal organization. Carver's pen pauses above his notepad. Solovyov? You're certain? I nod.
I've picked up a little Russian since marrying Vincent, enough to understand that much. And what did they want from you? They said I was leverage.
That my husband would pay anything to get us back. Carver studies me. The tiniest crinkle of his eyes at the corners belies the gears whirring in his head. Mrs. Akopov, are you aware that the Solovyov organization is a major criminal enterprise with ties to human trafficking, drugs, and weapons smuggling? I know they're dangerous people, I say carefully. That much was obvious, from the kidnapping part of things. And are you aware that they have a long-standing rivalry with your husband's family? The trap is obvious. I maintain eye contact, refusing to flinch. My husband runs a shipping company and real estate development firm, Agent Carver. If criminals targeted me because they think he has money, that doesn't make him a criminal. Carver's mouth twitches. Mrs. Akopov, Rowan, may I be frank? Please? I find it hard to believe you've been married to Vincent Akopov for over 6 months and remain completely unaware of his family's connections. What connections would those be? Your husband comes from a long line of Russian immigrants with ties to organized crime dating back generations. The Akopov family isn't just wealthy, they're powerful in the kind of ways that don't appear on tax returns. And they're dangerous in the kind of way that usually leads to unmarked graves, if you catch my drift. My heart pounds, but I maintain my composure. Agent Carver, I've just survived a traumatic kidnapping and given birth in captivity. If you have questions about my husband's business dealings, perhaps you should direct them to him or his lawyers. I'm more interested in your role, he demurs, leaning forward. Did you know that withholding information in a federal investigation is a crime? I'm not withholding anything. I'm telling you what happened to me. Are you? His eyes bore into mine. Or are you telling me what your husband instructed you to say? A flare of anger scythes through the carefully rehearsed script in my head. I take a breath to temper it. Then I veer off course. Do you have children, Agent Carver? He blinks, momentarily thrown. No. Then you can't possibly understand what it's like to give birth on a filthy mattress while strangers with guns decide whether you live or die. My voice remains level, but it carries a glistening edge that wasn't there before. You can't imagine holding your newborn daughter and wondering if she'll ever see her father, or if you'll both be killed once you've outlived your usefulness. I lean forward, matching his intensity. I'm not a victim because of who I married, Agent Carver. I'm a victim because criminals decided to use me as a pawn in whatever game they're playing. And if you want to solve actual crimes instead of pursuing personal vendettas, you might consider investigating the people who took me, not the man who saved me. Carver sits back in his chair. Those eyes remain crinkled. You've changed since we last spoke, Mrs. Akopov. You seem different. Trauma does that to a person. So does indoctrination. The accusation sizzles between us. He waits to see if I'll take the bait, but I only take another sip of water as I let the silence stretch to its breaking point. Are we done? I ask finally. For now, he closes his folder. I'll be in touch if I have more questions. I'm sure you will. As I stand to leave, he makes one final comment. Just remember, Mrs. Akopov, the company you keep defines you. In the eyes of the law, there's very little difference between a criminal and someone who knowingly benefits from criminal activity. Lie down with the dogs and get fleas, as they say. He tucks his folder under his arm. I hope you know what you're doing. Vince is waiting in the car. How did it go? About as well as we expected. I sink into the leather seat, suddenly exhausted.
He doesn't believe I'm just an innocent bystander. You're not, Vince says bluntly. Not anymore. His words echo Carver's too closely for comfort. I turn to look out the window as the city slides by, glass and steel melting into streaks of dark and light. Is that what I am now? I ask quietly. A criminal by association? Vince's hand finds mine, his grip firm. You're the mother of my child, my wife, my partner. Whatever label the world wants to put on that is their problem, not ours. But it is our problem. I face him again. Carver all but said I could be charged as an accomplice if he builds a case against you. He's trying to scare you. It's working. Vince doesn't look at me, but I see how his knuckles flex on the steering wheel. Tell me what you're really worried about, Rowan. Question of the freaking year. What am I worried about? Not prison. That seems almost abstract compared to what we've already faced. Certainly not social stigma or public opinion. I'm worried about who I'm becoming, I admit finally. The woman who sat across from Carver today and lied by omission, she isn't who I thought I'd be. She's stronger than you thought you could be, Vince counters. But is she still a good person? Vince doesn't answer immediately, which I appreciate. A pat reassurance would ring false right now. Thank you very much. I think, he says slowly, that good and bad are luxuries for people who've never had to fight for survival. They're fairy tales we tell people whose morality has never been tested by having a gun to their head, or worse, a gun to their child's head. He turns to look at me, his eyes bright blue and searingly honest. You protected our daughter when I couldn't. You survived when many wouldn't have. And now you're doing what needs to be done to keep our family safe. If that's not good, then really being good. I don't want it. A laugh escapes me, quiet and tired, but genuine. Ever the philosopher. His thumb strokes my palm. I'm serious, Rowan. I've spent my life doing things most people would consider unforgivable. I've never claimed to be good. But you? His voice softens. You make me want to be better. And watching you navigate this impossible situation with such grace, it humbles me. Tears prick my eyes. I don't feel Briscoe. I feel like I'm stumbling in the dark. We both are. He squeezes my fingers. The difference is, I'm used to the dark. You're still learning how to see in it. The car pulls up to our secure compound. Through the window, I can see the gardens, the high walls, the armed guards. Our beautiful prison, our necessary sanctuary. Agent Carver will be back, I warn. And he won't be alone next time. Vince's snarl is steel and smoke, lethal, dark. We'll be ready. Vince. My phone vibrates while I'm watching Rowan feed Sophia. With that simple buzz, the quiet domesticity of the moment, my wife's sing-song humming, our daughter's tiny grunts as she nurses, goes up in freaking smoke. Vin? Arkadi's voice is taut. Warning bells immediately ring in my head. We have a situation at the medical facility. What kind of situation? I step out of the bedroom, keeping my voice pitched low so Rowan can't hear me over her lullabies. Yuri Belyev was caught trying to access Rowan's medical records. My blood freezes. Yuri Belyev, one of my father's most loyal captains, a man who wouldn't take a piss without Andre's explicit written permission? How do you know it was Rowan's records specifically? Because the moron asked for them by name. Patient file for Vincent Akopov. The docs alerted security immediately. Where is the Mudak now? Being held at the warehouse on Canal. Thought you'd want to handle this personally. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Make sure he's comfortable. I don't bother explaining. Arkady understands exactly what kind of comfort I mean. I end the call and take a deep breath, composing myself before returning to the bedroom. Everything okay? Rowan asks, looking up.
She's burping Sophia, but her brow is furrowed as she glances at me. Business matter, I say smoothly. I need to step out for a few hours. Anything serious? Nothing I can't handle. I lean down to kiss her forehead, then Sophia's. I won't be long. Be careful, she orders. Always am. I force a smile I don't feel. Get some rest. You look tired. She nods, already turning her attention back to Sophia. The sight of them together, my entire world condensed into two beings, fuels the cold fury building inside me. My father has broken our arrangement. Again. This time, there will be consequences. The warehouse on Canal Street has served as our interrogation site for 3 generations of Akopovs. The basement level is soundproofed, the drains built into the concrete floor designed for easy cleaning. Yuri sits tied to a metal chair in the center of the room, his wrists secured to the armrests with zip ties. His eyes widen when he sees me. Vincent, he begins, this is a misunderstanding. I strike him across the face before he can finish. The crack of my knuckles against his cheekbone echoes in the sparse room. Let's skip the part where you lie to me, I suggest, shrugging off my suit jacket and handing it to Arkady. I roll up my sleeves methodically. We both know why you're here. Your father only wanted information about her recovery. Yuri sputters as blood trickles from his split lip. For the family's well-being. Another blow silences him. This one loosens a tooth. I shake out my hand, the sting across my knuckles barely registering. My wife's medical records are not within my father's purview. I circle behind him, letting him feel my presence without seeing me. Our arrangement was clear. He maintains his symbolic position while I handle operations. He doesn't get to monitor my family. He worries about the heir, Yuri gasps, about the bloodline. I grab a fistful of his hair, yanking his head back until he's staring up at me. My daughter is none of his concern. Vincent, please. What else? I release him abruptly. What other ways has my father been worrying about my family? Yuri doesn't answer right away. His eyes dart to the tools laid out on a metal table nearby. Pliers, a car battery with jumper cables, a hammer. We did not invent these methods, but I'm certain we've perfected them. I can do this all day, Yorochka. I select the pliers and test their grip. The tiny plink of the 2 metal heads clicking together might as well be a scream. But I doubt you can. 4 hours later, I have my answers, and they're worse than I imagined. My father hasn't just been seeking information about Rowan and Sophia. He's been systematically undermining my authority since our arrangement, contacting my captains behind my back, issuing contradictory orders, suggesting to our associates that my judgment is compromised by my American wife. Worst of all, he's been in contact with elements within the Solovyev organization. Not to align with them, even my father isn't that foolish, but to leverage their threat against me, to create chaos he can step in and solve when I inevitably fail. By the time I'm finished, Yuri is barely conscious. His face is unrecognizable. 2 fingers broken. Electrical burns mark his torso where the jumper cables kissed his skin. I haven't enjoyed it. That's the thing about this kind of work. It's not about pleasure. It's about necessity, about extracting information efficiently. But I can't deny the satisfaction of finally understanding the full scope of my father's betrayal. Call the council, I command Arkady as I wash blood from my hands in a rusty sink. Emergency meeting. Tonight. All of them? Every last one. I dry my hands on a rough towel and make sure my father attends.
What about him? Arkady nods toward Yuri. I study the broken man. Which weighs more, his usefulness or his crimes? Clean him up, enough that he can kneel. I want the council to see him. And after, I meet Arkady's eyes. He already knows the answer. After, he'll serve as a message. The council chamber falls silent as I enter. 14 men rise from their seats around the long oak table. Captains, lieutenants, the power brokers of the Akopov bratva. My father sits at the far end, his silver eyebrows drawn together in displeasure. What is the meaning of this emergency session? He demands. Instead of answering, I nod to Arkady, who opens the door. 2 men drag Yuri into the room, forcing him to his knees in the center of the chamber. Folders containing evidence of my father's betrayal are scattered around him. My father's face betrays nothing, but I see the minute tensing of his shoulders. Gentlemen, I address the room, ignoring him entirely. I've called you here to witness a lesson in loyalty. I circle Yuri slowly. This man, a trusted captain within our organization, was caught attempting to access my wife's medical records on my father's orders. I gesture to the folders. Further investigation revealed a pattern of betrayal that threatens not just my family, but the stability of our entire operation. Murmurs ripple through the room. Several council members pick up folders and scan the contents with grim expressions. My father and I had an arrangement, I continue. He would maintain his symbolic position while I assumed operational control. This arrangement was meant to preserve our strength during a vulnerable transition. I lock eyes with Andrei. Unfortunately, my father mistook my love for weakness. These are baseless accusations, my father interjects. Yuri acted on his own initiative. I had no knowledge. Shut up. My voice carves right through his lies. You've lost the privilege of speaking in this chamber. The room goes deadly quiet. No one has ever spoken to Andrei Akopov this way before. Not in front of the council. Not even me. I draw my gun from its holster. Without hesitation, without ceremony, I press it to the back of Yuri's head and pull the trigger. The gunshot is deafening in the confined space. Yuri crumples forward, blood and matter splattering across the polished floor. Several council members flinch. Others remain stone-faced. They know the necessity of what's happening. I holster my weapon and face the council. Yuri's blood still warm on my hands. I've shown mercy once, I announce. There won't be a second time. My father's expression is glacial as I outline the new security protocols. From this moment forward, all communications will flow through me. My father will be removed from all operational decisions. His security detail will be replaced with men loyal to me. His movements will be monitored. His contacts restricted. He will become a prisoner in his own kingdom. Anyone found violating these protocols will face the same fate as Yuri, I conclude. Any questions? Silence answers me. One by one, the council members nod their understanding. This meeting is adjourned, I declare. Arkady will provide each of you with detailed instructions regarding the new protocols. As the men file out, I remain standing, Yuri's body at my feet. My father is the last to leave, pausing at the door to look back at me. You've made your choice, he says quietly. No, father. I meet his gaze. You made it for me. I spend 30 minutes in the shower when I get home, scrubbing away every trace of blood, every molecule of gunpowder residue. The water runs scalding hot, turning my skin red, but I welcome the pain. It helps me compartmentalize, helps me transition from the monster who executed a man in cold blood to the husband and father waiting for me in the other room. But some stains don't wash away so easily. Rowan is in the nursery when I find her, rocking Sophia to sleep.
The scene is so serene, so pure, it makes my chest ache. How can I deserve this after what I've done tonight? There you are, she whispers, looking up with a smile that falters when she sees my face. Everything okay? Fine, I say, keeping my voice light. Just a long meeting. She studies me with those green eyes that see too much, that have always seen too much. Vince, she says softly, what happened? Nothing you need to worry about. I cross the room and kiss the top of her head, careful not to disturb Sophia. Business matters. Boring stuff. But Rowan isn't fooled. She never is. Her hand reaches up to touch my face, fingers tracing the hard set of my jaw. I know that look, she murmurs.
I haven't seen it in a while, but I know it. I turn away, unable to meet her gaze. It's late. You should get some rest. Vince. Her voice stops me at the doorway. Whatever it is, you can tell me. We promised no more secrets, remember? I look back at my wife, and I lie to her. There's nothing to tell, really. I force a smile. Get some sleep. I'll be in shortly. In the unlit living room, I stand by the window, staring out at the wild darkness beyond the security lights. Tonight, I became the man I swore to Rowan I was leaving behind. I had no choice. My father's betrayal left me no alternative. But how can I look Rowan in the eye and tell her what I've done? How can I admit that the monster still lives inside me, that he always will? She worked so hard to soften me, to believe in the better man I could become, the man worthy of her, worthy of Sophia. Tonight, I failed them both, and the worst part is, I'd do it again, without hesitation. The need to protect them burns too fiercely, consumes too completely. If eliminating threats means reverting to the man I was, cold, calculated, merciless, then that's the price I'll pay. Even if it means hiding the truth from the woman I love, even if it means becoming, once more, the very thing she fears. Rowan. He's slipping away. I see it in the granite set of his jaw, the frost crystallizing in those blue eyes, colder than they've been in months. I'm not really stupid. His hands were raw when he came home, scrubbed clean, but I know the difference between shower clean and evidence clean. Tonight, Vince came home with blood on his soul, if not his hands. No more secrets, he promised. We promised. But his lies hover between us like ghosts, these shapeless things I can almost touch. The Bratva is dragging him back into the darkness, piece by piece. That other life always waits for him like an addiction he can't quite kick. Vince has disappeared into his study, probably thinking I'd fall asleep without him. He doesn't realize I haven't slept properly since the kidnapping. Every time I close my eyes, I'm back in that room, bleeding on that filthy mattress, terrified my baby wouldn't survive. Some nights, the phantom pain in my womb still feels real enough to make me double over. But tonight isn't about my trauma. It's about whatever Vince isn't telling me. I rise silently and pad out of the room. I stop in the nursery as I go. It's a marvel that something so pure as our daughter could come from our difficult circumstances. She's sleeping, one tiny fist curled beside her face like it's raised in victory. Running my fingers through my tangled hair, I decide enough is enough. Whatever demon is eating Vince alive, I'm not letting it devour him in silence. I find him in his study, staring at the wall of security monitors. His back is to me, shoulders rigid beneath his white dress shirt. The glass of whiskey in his hand is untouched. "What happened tonight?" I ask, skipping the pretense. He doesn't turn around. "I told you, business matters." "Nonsense." I plant my fists on my hips. "Answer the question." He turns,
and for a split second, I see unfiltered anguish before the mask slides back into place. Rowan, drop it, please. No. I step into the room and cross the distance between us. You came home with death in your eyes, Vince. I've seen that look before. His jaw clenches. Some things are better left alone. Not between us. I place my hand on his chest, feeling his heart throbbing beneath my palm. No more secrets, remember? That was our deal after everything with your father. The mention of Andre makes something dangerous dance across Vince's face. What did he do? I whisper, understanding suddenly crystallizing. What did he do this time? Vince sets down his untouched whiskey with deliberate care. He tried to access your medical records at the hospital, sent one of his men to get them. Why would he? Information is power, Vince says flatly. The more he knows about your recovery, about Sophia, the more leverage he has. I wrap my arms around myself, suddenly cold despite the room's warmth. And you handled it? Vince's eyes meet mine, unflinching. Yes. One syllable, nothing more, dripping with implications I'm not sure I want unpacked. Did you kill someone? For a while, he says nothing. Then, barely audible, yes. The world doesn't kilt. The ground doesn't open up beneath my feet. Life just keeps on ticking, and I just stand there, absorbing this truth like it's any other mundane confession, like he's told me he forgot to pick up milk or pay a bill. Who? I ask. Yuri Belyayev, my father's captain, the one who tried to access your records. Vince watches me carefully, waiting for horror, for revulsion. I made an example of him in front of the council to show them what happens when someone threatens my family. And your father? Has been placed under what amounts to house arrest. The set of Vince's jaw solidifies. It had to be done, Rowan. He left me no choice. Why didn't you tell me? I ask, softer now. Vince looks away. I didn't want you to see that side of me again. That man is a monster. That man is my husband. I take his face between my hands. And I didn't marry half of you, Vince. I married all of you. The parts that read me romance novels in bed, and the parts that would cut 1,000 throats down to keep us safe. His breath catches, like my acceptance is the last thing he expected. Maybe it's the last thing I expected too. I've tried so hard, he whispers, to be the man you deserve. You already are. I rest my forehead against his, and when that means protecting us, I don't get to judge the methods. His arms wrap around me, pulling me against him with desperate strength. I feel his body trembling, the release of tension he's been holding since he walked through the door. I was sure you'd hate me, he mumbles into my hair. I could never hate you. I pull back enough to look into his eyes. But I need the truth, Vince. Always. Even when it's ugly, even when it's covered in blood. Maybe, even especially then. He kisses me then, hard and hungry, like a drowning man finding air. I kiss him back just as hard. How I wanted to erase the distance between us, to prove with my actions what my words might not fully convey, that I understand him, that I accept him, that the line between monster and protector blurred into meaninglessness for me long ago. His hands are rough as they slide beneath my shirt. He grips my waist with bruising intensity. My still healing body protests. And we can't, not yet. It's too soon. So for now, as we part reluctantly, I don't go far. I melt against him, my face pressed in the hollow of his throat, and I quietly inhale all the scents that mark him as mine. I shake my head without lifting it from his skin. Do you remember what you said to me that night in my apartment, after the car crash? He breathes.
waits. You told me I could be furious with you, but at least I was alive to feel it. I lean away and brush his silver-streaked hair back from his forehead. That's what tonight was about, as far as I'm concerned. Keeping us alive, no matter what it took. Vince's eyes darken. I would kill every person in the Brodfa if it meant keeping you and Sophia safe. I wouldn't hesitate. I know. I touch my lips to his. That's why I love you. Rowan. The sound of men's voices pulls me from sleep. Not just any voices. These voices are panicking, tense, urgent, hushed, but still carrying through our secure compound. My eyes snap open to find Vince's side of the bed empty, the sheets cold. He's been up for a while. Something's wrong. I slide out of bed and jog to check on Sophia in her bassinet. She's still asleep, just as I left her. So I grab my robe and move to the bedroom door, pressing my ear against it until the sounds start to take shape. Additional teams on the north perimeter. That's Vince's voice, controlled but barely. How many men? Arcady's voice now. At least 30, maybe more in the woods, armed, heavily. My heart rate spikes. I open the door and step into the hallway.
The main living area of our secure compound has transformed overnight. Armed guards at every window. Men I've never seen before are busy checking weapons. 2 of Vince's tech guys are hunched over monitors, displaying security camera feeds. Vince stands at the center of the mayhem, barking orders left and right. He doesn't look surprised to see me. "What's happening?" I ask, crossing to him. "We're fine." He takes my hands. "Is Sophia?" "Still asleep." "Vince, what's going on?" He hesitates, and I know whatever comes next is bad. "We have visitors." He guides me to the kitchen, away from the others. Grigor Petrov and his men have established a perimeter around the property. It takes a moment for the words to register. Grigor Petrov, my father, my biological father. What? I grip the counter behind me. How did he find us? I thought this place was secret. Vince pours coffee into a mug and hands it to me. His movements are rock steady, but I can feel the tension radiating from him. It was. Not anymore. I take a sip of coffee. Are they attacking? Not yet. This is a show of force. A message. What message? Vince's eyes meet mine. Grigor wants to meet you. And Sophia, too. He's given us 3 days to arrange it, or he'll consider our refusal a hostile action. My breath catches. 3 days to decide whether to meet the man who fathered me, the man who, until now, didn't even know I existed? "Rowan," he starts. Seeing that I'm teetering, Vince takes the mug from my trembling hands. This changes nothing. We increase security, we refuse the meeting, and we wait them out. I gawk at him. That's your plan? It's the only plan that keeps you and Sophia safe. You don't think he'd hurt his own daughter and granddaughter, do you? Vince's laugh is short and bitter. You don't know Grigor Petrov. Neither do you. I push away from the counter. Not really. Not as my father. He's not your father. Vince's voice hardens. He supplied DNA. That's it. But don't you think it's strange that he's not attacking yet? If he just wanted leverage against you, he'd have tried to take us already. This is what he does. He plays games. Or maybe he genuinely wants to meet me. Vince runs a hand through his hair, exasperation etched clear on his face. And you want to meet him too? The head of a criminal organization that's been at war with my family for generations? I'm curious, I admit sheepishly. Wouldn't you be? Not enough to risk your life. Or Sophia's. I take a deep breath. What if we negotiate terms? Meet on neutral ground with security for both sides? Absolutely not. Vince, this is not up for discussion, Rowan. His voice rises. Then he checks himself, glancing toward the bedroom where Sophia sleeps. I will not gamble with your safety.
It's not gambling if we're careful. I step closer to him. And it's not your decision alone. His eyes narrow. What does that mean? It means he's my biological father, so it's my choice whether I want to meet him. Is it your choice alone to expose our daughter to danger? That's a slap in the face. Not fair. None of this is fair. He slams his palm against the counter. We've barely recovered from your kidnapping, Rowan. Sophia isn't even a month old. And now Grigor freaking Petrov shows up demanding an audience? He didn't kidnap me, Vince. Your father did. The moment the words leave my mouth, I know I've hit below the belt. Vince goes deathly still. I'm sorry, I whisper. I shouldn't have said that. It's the truth. His voice is flat. But it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant, ultimately. I won't let your naivete put my family in danger. I pause as I hunt for the right words to explain the feeling that's been growing since I first learned about Grigor. I've spent my entire life not knowing where I came from, I whisper finally. Who I got my green eyes from, or my terrible singing voice, or my tendency to overthink everything. Vince's gaze doesn't waver. And if it's a trap, then we handle it together, like we've handled everything else. He turns away, bracing both hands on the counter. I can see the battle raging within him, and I want like hell to be on his side to fight it. What if I lose you? The question is so quiet, I almost miss it. I go to him, wrapping my arms around his waist and pressing my cheek against his back. You won't. You don't know that. His body remains rigid. You don't know what these people are capable of. I know what you're capable of. I slip around to face him. And I know that together, we've survived worse than a meeting with Grigor Petrov. He cups my chin. I can't lose you, Rowan. His voice breaks. Either of you. It would destroy me. You won't lose us. I rise on tiptoes to kiss him. I promise. Rowan, secrets have a weight to them, a density. That's what nobody tells you, how heavy the truth is when it's finally dumped in your lap. Like those weighted blankets they sell on Instagram, except instead of soothing your anxiety, it suffocates you. For 27 years, I existed in blissful ignorance. Margaret St. Clair was my mother, father unknown and irrelevant. Now I discover I'm the daughter of Grigor Petrov, and he wants to meet me. I have 3 days to decide if I say yes or not. That's not exactly a long time to figure out if I want to look into the eyes of the man whose DNA I carry, the man whose blood has made me a target in a war I never signed up for. Vince wants me to hide. Me? I want answers. So now we wait, trapped in this limbo of paramilitary paranoia as Vince quadruples security and treats our compound like it's about to become the next Alamo. I can feel his fear, not for himself, but for Sophia and me. I should be focusing on staying safe, on being a mother to our newborn daughter. Healing from the trauma of birth by kidnapping is kind of a full-time job, you know? But I can't stop thinking about the man in the woods, my father, the stranger with my eyes. Life has a sick sense of humor sometimes. It's been 2 days since Grigor's ultimatum. I'm in the nursery folding Sophia's impossibly tiny onesies when my phone rings. Weirdly, it's Dr. Patel. My heart flutters with recognition, my hands suddenly clumsy as I answer. Hello? Mrs. Akopov? This is Dr. Patel. His voice is steady, professional, the voice of someone who's practiced delivering devastating news. I know what he's going to say before he says it. I'm afraid I have some concerning news about your mother's latest scans. The onesie in my hands, a ridiculous green thing with "RAR means I love you" in dinosaur, drops to the floor. How bad? I ask. It's a very aggressive recurrence. The experimental treatment was working. But he pauses, clears his throat, tries again. Cancer is unpredictable, Mrs. Akopov. It found a way around our defenses. My legs give out. I sink to the nursery floor, my back flat against Sophia's crib. This soft, gentle room, this carefully curated sanctuary of pastels and plush toys, suddenly feels like it's closing in on me. What are the options? We can try a different protocol, but with this level of aggression, another pause. You might want to come see her. Soon. The call ends. My phone slips from my hand and thuds against the plush cream carpet. My mother is dying. Well, my mother has always been dying, in a way. From the moment I was old enough to understand what cancer meant, I've been preparing to lose her. But this time feels different, final. And really, if the timing isn't cosmically cruel, my biological father demands to meet me just as the woman who raised me is slipping away. I don't realize I'm crying until Sophia starts fussing in response to my sobs. I wipe my face hastily, then lift her from the crib. "I'm sorry, baby girl," I whisper, inhaling her newborn scent, that intoxicating mix of baby lotion and pure, untainted innocence. Mommy's okay. I'm not okay, not even remotely. But for her, I'll fake it. I make myself functional. I feed Sophia, I change her. I put her down for a nap with the white noise machine singing whale songs to her. Then I find my husband in his study, surrounded by security monitors and armed men. "I need to see my mother," I announce without preamble. Vince looks up, his eyes instantly cataloging my red-rimmed eyes, my trembling hands. "What happened? Dr. Patel just called me. The cancer's back, and it's aggressive." His face drops with genuine sorrow. For all his flaws, Vince has always understood what my mother means to me. "I'll arrange secure transport," he says, already reaching for his phone. "No." I shake my head. "I need to go now, alone." The room falls silent. Even the guards seem to hold their breath. "Absolutely not." Vince's tone brooks no argument. "Grigor's men are still out there. They won't touch me. I'm his daughter, remember?" "Rowan, my mother is dying, Vince." My voice cracks. "I need to see her. Without an armed escort. Without turning a hospital visit into really 0 dark 30, okay? It's not safe. Nothing is safe. Our entire life is a very minefield." I step closer to his desk, lowering my voice. "Please, let me do this one normal thing. Let me say goodbye to my mother without bulletproof glass between us." He studies me, conflict raging behind his eyes. "Okay," he finally says. "Arcady drives you. First sign of trouble, you call me." It's more than I expected. I nod, not trusting my voice. "Thank you." Rowan, Mount Sinai Hospital. How many hours have I spent in these sterile halls? How many cups of vending machine coffee have I choked down while waiting for test results? The oncology ward's familiar antiseptic smell hits me as I step off the elevator. I hurry down the hallway and pause outside my mother's door, steeling myself for what I'll find. She's asleep when I enter. She looks frail. Her cheekbones jut sharply beneath skin the shade of old paper. The experimental treatment had given her some weight, some color, some life. But it seems now like that was only borrowed, and it's time to pay it back with interest. She looks worse than ever before. "Mom?" I touch her hand gently. Her eyes flutter open. Recognition dawns slowly, followed by a smile that breaks my heart. "Ro." "Hi, Mom." I sit beside her and thread my fingers through hers. "How are you feeling?" "Like I've been hit by a truck," she coughs weakly, "but seeing you helps." I force a smile, though my chest feels like it's being crushed. "Dr. Patel called me." "Ah," she sighs. "Bad news travels fast." "Why didn't you tell me?" I ask, unable to keep the accusation from my voice. "You just had a baby, sweetheart. You were kidnapped. You have enough to deal with."
Typical Margaret St. Clair, always protecting me, even when she's the one who needs protection. "We can try something else," I say, the desperation evident in my voice. "Another treatment. Vince can—" "Rowan." She squeezes my hand with surprising strength. We both know how this story ends. Tears blur my vision. It's not fair. Life rarely is. She tries to sit up, but the effort makes her wince. "How's my granddaughter?" "Perfect." I pull out my phone, showing her recent photos of Sophia. "She has your smile." Mom studies the pictures with a wistful smile. "She's beautiful. There's something in her eyes, though." She pauses, her gaze distant. "Reminds me of her grandfather." "My grandfather, you mean? Like your dad?" Mom meets my eyes with quiet certainty. "No, sweetheart. I mean Grigor." My heart stutters in my chest. "You know about Grigor? But how?" "Oh, Rowan." She reaches for my hand, her grip surprisingly firm. "Of course I know. I've always known who your father is. But wait, how? When? Why didn't you ever tell me?" The questions tumble out, each one louder than the last. "I knew this day would come," she sighs, pushing herself to sit straighter and ignoring my efforts to help. "I met Grigor Petrov in the summer of 1995. I lean forward, hungry for every detail of this story I've never heard. He came in every Thursday, always sat in my section, and always left ridiculous tips. A faint smile touches her lips. He was charming, almost too charming, the kind of man your grandmother warned me about. "Did you know who he was?" I ask, "or what he was?" "Not at first. By the time I figured it out, I was already in love with him." Her voice grows wistful. "We had 3 months together." "What happened?" Reality intruded. There was an incident. A rival of his was found dead. The FBI started asking questions. She looks away. "Grigor wanted to marry me, to bring me into his world. But I'd seen enough to know I couldn't live that life. The irony isn't lost on me. Here I am, married to a Bratva Pakan, living exactly the life my mother fled." "So you left him?" She nods. "I disappeared, moved to Albany." She meets my eyes again. "I was 2 months pregnant with you." "Did he know?" My voice barely rises above a whisper. "No." She shakes her head. "I never told him. I thought I was protecting you." My entire understanding of my past, of myself, wobbles beneath my feet. "He knows now," I tell her. Her eyes widen. "How?" I give her the abbreviated version. Vince's investigation, the folder with my name, the revelation that I'm Gregor's daughter. "And now he wants to meet me," I finish. Mom closes her eyes briefly. "Be careful, Rowan. Grigor isn't evil, but he's complicated. He lives by a different code. Did you love him?" I need to know, suddenly desperate to understand this piece of my history. "With my whole heart." No hesitation. He's the only man I ever truly loved. "Then why?" "Because love isn't always enough." She squeezes her hand again. "Sometimes we have to choose between what we want and what is right." Then she falls back onto the pillows, too tired for more. But my mind is reeling. All those years of wondering, all those unanswered questions, the whole time, my mother knew. She always knew. And now she's leaving me, just as the puzzle pieces are finally falling into place. I stand and leave a kiss on her forehead. "I love you, Mom." She doesn't stir. I slip out of the room, but I pause at the end of the hallway. I don't know what to feel. Angry? Sad? Hopeful? Something else? Something new? I'm not sure. What I do know is that I'm done running, done hiding, done living in reaction to secrets others have kept from me. It's time to write my own story. For myself, for Sophia,
for the family I've built with Vince, starting with meeting my father. I step into the hallway, already composing the argument I'll make to Vince, and freeze. Standing 10 feet away, clutching a bouquet of yellow daisies, my mother's favorites, is Natalie. Our eyes lock. The daisies tremble in her grip. Hi, Ro. Rowan, my feet root to the hospital linoleum. Natalie. She stands frozen, clutching those yellow daisies, my mother's favorites. Her hair is longer than I remember, tied back in a messy ponytail. Dark circles shadow her eyes. I didn't know you'd be here, she says softly. I was just bringing these for your mom. The nurses told me she's not doing well. The normalcy of her tone makes my blood boil, like we're still friends, like she didn't spend years lying to my face. How thoughtful, I reply, my voice arctic. Spying on my dying mother now? Natalie winces. I deserve that. You deserve a hell of a lot worse. A nurse passes, glancing curiously at us. I step closer to Natalie, lowering my voice. What are you doing here, Nat? Really? She shifts her weight, eyes downcast. I've been visiting Margaret every couple of weeks, since before everything happened. You've been visiting my mother? The betrayal somehow cuts deeper. Without telling me? She was kind to me when my own mom died, Ro. I couldn't just abandon her because you were exposed as a paid informant? I finish for her. Because your entire friendship with me was a lie? Not all of it, she whispers. An orderly pushes an empty gurney past us. The squeak of its wheels against the floor sounds unnaturally loud in the charged silence. Let's not do this here, I say finally. I nod toward a small waiting area down the hall.
It's empty, with uncomfortable-looking chairs and a dead plant in the corner. Natalie follows me, still clutching those stupid daisies like a lifeline. We sit opposite each other, eyes not quite meeting. She sets the flowers on a nearby table and clears her throat. I'm so sorry, Rowan, for all of it. I don't want your apology. I want an explanation. I cross my arms. Was anything real? Any of it? Natalie takes a deep breath. It started in college, junior year. My dad lost his job, and then my mama got sick, brain tumor. The medical bills were crushing us. I remember this part, her mother's illness, the family's financial struggles. I'd even helped her apply for hospital payment plans. One day, this guy approached me on campus, said his employer had an opportunity for me. Easy money. She laughs bitterly. All I had to do was befriend a certain girl in my marketing class and report back occasionally. Nothing illegal, he promised, just keeping tabs. And that girl was me? I say flatly. She nods. I didn't know why they were interested in you. They just said you were connected to something important. My mind races back to college, to the shy, broke girl who'd sat next to me in Marketing 301 and somehow became my closest friend. The same girl who'd later helped me get the job at Akopov Industries. Jesus, Natalie, you engineered our entire friendship? The thought alone makes me sick. No, her voice cracks. I mean, yes, I approached you because they told me to, and yes, I recommended you for the job at Akopov because they wanted you there. But Ro, somewhere along the way, I forgot I was being paid to be your friend. How convenient. It's the truth. Her eyes fill with tears. Remember when you caught the flu during finals week senior year? I stayed up all night making you soup and quizzing you for exams. That wasn't for them. That was for you. I do remember. Natalie had camped out on my dorm room floor for 3 days, force-feeding me Tylenol and chicken soup. Who was paying you? I demand, though I already know. I never met him directly, not until after you were married. She twists her hands in her lap. I reported to an intermediary,
A man named Arkady. The pieces click into place. Vince had been tracking me since college, long before I walked in on him and his secretary, long before I fell in love with him. Everything, my entire adult life, had been orchestrated. What did you tell them? My voice sounds hollow, even to my own ears. Basic stuff at first. Your schedule, who you were dating, if you ever mentioned the name Akopov or anything about the bratva. She looks down. Later, it became more specific. They wanted to know if you seemed interested in Vincent, if you ever talked about him. And did I? A hint of a smile touches her lips. You know you did. The humiliation burns hot on my cheeks. All those late-night conversations, me drunkenly confessing my inappropriate fantasies about my boss, had gone straight to Vince himself. So when he hired me as his assistant, he already knew everything about you? And you just went along with it, watching me fall into their trap? The anger rises in my throat. Is that why you didn't come when I called you that day, right before everything went to hell? Natalie's face drains of color. What? No, I did come, Rowan. She looks down, fingers trembling. But I was too late. By the time I got there, you were gone. Arkady wouldn't tell me anything, she continues, tears streaming now. I showed up at the Akopov estate screaming, demanding to know where you were. I threatened to go to the police with everything I knew about them. You did? My voice is barely audible. I thought they'd killed you, Ro, and that it was my fault for getting you involved with them in the first place. I don't know what to say, so I stay quiet. I tried to protect you, Natalie insists. I left things out of my reports, downplayed how attracted you were to him. When they wanted me to encourage you to accept his assistant position, I actually tried to talk you out of it at first, remember? I do remember. Natalie had seemed strangely concerned about me working directly for Vince. I even warned you about Vince's reputation, she continues. I thought if you knew he was a womanizer, you might keep your distance. I bark a bitter laugh. Fat lot of good that did. By then, I think he was already fixated on you. Nothing was going to stop it. Natalie wipes a tear from her cheek. And then you got pregnant, and everything went crazy, and suddenly you were married to him, and you still kept reporting to them? I cut her off. She nods miserably. They had over 8 years of leverage on me by then, Rowan. Videos of me accepting money, recordings of my reports, if it ever got out what I'd done. So you sacrificed me to save yourself. I thought you were okay. She leans forward earnestly. You seemed happy with him. You were having a baby. I told myself I wasn't really hurting you anymore. The irony isn't lost on me. I'd made similar justifications when I discovered Vince's criminal activities, that loving him wasn't wrong, so long as I wasn't directly involved in his darker world. And then you disappeared, Natalie continues. Her voice breaks. I thought you were dead, Ro. I thought I'd helped get you killed. The raw pain in her face gives me pause. Whatever else she might be lying about, this grief seems genuine. Natalie called my phone 53 times while you were missing. A deep voice interrupts from the doorway. We both look up to find Vince standing there. His face is unreadable as he stares at Natalie. She also came to our house, demanding to know where you were, he continues as he approaches. Arkady had physically removed her from the property. Natalie doesn't flinch under his gaze. I thought you'd killed her. And now? His eyebrow arches. Now I think you actually love her, Natalie answers simply, though I'm still not sure that's a good thing. An uncomfortable silence falls as I try to absorb everything. I look at Natalie, my friend, my betrayer, and feel the tangled emotions warring within me. Rage at her deception, pain at the years of lies, and underneath it all, a reluctant thread of understanding I can't bring myself to snip. After all, haven't I made my own compromises for financial security? Haven't I closed my eyes to certain truths about my husband to preserve the life we've built? Arkadi's waiting in the car, Vince says to me. We should go. I nod and stand. Rowan, Natalie rises too, desperate. Please, I know I can't undo what I did, but our friendship was real, at least for me. And I swear I tried to help you that day. I would have done anything to stop what happened. I look at her, really look at her. The girl who held my hair back when I drank too much at college parties. The woman who brought me coffee during all-nighters before big presentations. The friend who'd stood beside me through breakups and job interviews and my mother's cancer treatments. Maybe some of it was real. Maybe. But not enough. I can't do this right now, Natalie, I say finally. I've got a dying mother, a newborn daughter, and my biological father camping outside our house with an army. I don't have room for your guilt. Her face crumples. I understand. I move past her toward the door where Vince waits. But something makes me pause, my hand on the doorframe. The daisies, I say without turning. Mom likes them in a blue vase. There's one in the cabinet under the sink in her room. It's not forgiveness. It's barely even acknowledgement. But it's something. Take care of yourself, Nat, I add softly. And thank you for trying to help me when it mattered. Then I let Vince guide me out of the hospital, his hand warm and steady at the small of my back. Another day, another betrayal revealed, another crack in the foundation of who I thought I was. But at least this time, I'm the one who gets to decide what happens next. Vince. The phone call comes at 3 a.m. I'm half awake already, watching my women sleep.
Sophia's fist rests against Rowan's breast, like she's staking her claim even in slumber, as if I needed proof that she's my daughter, mine. Both of them are mine. They've found peace I can't afford, not in this life. But that doesn't mean I can't watch them and breathe just the tiniest bit easier, knowing that my sacrifices help them sleep without nightmares. But then comes the call. The phone vibrates against the nightstand. I grab it before the sound can wake them. Speak, I answer, voice low as I slip from the bedroom. Arkady wastes no time. Kevin Peterson is dead. I frown. That's impossible. He's in Costa Rica. He was in Costa Rica. Arkady pauses. Until someone put 3 bullets in his head and dumped him in the ocean. Local fishermen found the body this morning. I press my fingers to the bridge of my nose, feeling the beginning of a migraine. Who gave the order? That's just it, boss. No one knows. It wasn't one of our people in Costa Rica. They're as surprised as we are. Gosh, I rub my temples. Get me everything. Security footage, witness statements, autopsy report. I want to know what he ate for breakfast 3 weeks ago. Copy that. I hang up and stare out the window at the pre-dawn darkness. This makes no sense. Kevin Peterson was supposed to be safe. I'd given explicit instructions for him to be relocated, not eliminated. Someone in my organization has directly defied me. And it's not just about one middling former employee. It's about what I promised, that I could show mercy, that I could find solutions beyond violence. Now I'll have to tell her I failed. Before I can process this, my phone rings again. Arkady again. Him calling back that quickly can only be bad. Tell me you have better news, I answer. I wish. His voice is grim. The financing for the Costa Rica project has fallen through. Completely. The banks have pulled out. All of them. All of them. We had 5 different institutions backing us. All of them, he confirms, within hours of each other. Like it was coordinated. This isn't a coincidence, I growl. Get to the compound, bring everything we have on the financing arrangements. There's one more thing, Arkady adds with a wince, like he's worried this last straw will be what pushes me over the edge.
Nikolai Barkov's men have been moving around Brighton Beach, gathering, like they're preparing for something. Gosh, the sun is just beginning to rise when Arkady arrives in person, his face strained as he drops a stack of files on my desk. The lead bank's president claims they received information suggesting the project was a money laundering operation, he explains. What information? Financial records and internal communications, mostly. Some of it manufactured, some of it real, but taken wildly out of context. Arkady spreads out several documents. Whoever did this had access to material only someone inside our organization would have. I examine the financial records, anger building with each page I turn. These are sophisticated forgeries, transaction histories, and wire transfers doctored to make legitimate business dealings look suspicious. This is professional work, I mutter, not Barkov. He's always been a blunt instrument, even before we sawed off his edges. I agree. Arkady leans against the desk. This is someone with intimate knowledge of our operations. My father. Arkady's expression darkens. Your father is still under house arrest. His communications are monitored. Monitored, not eliminated. He still has loyalists. True, but this doesn't feel like Andre's style either. Too passive. I stand and pace to the window. The betrayal burns in my chest. I'd shown mercy to Kevin Peterson against every instinct beaten into me since childhood because Rowan believed I could be better than my father. And now, Peterson is dead anyway, the Costa Rica project is in ruins, and I'll have to face her disappointment. After everything she's been through, the kidnapping, giving birth in captivity, discovering her biological father, this feels like one more failure I can't protect her from. The timing is too perfect, I say. Kevin's death, the financing collapse, Barkov's movements. Someone's making a play against us. But who has that level of access? That's what we need to find out. I turn back to him. Start with the people who knew about Kevin's relocation. That was a closely guarded operation. Arkady nods. What about the banks? Should we try to salvage the financing? I shake my head. Too late for that, and too pointless. We need to identify the leak before we can rebuild. The sound of a door opening makes me look up. Rowan stands in the doorway, Sophia clutched against her chest. She's wearing one of my t-shirts, her hair loose around her shoulders. Even exhausted, she's an angel, and I'm about to disappoint her. What's going on? She asks, taking in the scattered papers and our grim expressions. Arkady, give us a minute. He nods and steps out, closing the door behind him. Rowan approaches my desk, shifting Sophia to her other arm. Vince, what's happened? I come around the desk and guide her to the leather sofa against the wall. Kevin Peterson is dead. Her eyes go huge. What? How? Executed. Professional hit. But you sent him to Costa Rica. You gave him a chance. Someone didn't agree with my decision. I take her free hand in mine. There's more. The financing for the Costa Rica development has collapsed. All 5 banks pulled out simultaneously. That's not a coincidence. No, it's not. I brush a strand of hair from her face. Someone with detailed knowledge of our operations has been feeding information to our enemies. You think it's your father? I'm not sure. But whoever it is, they're trying to undermine everything we're building. Rowan is quiet for a moment as she processes. Kevin had a family, she says finally. A mother in that care facility. I know. We'll make sure she's taken care of. Her eyes meet mine, and there's a weight to her gaze I wasn't expecting. Not disappointment, but something harder. Resolve. Find who did this, Vince. I will. No, you don't understand. Her voice turns to steel. Find them and make an example of them, the kind that ensures no one ever thinks of crossing you again. I stare at her, surprised. This is not the reaction I anticipated.
You once showed mercy for my sake, she continues, and someone threw that back in your face, used it to make you look weak. She glances down at our daughter. We can't afford to be seen as weak, not anymore. My heart clenches with a savage kind of satisfaction mixed with grief. The innocent woman I vowed to protect is dead, murdered by circumstance and necessity. In her place stands a queen of darkness, drenched in blood and shadows, who sees the brutal truth of my empire with eyes every bit as cold as mine. I'll handle it, I promise. My phone vibrates with a text. I check it, then look back at Rowan. Arkadiy's received some new information about Barkov's movements. I need to deal with this. Go. She stands, adjusting Sophia against her shoulder. Just remember what I said. I kiss her forehead, then Sophia's, before heading to the door. Arkadiy is waiting in the hallway, phone in hand. What have you got? I ask. One of Barkov's men was spotted meeting with someone at the marina. Security cameras caught this. He shows me a grainy image on his phone. The figure meeting with Barkov's associate is familiar. Tall, thin, with a distinctive way of standing. I've seen him dozens of times over the years. My father's accountant. Not my father directly, but close enough. Someone with access to all our financial records, all our business dealings, all our secrets. Get the car, I tell Arkadiy, and call Dmitri. Tell him to bring his special toolkit. What about Rowan? Should we increase security here? I glance back at the closed study door. Double the guard rotation. No one gets within a mile of this place without our knowledge. As we head for the door, my determination grows fangs. I'd attempted to become the merciful man Rowan thought I could be.
But someone mistook my restraint for vulnerability. That ends today. Rowan, she's coming to live with us, and that's final. I stand in the middle of Vince's study, arms crossed, feet planted. My voice doesn't waver. It's the same tone I used when I told that blonde Solovyov difficult person she couldn't take my newborn daughter. It says, I'm not asking permission. Vince looks up from his laptop. Rowan, the security concerns. I don't really care about security concerns. My mother is dying, Vince. She won't last much longer in that hospital. He closes his laptop. The compound is a target right now, with Grigor's men still patrolling our perimeter, with whoever killed Peterson still out there. All the more reason to have her here, where I can see her, where I can spend whatever time she has left with her. Something in my face must show just how serious I am, because Vince's shoulders drop. The East Wing, he says after a moment. We can convert the guest suite. It has separate access for medical staff, and it's far enough from Sophia's nursery that your mother won't be disturbed by crying. Relief floods through me, loosening the knot that's been sitting in my chest since Dr. Patel's call. Thank you. Vince rises from his desk and crosses to me. His hand cups my cheek, thumb brushing away a tear I didn't realize had fallen. I can't fix this for you, he says softly. I wish I could. I lean into his touch. Just help me make her comfortable. That's all I ask. Consider it done. 3 days later, the East Wing has been transformed. Hospital bed, medical monitors, oxygen tanks, everything Margaret might need. I've added personal touches too. Her favorite quilt at the foot of the bed, family photos on the nightstand, yellow daisies, fresh ones every day, in the bluest vase I could find. When the medical transport brings her from the hospital, I'm shocked by how much she's declined in just a few days. Her once vibrant eyes are sunken, cloudy, but she smiles when she sees the room I've prepared. You've been busy, she remarks as the nurses help her settle into the bed. I wanted it to feel like home. Once the nurses leave, promising to return in a few hours to check her vitals, I perch carefully on the edge of her bed. How are you feeling, Na? Really? Mom's laugh turns into a cough. Like I'm dying, sweetheart. No point sugarcoating it. I swallow hard. Mom,
It's okay, Ro. I've made my peace with it. She reaches for my hand with fingers like winter twigs. But before I go, there are things we need to discuss. Something in her tone makes my stomach clench. What things? Grigor, for one. Just the name sends a chill down my spine. What about him? You need to meet him, Rowan. I shake my head. Mom, that's not... Listen to me. Her grip tightens with surprising strength. I've spent your entire life protecting you from that world, and here you are, anyway, married to a Bratva captain. Pecan, I correct automatically. She smiles sadly. See? You're in it now, whether I wanted that for you or not. And if you're going to survive, you need to understand all sides of it, including Grigor. Vince thinks it's too dangerous. Of course he does. Grigor is his enemy. And you think I should just, what, have a father-daughter reunion? Pretend we're normal? Margaret's gaze grows distant. There was nothing normal about Grigor. But he wasn't evil, Rowan, despite what Vincent has probably told you. You loved him, I softly, remembering our conversation at the hospital. With my whole heart. He was, she sighs, complicated. Dangerous, yes. Capable of terrible things, but also capable of surprising tenderness. Why are you telling me this now? Because that little girl of yours... She nods toward the baby monitor where Sophia's soft breathing can be heard. She's Grigor's flesh and blood, too. And someday, she might need his protection. The thought sends a tremor rumbling through me. She has Vince. And what if something happens to Vince, huh? I'm dying, Rowan. I don't have time for niceties. She squeezes my hand again. In this world you've chosen, you need all the allies you can get, even unlikely ones. I stand and pace to the window, wrapping my arms around myself. Outside, armed guards patrol the grounds. Beyond them, somewhere in the trees, Grigor's men wait. I wouldn't even know what to say to him, I admit. You don't have to say anything. Margaret's voice softens. Just listen, learn, understand where you come from. I turn back to face her. You spent my entire life keeping me away from him. Why the change of heart? Because I was trying to keep you out of the Bratva world altogether. She gestures weakly at our surroundings. That ship has sailed, sweetheart. Now, I just want you to have every possible advantage in it. The intercom beside her bed buzzes. It's time for her medication. Think about it, she urges, as I move to help her with the pills. That's all I ask. Later, after she's drifted to sleep, I sit in the rocking chair beside her bed, watching her breathe. Each rise and fall of her chest terrifies me, because how can I know when it might be the last? I think about what she said, about Grigor, about Sophia potentially needing his protection someday. The idea alone makes my skin crawl. But haven't I learned that survival sometimes requires difficult choices, uncomfortable alliances? A soft knock on the door pulls me from my thoughts. Vince enters quietly, his eyes immediately assessing Margaret's sleeping form. "How is she?" he asks. "Weaker every hour," I whisper, "but comfortable at least." He nods, then holds out his hand to me. "Can we talk? In private?" Something in his expression makes my heart stutter. I follow him to the small sitting area adjacent to Margaret's room, close enough that I'll hear if she wakes. "What's wrong?" Vince runs a hand through his silver-streaked hair. "Agent Carver served papers today. He's formally requesting your testimony in their ongoing investigation of Akopov Industries." My blood runs cold. He can't just request my testimony. I'm your wife. He can, and he did. This isn't a casual chat over coffee like before. This is formal, Rowan. Federal agents. Sworn statements. Potential charges if they think you're lying. Charges? What charges? I haven't done anything. Vince's voice turns gentle. In their eyes, you're married to the head of what they believe is a criminal organization. That makes you complicit. I sink onto the sofa, mind racing. If I refuse, then they'll issue a summons. And if you ignore that, his voice trails off. They'll arrest me. I won't let that happen. The steel in his voice would be comforting if I didn't know firsthand that even Vincent Akopov can't control everything. When? Next week. Tuesday. I nod slowly, processing. Okay, we have time to prepare. Vince sits beside me, taking my hand. I've already called the lawyers. We'll have a strategy session tomorrow. They'll coach you on what to say, what not to say. I know how to handle Carver, I say, with more confidence than I feel. This isn't just Carver anymore. It's his superiors, the whole really Justice Department. His grip tightens. They're using you to get to me, Rowan. You know that, right? Of course I know that. I pull my hand from his and stand. I'm not naive, Vince. Not anymore. His eyes follow me as I pace the small room. I'm sorry, he says finally. For what? You didn't do this. For all of it. Your mother, Carver, Grigor. He gestures broadly. This isn't the life you signed up for. A bitter laugh escapes me. Isn't it? I knew who you were when I married you. Not all of it. No, I concede. Not all of it. We sit in silence for a moment, surrounded by all the things we cannot say. She thinks I should meet him, I blurt suddenly. Vince doesn't need to ask who I'm talking about. And what do you think? I sit beside him again, closer this time. I think she might be right, if only to understand what we're dealing with. His jaw tightens, but he doesn't immediately reject the idea. Progress. If, and I mean if, we were to consider this, it would be on our terms. Neutral ground.
Security protocols in place? Of course. I would be present the entire time. I wouldn't have it any other way. He studies my face. You're serious about this? I'm serious about keeping Sophia safe. If understanding Grigor helps with that, then yes, I'm serious. Vince is quiet for so long that I think he's going to refuse. Finally, he nods once. I'll make arrangements. But Rowan, his eyes lock with mine. If at any point I say we leave, we leave. No questions, no arguments. Agreed. From the next room, Margaret's voice calls weakly. I rise immediately. I should get back to her. Vince catches my hand. We'll figure this out. All of it. Together. I lean down and kiss his tattooed knuckles. Yeah, I whisper into his palm. I know. Vince, they're regrouping. Arkady's voice crackles through the secure line. For a man who never worries, he sounds really worried. Where? I ask, moving to the window of my study. Outside, the morning sun casts long shadows across the compound. Warehouses in Red Hook. Our surveillance caught at least 30 of those Solovyev jerks gathering last night. Heavy weapons, encrypted comms. This isn't a defensive posture, Vin. I watch as one of my security men passes below, rifles slung across his chest. How long? Days, probably. A week at most. I end the call and set the phone down slowly as I think. The Solovyovs are nothing if not predictable. Wounded pride demands retribution. They failed to keep Rowan and Sophia as leverage. Now they want blood. Mine, specifically. The door opens behind me. I don't need to turn to know it's Rowan. Her scent fills the room long before she does. Bad news? She asks. I turn to face her. Sophia sleeps against her shoulder, tiny fingers curled into that ever-present fist near her mouth. The sight still punches me in the gut. This perfect creature we created, slumbering with no idea of the chaos raging around her. The Solovyovs are mobilizing again. Her arms tighten instinctively around our daughter. Here? Not yet, but soon. I cross to them, brushing a finger across Sophia's cheek. We need to make a move before they do. What kind of move? Sophia's christening. Next week. Rowan blinks.
confusion replacing the fear in her eyes. We're doing her christening? Now? With everything that's happening? Especially now. I guide her to the leather sofa and sit beside her. It's time we remind everyone who we are. And who are we, Vincent? Her voice has that edge I've come to recognize, the warning before the storm. We're the Akopovs, strong, unafraid. I take her free hand in mine. A family that lives normally despite threats, that christens their daughter according to tradition, on schedule, that doesn't hide. Her eyes narrow. You want to use our daughter as a statement. I want to use the ceremony as a statement. There's a difference? Is there? Rowan adjusts Sophia's swaddle, because it sounds like you're putting her in the crosshairs to prove a point. I'm showing our enemies that we won't be cowed. She scowls. This isn't about us not being cowed, Vince. This is about you wanting to wave a red flag in front of a bull. She paces in front of me, voice tight but controlled so as not to wake our daughter. You're turning our baby's christening into a power play. I lean forward, elbows on my knees. Everything in our world is a power play, Rowan. Every action, every appearance, every event is interpreted as strength or weakness. She's an infant. She's an Akopov. The look Rowan gives me could freeze hell. No, I refuse to accept that. Accept it or don't, but it's reality, whether you like it or not. Your reality, maybe. She clutches Sophia tighter. I want something different for her. I rise slowly, maintaining careful distance to avoid escalating the tension. So do I. But right now, we're surrounded by enemies who respect only one thing. But you think they'll respect a christening? They kidnapped me while I was mid-labor, Vince. What makes you think they'll draw the line at a very church? Her voice rises, and Sophia stirs with a whimper. Rowan immediately softens her tone, kissing our daughter's head. I'm sorry, Angel. Mommy's sorry. I watch them, this fierce protector and the tiny life she shields. My chest aches with a mixture of love and frustration. Rowan, I step closer, keeping my voice low. I've never asked you to understand all of my decisions, but I need you to trust that I would never, ever put Sophia in danger, not intentionally. Her green eyes lock with mine. But your perspective is warped, Vince. You were raised to believe strength is about making a show, about never backing down. I was raised to believe strength is about protecting what matters, whatever it takes. They're not mutually exclusive, aren't they? Because right now, it feels like you're choosing the show over the protection. Her words cut deep, not because they're cruel, but because there's truth in them. I was taught from childhood that perception is everything. Show weakness, and you become prey. Show strength, and predators hesitate. But Rowan wasn't raised in that world. I go to the window again, giving myself space to think. Below, the security team changes shifts, men with guns protecting the perimeter of our home. Is this the life I want for my daughter? Always surrounded by weapons and threat assessments? No, but it's the life she has, for now. What if we compromise? I offer finally. Rowan's posture softens, but only slightly. I'm listening. A private ceremony, small, only essential family and a few strategic guests. She considers this, gently swaying as Sophia sleeps on. Define strategic guests. Arkady, Dmitri, heads of the allied families who need to see we're standing firm. I pause, and Grigor. Her eyes widen. My father? His presence would send a powerful message. The Petrovs standing with the Akopovs, even symbolically, would make the Solovyovs think twice. You hate Grigor? I do, but I love you and Sophia more than I hate him. A smile touches her lips. That's surprisingly mature of you. I have my moments. She joins me at the window, close enough that I can feel Sophia's gentle breath against my neck. No publicity, no photos, nothing that could appear in the press or on social media. Agreed. I kiss her forehead. And afterward, we accelerate our plans to neutralize the Solovyov threat permanently. She nods and leans over to rest against my chest. How did we get here, Vince? Sometimes it just feels like we're stuck in a bad dream. I wish I had a comforting answer, something that would erase the weariness in her voice. But I only have the truth. This is our life, Rowan. For now. But not forever. You promise? I swear. I tilt her chin up to look at me. One day, we'll plan Sophia's birthday parties without security protocols. Her smile is sad. I wonder if we'll even know how by then. Rowan. My right leg won't stop jittering. You don't have to do this, Vince says for the 100th time. His hand covers my bouncing knee. We can leave, right now. Just say the word. I take a deep breath and stare out the car window. The private dining room of the Four Seasons stands as neutral territory, neither Petrov nor Akopov ground. Both sides have swept it for bugs, checked for snipers, and verified escape routes. War preparations for a joyful family reunion. I need to do this. Vince's jaw tightens, but he nods. I'll be right beside you. I peek at the back seat where Arkady sits with Sophia's car seat situated between him and another guard. Sophie couldn't care less about any of the dramatics. She's fixated on Arkady's goofy grin and puffed-out cheeks. If only life were still so simple. Ready? Vince asks. No. Yes. I scoop up my daughter. Then we all get out of the car. We enter through a service corridor, avoiding the main restaurant. 6 of Vince's men create a barrier around us. Sophie promptly falls asleep against my chest. I thank God for the millionth time that she's such an easy baby. The dining room door looms ahead.
Beyond it waits the stranger who gave me half my DNA and left me to figure out the rest on my own. Remember, Vince murmurs, one word from you and we're gone. I nod, suddenly unable to speak. Arkady opens the door, and Vince guides me inside, his hand protective at the small of my back. The room is elegant. Crystal chandeliers, white tablecloths, delicate china, waiting on a table set for 4. But I notice none of that. My eyes lock immediately on the man standing by the window. My father. Grigor Petrov is tall, taller than I expected. Graying hair, impeccably styled, a sharp jaw covered with salt and pepper stubble. But it's his eyes that freeze me in place. My eyes, the same shade of green I see in the mirror every morning. Rowan. His voice is deeper than Vince's, but something in its cadence feels hauntingly familiar. Mr. Petrov. My voice sounds distant, like it belongs to someone else. Please. He gestures to the table. Sit. Vince's hand tightens on my waist. I feel him radiating tension, ready to intervene at the slightest provocation. We sit across from Grigor. Vince positions himself just a hair in front of me. Thank you for coming, Grigor begins, his eyes never leaving my face. I have waited many years for this day. Have you? His smile is small, melancholy. You have her skepticism. My mother taught me not to trust snakes. They tend to bite. Yes, Margaret was always wise like that. He folds his hands on the table. How is she? Dying. Grigor nods solemnly, like that's exactly what he expected. I am sorry to hear this. She is a remarkable woman. You don't know her. I knew her once, better than most. Vince shifts beside me. We're not here to discuss the past. Grigor's eyes flicker to Vince, cold and assessing, before returning to me. You look like her, he says, ignoring Vince completely. Around the mouth, the chin, but the eyes. His voice goes dreamy. Those are mine. Sophia stirs against my chest.
Grigor's gaze drops to the bundle in my arms, and something transforms in his face. The hard lines soften. The bitterness in his eyes gives way to something that looks suspiciously like wonder. My granddaughter. Yes, I find myself instinctively angling Sophia away from his view. Vince's hand finds my knee under the table, a warm, steady reassurance. Why now? I ask. You've had 27 years to find me. Why wait until now? Grigor leans back in his chair, studying me. I did not know you existed until you were nearly 5 years old. My breath catches. What? Margaret never told me she was pregnant when she left. His eyes grow distant with memory. She simply disappeared one day. I searched, of course, but your mother was clever. She knew how to vanish. I shake my head. She said you wanted to marry her, to bring her into your world. I did. His hands spread in a gesture that reminds me viscerally of myself. I loved her, but Margaret wanted a different life. So how did you find out about me? A server enters with water and conversation pauses. The silence looms taut and awkward until the door closes again. Chance, Grigor continues. One of my men saw Margaret in Albany with a little girl. A girl with my eyes. He drinks from his water glass. I had her investigated, discreetly. When I confirmed you were mine, I had to decide what to do. And what did you decide? To respect Margaret's choice. His voice grows quiet. She left my world to protect you from it. I would not undo that sacrifice by forcing my way back in. I feel my skepticism rising. You expect me to believe that a man like you just walked away? No. He reaches for a leather portfolio beside him. I did not walk away. I simply kept my distance. He opens the portfolio and slides a photograph across the table. It's me, maybe 6 years old, missing my 2 front teeth, holding an ice cream cone in Albany's Washington Park. I do a stunned double take. How did you get this? Instead of answering, he slides another photograph forward. Me at my high school graduation, accepting my diploma. Another, moving into my college dorm room. You've been watching me my entire life. Protecting you, he corrects, from a distance. I feel lightheaded, the room spinning as decades of my existence rearrange themselves around this new information. The telescope? I whisper. Grigor's eyebrows raise. Pardon? For my 12th birthday, I got this amazing telescope. Mom said it was from a distant relative. I stare at him. That was you? A small, satisfied smile crosses his face. You wanted to be an astronaut. I heard you needed proper equipment. And the prom dress, senior year, when Mom's treatment wiped out our savings? Grigor nods. It suited your complexion. I feel Vince tense beside me, his breathing pattern changing. This is new information to him, too. Why? I demand. Why do all that and never introduce yourself? Because Margaret was right. Grigor's eyes flick to Vince, then back to me. My world is dangerous. The farther you stayed from it, the safer you were. Vince makes a sound, something between a scoff and a laugh. You find this amusing, Akopov? Grigor's voice turns to ice. I find it really ironic, actually. Vince leans forward. You stayed away to protect her, yet here she is anyway, married to me, mother to my child, directly in the line of fire. Yes, Grigor's eyes narrow, here she is. Perhaps if you had stayed away as well, she would be safe now. My hand shoots out, grabbing Vince's wrist before he can respond. Stop, both of you. To my surprise, they do. I take a deep breath. You still haven't answered my question. Why now? After all these years of watching from the shadows, why step into the light? Grigor's eyes drop to Sophia. Because now there is more at stake than just you. Now there is a child. My blood. The next generation.
And family must be protected, especially in our world. Our world? I repeat. You claimed you wanted me far from your world. That time has passed. Grigor gestures to Vince, to the guards at the door. You have chosen your path, whether I wished it for you or not. And now you need every protection. I feel Sophia stir again, making those little snuffling sounds that precede waking. On instinct, I rock gently, soothing her. May I? Grigor asks, his eyes on Sophia. Vince's entire body coils with tension. Not a really chance, but something in me, some reckless curiosity, overrides caution. It's okay, I tell Vince. Carefully, I adjust the blanket so Grigor can see Sophia's face. I don't hand her over, I'm not that trusting, but I allow him this glimpse of his granddaughter. Grigor's expression transforms again. The last of the hardness melts away. In place of the mob boss is simply an old grandfather admiring his kin for the first time. She's perfect, he murmurs. Yes, she is. Grigor reaches slowly into his jacket pocket. Vince's hand immediately goes to his hip, where I know his gun rests. But Grigor only pulls out a small velvet box. For her, he explains, placing it on the table. A reminder of where she comes from. I make no move to take it. And where is that, exactly? From people who protect what is theirs. I stare at the box for a long moment before finally reaching for it. Inside rests a delicate gold bracelet, sized for an infant's wrist. A small charm hangs from it, a green emerald set in gold. I close the box and set it aside, neither accepting nor rejecting the gift. I didn't come here for presents. No. Grigor sits back. You came for answers. I came because my mother asked me to. I meet his gaze directly. Before she dies, she wanted me to understand where I come from. And do you? I look at this man, this stranger with my eyes, this criminal who sent anonymous gifts, this shadow who watched over me from a distance he deemed safe. I'm starting to. I look at Vince, who's still wary, then back to Grigor, whose posture is exactly the same as my husband's. Both men are doing what they think is right, to protect the people they loved. Two chips from the same block of ice. I have to ask, I say. You knew I was working at Akopov Industries.
You knew I was near, Vince. Why not warn me? Why let me walk into that world blind? Grigor considers the question. Would you have believed me? A stranger claiming to be your father, warning you away from a job opportunity? No, I admit, probably not. I considered it, he continues. When I learned where you were working, I had people watching more closely. But by then, he glances at Vince. It was already too late. Vince's jaw tightens. What's that supposed to mean? It means, Akopov, that you had already marked her. Grigor's voice holds no accusation, just statement of fact. I recognized the look. What look? The one I once had for Margaret. His eyes returned to me. By the time I could have intervened, you were already falling into his orbit. And I know enough about women with St. Clair blood to know they cannot be directed against their will. I find myself chuckling despite everything. On that, we can agree. Sophia chooses that moment to wake fully, her tiny fists waving as she lets out a cranky wail. I stand immediately. She's hungry, I explain. We should go. Grigor rises as well. Of course. An awkward silence falls. What's the protocol for saying goodbye to the biological father you just met? A handshake seems too formal, a hug too intimate. I settle for meeting his eyes directly. Thank you, I say, for explaining, for the photographs. He nods once. I would like to see you again. Both of you. Vince's hand finds the small of my back. Well, consider it. I don't recall asking you, Akopov, but you need my permission all the same. Vince steps closer to Grigor, his voice dropping. Don't mistake this meeting for an alliance. You may be her blood, but I am her husband. I am Sophia's father. Remember that.
Grigor doesn't back down. As you are remembering that I could have eliminated you years ago had I chosen. You certainly could have tried. Their faces are inches apart now, decades of Bratva rivalry crackling between them. Sophia's cries grow louder, and my patience thins. Enough, both of you. I step between them, Sophia clutched to my chest. We're leaving. Grigor steps back first. Think about what I said, Rowan. I will. Without another word, we leave, Vince's arm tight around my waist, guards falling into formation around us. In the car, Sophia finally quiets after I nurse her, her little eyes drifting closed as milk-drunk contentment overtakes her. You're quiet, Vince observes, watching me from across the car. Processing. He's manipulating you. I sigh, stroking Sophia's cheek. Is he? Or is he just a father who thought he was doing the right thing by staying away? Vince's face darkens. Don't tell me you believe that story. I don't know what to believe anymore. I stare out the window at the passing city. But I saw it, Vince. I saw myself in him. You're nothing like him, aren't I? I turn to face him. The determination, the protectiveness, the willingness to do whatever it takes to keep my family safe. I reach for his hand. Those parts of me that you love so much, they come from somewhere. Vince's fingers intertwine with mine, his grip almost painfully tight. You got the best parts without the cruelty. Maybe. I lean my head against his shoulder. Or maybe I just express it differently. What do you mean? Grigor thought distance was protection. You think constant vigilance is protection. I look up at him. Two sides of the same coin, really. His brow furrows. You're comparing me to Grigor Petrov? I'm observing similarities in how you both love. I bring his hand to my lips, and appreciating that you chose a more direct approach. Meaning? Meaning that while Grigor watched from afar, you stepped into the center of my life. I smile against his knuckles. For better or worse, you chose me up close, messy, real, present. The tension in his shoulders eases. Always. As the car speeds toward home, I realize I'm clutching the velvet box with Sophia's bracelet. I hadn't meant to take it, yet here it is, warm in my palm. Perhaps some connections can't be denied, no matter how complicated they might be. What are you thinking? Vince asks, studying my face. That I never expected to find my father. I rest my cheek against Sophia's head. And I certainly never expected him to have been there all along. Do you wish you'd known sooner? I consider this for a long moment, watching the city blur outside our windows. No, I decide finally. I think everything happened when it needed to happen. Vince's arm is warm and comforting around me. Including us? I smile, finding his eyes blue meeting my green, Akopov meeting past, present meeting past. Yes, I whisper. Especially us. Rowan. The knock on the door comes when I'm putting Sophia down for her afternoon nap. Sleep tight, little one, I whisper. Mama loves you. Another knock, more insistent this time. I slip out of the nursery and close the door gently behind me. The compound is crawling with security, so whoever's knocking has already been cleared. Still, I'm surprised to find Anastasia Kuznetsov standing in my foyer when I round the corner. She looks disheveled, not a word I'd typically associate with the polished Bratva princess who once sneered at me across a Michelin-starred dinner table. Her normally perfect blonde hair is pulled back in a messy ponytail. Her eyes are rimmed with red, mascara slightly smudged. She's wearing jeans, Levi's, not designer, and a simple white blouse. I blink. Anastasia? I need to talk to you. Her voice cracks. I didn't know where else to go. I hesitate. Anastasia and I have an unusual relationship, to say the least. It's not exactly tense, but I wouldn't go so far as calling us friends either. Come in, I say finally, gesturing toward the living room. Can I get you something to drink? Coffee? Wine? Wine, please. A lot of it. She collapses onto the sofa, a gesture so uncharacteristically vulnerable that alarm bells start ringing in my head. Is everything okay? I ask, as I pour her a generous glass of Cabernet. No. She accepts the wine and immediately chugs a long swallow. I raise my eyebrows. I've never heard Anastasia swear before. What happened? She stares into her wine glass for a long moment before looking up at me with haunted eyes. Daniel Petrov. Oh, I know, I say carefully. She just laughs bitterly. You knew? For how long? Vince told me a little while ago. I settle into the armchair across from her. I assumed you knew too, considering your relationship. Well, I didn't. She takes another sip of wine. I found out last night. He's been lying to me for years, pretending to be this normal American surgeon when all along he's been Grigor Petrov's son. How did you find out? I overheard him on the phone, speaking Russian. She laughs like it hurts her to do anything but that. Fluent, native Russian. About Bratva business. I study her carefully. And now you're here because you're the only person who might understand. Anastasia looks at me directly. You married a Bratva man knowing exactly what he is. She sets her glass down. How? How do you reconcile it? I suppress a laugh. Of all the people I expected to come seeking relationship advice, Anastasia Kuznetsov was at the bottom of the list. It's not about reconciling, I say after a moment. It's about acceptance. Acceptance of what? That the man I love is completely full of gush and our entire romance is a lie? That the man you love exists in a world where lying about his identity might be necessary? I lean forward. Daniel, or Danielle, is a Petrov. You're from a Bratva family that's allied with the Akopovs. Those families have been enemies for generations. So he couldn't trust me with the truth? Could you have trusted him with it when you first met? Really? She falls silent, considering. Danielle risked everything to be with you, I continue. He crossed family lines, betrayed his father's trust, put himself in constant danger, all for you. He still lied. Yes, he did. I refill her wine glass. The question is whether that lie negates everything else.
Anastasia takes another sip of wine, smaller this time. How do you do it? She asks softly. Honestly, I adjust in my seat. Some days, I don't know. There are mornings I wake up wondering if this is really my life, if I'm really raising a baby in a compound with armed guards, married to a man who kills people in boardrooms. She nods, waiting for me to continue. But then there are moments, Vince reading Sophia a bedtime story, or when he looks at me when he thinks I don't notice, that make everything else fade away. I shrug. I'm not saying it's easy. It's not. It's messy and terrifying, and sometimes I think I must be insane to have chosen this. Then why stay? Because I love him, I say simply. Even with all the danger and lies and complications, life with Vince is infinitely better than life without him. Anastasia keeps staring into her wine as if it's hiding answers from her. Daniel, or Daniil, God, my brain is a mess, wants me to meet his father, officially, as his fiancé. Meeting with Grigor, I muse. I can relate to that particular terror. We sat down yesterday. Her eyebrow floats upward. Oh, what was it like? Surreal. I toy with my fingernails as I think back on yesterday's meeting. Like looking into a mirror and seeing parts of yourself you never recognized before. Were you afraid? Yes, but not of him exactly. More of what he represented. This whole side of myself I never knew existed. Anastasia nods, understanding. I'm terrified, she admits. Loving a Petrov changes everything. Love tends to do that. I smile wryly. It reshapes your entire world, whether you're ready or not. She absorbs that with yet another slow nod, never taking her eyes off her wine, just twisting the stem in her hands back and forth, back and forth. I thought I was special, she muses quietly. I thought our situation, mine and Daniel's, was uniquely complicated. But hearing you talk about Vincent, She shakes her head. We're not so different, are we? No, I agree. We're not. I was so angry when I found out, she confesses. I threw things, I screamed, I told him to get out. Understandable. But the moment he walked out the door, I felt like I couldn't breathe. Her voice drops to a whisper. I've spent my entire life following rules, meeting expectations. Danielle, gosh, that's gonna take some getting used to, is the one thing I've ever chosen for myself. Sounds familiar, I say with a small smile. She looks up at me. Did I make a mistake coming here? No, I shake my head. Strangely enough, I think I might be the only person who could understand. I thought you hated me. I did, at first, when I thought you were going to marry Vince. I laugh softly, but that feels like a lifetime ago. Before Sophia, before a lot of things. We sit in companionable silence for a moment, the tension between us dissolving into something approaching camaraderie. Two women bound not by friendship, but by circumstance, by the shared experience of loving men whose worlds should have remained closed to us. She's beautiful, by the way, Anastasia says. Your daughter. Thank you, I smile. She has Vince's eyes. And your strength, I imagine? God help us all if that's true. Anastasia laughs for real this time, a genuine sound that transforms her face. As she does, I can see what Daniel must see in her. There's a person beneath the flawless makeup. There's a heart, a real one, a big one. I should go, she says, setting down her wine glass. Daniel is waiting for my answer about meeting his father. And what will you tell him? She stands, smoothing invisible wrinkles from her jeans. That I need time to think. But, she pauses, I think I already know what I'm going to do. Which is, love him anyway. She shrugs, a gesture so casual it seems out of place on her elegant frame. What other choice is there, really? A life without him would be colorless. I walk her to the door, but she lingers there for a moment. Thank you, she says at the threshold, for not turning me away, for being honest. Anytime. I mean it, to both her surprise and mine. I hope, she hesitates, I hope we can see more of each other, you and Vincent, me and Daniel. Despite everything, I'd like that. After she leaves, I return to the nursery. Sophia is still sleeping soundly. I stand there watching her, thinking about what just happened. She asked if I regretted loving Vincent. In answering her, I'd been more honest than I expected to be. Because there are moments, fleeting, terrible moments, when I do question the path I've taken. What kind of mother raises her child in a world of armed guards and blood feuds? What kind of wife stands by a man capable of such violence? What kind of woman am I to have chosen this life? But then I remember the hospital room where Vince held Sophia for the first time, his hands trembling, his eyes full of wonder and terror. Vince isn't perfect. Our life together isn't perfect, but it's ours. We fought for it, bled for it, nearly died for it. It's ours. I lean down and leave a gentle kiss on Sophia's forehead. Your daddy will be home soon, I whisper. And whatever happens, little one, we'll face it as a family. My daughter smiles in her sleep. Rowan, for the last time, we are not using white roses. Vince's voice carries through the entire East Wing. I roll my eyes at Sophia, who's perfectly content on her playmat, cooing at the ceiling mobile. Your daddy's a bit of a diva about flowers, I whisper. Didn't see that one coming. Christening preparations have turned my normally unflappable husband into a man obsessed with details. The ceremony is 3 days away, and Vince has opinions about everything: the guest list, the security protocols, the refreshments, and apparently the floral arrangements. Calla lilies, he insists to someone on the phone. They're elegant, distinctive, and nobody really dies at christenings with calla lilies. I scoop up Sophia and head toward his study. When I peek inside, Vince is pacing, phone to his ear, his free hand gesturing sharply as if the florist can see him. No, not ivory, pure white. And make sure he spots me, and his expression softens. Just handle it. I'll call you back. He hangs up and crosses to us, pressing a kiss to Sophia's head before dropping one on my lips. Everything okay? I ask. Really dandy. The flowers would suggest otherwise. He runs a hand through his silver-streaked hair. Details matter, Rowan. Every aspect of this ceremony sends a message about how particular we are about lilies, about our ability to maintain standards despite threats. He takes Sophia from me, bouncing her gently. My phone buzzes in my pocket. I pull it out to see a text from an unknown number. Need to talk. Urgent information about Andre. Nat. My stomach drops. What is it? Vince asks, noticing my expression. I hesitate, then show him the text. His jaw immediately tightens. Ignore it. What if it's important? It's a trap. He hands Sophia back to me. Andre's using Natalie to get to you. Or she actually has information we need. I scroll through the message again. You said yourself that Andre's been suspiciously quiet. Exactly why we shouldn't take risks. Vince. No. His voice hardens. The christening is in 3 days. The Solovyovs are mobilizing. We've just established fragile peace with your father. This is not the time. I bounce Sophia gently as she starts to fuss. She tried to help me when I was kidnapped. Vince's hands clench at his sides. This is different. How? Because now there's an explicit connection to my father mentioned. He steps closer, his eyes boring into mine. This has his fingerprints all over it. I'm about to reply when Arkady appears in the doorway. Sorry to interrupt, he says, but we have issues with the guest list. 2 of the family heads are requesting additional security clearances. Vince sighs. I'll handle it. He gives me a look that says our conversation isn't over, then follows Arkady out. I stare at my phone again, Natalie's message glowing on the screen. She betrayed me for years.
She also might have information that could protect my family. I text back. What kind of information? The reply comes almost instantly. He's working with Barkov, planning something for the christening. I can prove it, but only in person. Please. My blood runs cold. Barkov has been a thorn in our side. If he's working with Andre, I make a decision, knowing Vince won't like it. Fine. Tomorrow. Text me when and where. I still think this is a terrible idea. Dmitri adjusts his earpiece as he drives, his eyes constantly checking the mirrors. It's gonna be fine, Dima. I smooth my hand over Sophia's carrier, though she's not with us. I left her with Mrs. Christensen, one of our most trusted household staff. Being separated from her makes my skin crawl, but bringing her to meet Natalie would be an even worse risk. The boss is going to kill me, Dmitri mutters, then probably resurrect me just so he can kill me again. Vince will understand. Will he? Fair question. I'm not so sure, honestly. When I left the compound, I told Vince I was visiting my mother, which wasn't entirely a lie. I did stop by her room, kiss her forehead, and whisper that I'd be back soon. She was sleeping, as she does most of the time now, her body surrendering to the cancer that's consuming it. But afterward, instead of returning to the nursery, I met Dmitri at the service entrance. He's one of the few guards I trust completely, a man who has put himself between me and danger more than once. The fact that he agreed to drive me, even while protesting, tells me he sees some merit in what I'm doing. The cafe Natalie selected is in Tribeca, small, nondescript, with multiple exits. Not the choice of an amateur. Dmitri parks across the street, scanning the area through polarized windows. 2 guys on the corner, he notes. Another watching from that bakery. They're hers? I check the positions of the men Natalie described in her text. Yes, security she hired. Amateurs? Dmitri scoffs.
I made the one with the donut immediately. Not everyone has your level of talent, Dima. Clearly. He turns to face me. I go in first, check every inch. You wait here until I signal. Fine. Dmitri enters the cafe, moving with the casual confidence of someone who can kill in 17 different ways without taking his eyes off his cappuccino. 3 minutes later, he signals through the window, all clear. I enter and pause 1 step inside to let my eyes adjust to the dimness. The cafe is nearly empty. She sits at a corner table, her back to the wall, watching the door. She looks different than at the hospital, more put together, but still not the polished girl I remember from college. Her hair is tucked under a baseball cap, her makeup minimal. Row. She stands when she sees me. Security sweeps already done, so save the pleasantries. I slide into the chair opposite her. You said you have information. Natalie nods, glancing at Dmitri, who hovers nearby. Your guard dog stays? My guard dog's name is Dmitri, and yes, he stays. She accepts this with a small nod. I've been working for Vincent, you know. This takes me back. What? After you disappeared, after the kidnapping, I went a little crazy. She fiddles with her coffee cup. I thought you were dead, and I couldn't live with myself. So I went to Arkady, told him I'd do anything, absolutely anything, to help find you. I didn't know that. Why would you? After what I did? She trails off. Anyway, once they found you, I just kept working, watching, listening, trying to make up for years of being on the wrong side. And Vince agreed to this? He didn't object. She takes a deep breath. That's how I learned about Barkov and Andre. What about them? They're planning to disrupt the christening, Natalie explains. Not an attack exactly, more like a statement. What kind of statement? The kind that proves Vince can't protect his family. She fiddles with her bracelets anxiously. Andre wants to humiliate him, show everyone that Vincent is weak. My stomach tightens. Why would Barkov work with Andre? After what Vince did to him? Money, Natalie shrugs. And revenge. Barkov wants payback. Andre wants to undermine Vince's authority. It's a marriage of convenience. How did you get this information? I've gotten close to someone in Barkov's organization. She looks away. Don't ask for details. I wouldn't be surprised if Natalie's methods were resourceful. She's always been adept at getting what she needed. Why tell me? Why not go directly to Vince? Would he have believed me? She meets my eyes. Would he have even agreed to see me? She's right. Vince would have dismissed the information outright if it came directly from her. Besides, she continues, she swallows hard, I wanted a chance to talk to you, without your mom dying in the next room. About what? About how sorry I am. Her voice cracks. I know it doesn't change anything. I know what I did is unforgivable, but I need you to know that the friendship we had, it became real for me. Somewhere along the way, I forgot I was being paid. The set of my jaw hardens. Not enough to stop taking the money, though. She winces. I was trapped by then. They had years of evidence against me. If it had gotten out what I'd done. So instead, you betrayed me? Yes. She doesn't try to soften it. And I will regret it every day for the rest of my life. I stare at her, searching for the friend I thought I knew. The girl who held my hair back when I drank too much, the woman who brought me coffee during all-nighters, the friend who checked in on my mother when I couldn't. Was any of it real? I believed in us, you know, I say softly. When everyone else in my life was temporary, boyfriends, roommates, you were my constant. I thought we'd be friends forever. So did I. Tears glimmer in her eyes. That's what kills me, Ro. Somewhere along the way, it stopped being an assignment. You became my person. And by the time I realized that, I was in too deep to get out. You could have told me the truth. Would you have forgiven me? I consider this. I don't know. Dmitri shifts nearby, a subtle reminder that time is passing. If I stay away too long, Vince will get suspicious. The information about Barkov, I say, redirecting. What exactly are they planning? Natalie pulls out a thumb drive and slides it across the table. Everything I know is on here, but the short version is that they're planning to have agents at the christening, posing as waitstaff, security, other guests. They'll create some kind of commotion. Nothing violent, but enough to show the world that even at his daughter's christening, Vincent Akopov can't maintain control. I pocket the drive. If this checks out, it's valuable, I admit. I know. It doesn't erase what you did, though. I know that, too. I study her face, searching for deception. All I see is remorse and a desperate hope that appears genuine. I need to ask you something, I say finally. When you heard I was kidnapped, when you thought I might be dead, was your reaction real? God, yes! Her voice breaks. Ro, I was hysterical. Ask Arkady. Ask any of them. I threatened to go to the FBI, to the press, anything to find you. I didn't sleep for days. I believe her. Which makes everything more complicated, because it means Natalie isn't simply a villain in my story. She's a person who made terrible choices, but still cared, who betrayed me, but tried to help when it mattered most. Can I forgive her? No, not yet. Can I cut her out completely? Also no. I need to get back, I say, standing. Vince will be looking for me, of course. Natalie stands too. Rowan, I know I don't deserve it, but I have to ask. Can you ever forgive me? I pause and consider it. I don't know, I answer honestly. What you did, it changed everything. You knew about my feelings for Vince, about my job, about my mom's illness, and you reported it all back to them? I did. But you also tried to help me when I needed it most. I take a deep breath. So maybe, someday, we find a way forward. Not as the friends we were, that's gone, but something new, something built on honesty this time.
Hope flickers in her eyes. I'd like that. It starts with this information being legitimate. I tap my pocket where the thumb drive sits. If you're manipulating me again, I'm not. I swear on my life. I nod once. Then, well, see, it's not forgiveness. It's barely even trust. But it's another step forward. Take care of yourself, Nat, I say, turning to leave. You too. Her voice is soft behind me. And Rowan, he really does love you, you know. Vince, I mean. I've seen it firsthand. Whatever else happens, that part is real. Rowan. The morning of Sophia's christening feels surreal. One of those dreams where everything is normal but slightly off-kilter at the same time. I stand before the mirror in our bedroom as I pluck and primp at the ivory dress I finally settled on. It's modest enough for church, but still elegant. My eyes are another story. They look tired, probably because that's exactly what I am. I barely slept last night. Nerves and anticipation kept me tossing until Vince finally growled, pulled me against his chest, and ordered me to rest. He's never been one to take his own advice, though. He'd been up at dawn, checking security protocols, confirming routes, doing whatever it is Bratva husbands do before their daughter's christening. You look beautiful. I turned to find Vince in the doorway. He's dressed in a tailored charcoal suit that makes his blue eyes impossibly bright. He's freshly shaved, though he's kept the beard I've grown to love, just trimmed it to perfection. Thanks. I drop the second pearl earring back onto the vanity. I'm a little nervous. Don't be. He comes to me and picks up where I left off with the earring fastening. Everything's under control. Is it? I gesture vaguely toward the window where an extra squadron of armed men patrol our property. Because this doesn't exactly feel like a normal christening day. It's not. His face remains unreadable. But Sophia will be protected, no matter what. I sigh. I know. Sometimes, I just wish we could do normal things." Instead of responding, Vince reaches into his pocket and pulls out a velvet box. "I have something for you." My eyebrows rise in surprise. A gift? Now? It seemed appropriate. He holds the box out to me. I take it, feeling its weight in my palm. When I open it, my breath catches. It's a necklace unlike anything I've ever seen. A delicate platinum chain suspends a pendant shaped like a double-pronged trident, the Akopov family crest, encrusted with tiny diamonds. At its center sits a brilliant sapphire, the exact shade of Vince's eyes, surrounded by smaller emeralds that match the color of mine. "Vince, it's stunning." He moves behind me and drapes it into place around my neck. His fingers brush against my skin, sending goosebumps down my arms. "I had it made especially for you." The pendant rests against my collarbone, catching the light. A dozen little sunbeams go arcing out in every direction. "I don't know what to say," I mumble, cheeks hot. "Say you'll wear it today." His hands rest on my shoulders. "And every day after." Something in his tone makes me turn to face him. Every day? It's a bit formal for diaper changes and midnight feedings, don't you think? A small smile plays at his lips, but doesn't reach his eyes. Humor me. I study his face, seeing the tension he's trying to hide. What aren't you telling me? Vince's jaw twitches. The necklace contains a tracking device. Excuse me? It's state-of-the-art, undetectable by standard security measures, military-grade GPS. I touch the pendant, suddenly seeing it differently. So it's not really a family heirloom? It's a monitoring device disguised as a gift? It's both. His hands find mine. I simply had it modified. Jesus, Vince. I pull away, pacing across the room. You couldn't just give me a normal present? Would that really have been so hard? Yes, his voice is unapologetic. Because I will use every tool, every resource, every possible advantage to keep you and Sophia safe. You give paranoid a whole new meaning. He follows me and pins me against a wall. I huff in irritation, but he doesn't budge. "Rowan, listen to me. After what happened, after finding your blood on our floor, after nearly losing you both," my anger deflates. I've seen Vince terrifying, I've seen him commanding, I've seen him tender, but I've rarely seen him afraid. "Vince," I cup his cheek, "we're not going anywhere." "You can't promise that." "No." My thumb traces his jawline. "But I can promise to fight like gosh to stay with you, and that's just as good." His eyes hold mine, ocean-deep blue, filled with everything he struggles to say. "I'm scared too, you know," I admit softly. "Every day. For you, for our girl, for myself even. But I can't live in that fear." I touch my forehead to his. We can't. Or what's the point of any of this? His hands slide to my waist, steadying us both. The point is standing right here. Then let's focus on that today. I pull back to meet his eyes. Not on threats or dangers or what-ifs. Just on our daughter and this moment and how far we've come. Something in him softens, just slightly. I'll try. I reach up to tap the necklace with a fingertip. I'll wear it, not because I need to be tracked, but because it means something to you. With a relieved grin, he bends down to kiss me, a gentle press of lips that carries all his complicated gratitude. "I know I'm not easy to love," he murmurs against my mouth. "No," I smile. "You're not, but you're worth it." I kiss him again, deeper this time, letting all the morning's tension dissolve into something warmer, more urgent. His hands tighten on my waist as mine slide beneath his jacket to feel the solid strength of him beneath. "Mrs. Akopov,"
he growls. We have a christening to attend. We have time, I counter, fingers working at his tie. Do we? For this? Always. His mouth finds the pulse point below my ear, sending fire racing through my veins. I realize we're both seeking the same reassurance. We've said it with words, but there are other ways to get a point across. They shared intimacy, eyes darkened. Afterwards, breathless. When I finally release him, his chest is heaving, his face flushed with rare color. I rise gracefully, smoothing down my dress as if I've merely been adjusting the hem. Better? I ask, reaching up to straighten his tie. He catches my wrist, bringing my hand to my palm and pressing a kiss to my palm with such reverence it makes my heart stutter. "What did I deserve you?" he murmurs. "Nothing good," I reply with a wicked smile. "But maybe that's the point." He laughs as the last of the tension finally leaves his shoulders. "We're going to be late." Worth it. I check my lipstick in the mirror, reapplying where needed. Besides, they can't start without us. As I turn to leave, his hand catches mine, squeezing once. No other words are needed. Just that. A sharp knock interrupts the sweet moment. Arkady's voice comes through the door, strained and urgent. "Vin, we have a situation. Solovyov men have been spotted near the church, and Agent Carver's vehicle was identified 2 blocks away." The calm aftermath shatters instantly. Vince's face hardens back into the mask I know too well. "We'll be right out," he calls. He turns to look at me. It was nice while it lasted. "They came to a christening?" I ask, incredulous. "So much for some lines can't be crossed," he mutters in disgust. "Do we cancel?" "No." Vince's voice goes hard. "We proceed exactly as planned. If we cancel, they win. Unless..." He looks at me and frowns. I want to cancel. Gosh, I want to wrap up in his arms and his scent and stay here forever. So long as I have him and my baby, we're all okay. But I can't do that, and keeping those things requires action. So there will be no hiding for us today. No letting office doors close in our face, metaphorically speaking. No, I say, really them. We go out with our chins high. Vince's smile is delicious. That's my girl. I cross to Sophia's crib, where she's been snoozing in her christening gown, unaware of the storm brewing around her.
As I lift her into my arms, she blinks awake, those blue eyes, Vince's eyes, focusing on me with perfect trust. "Ready for your big day, little one?" I whisper, kissing her forehead. She yawns and snuggles against me, the warmth of her tiny body grounding me in what really matters. Vince appears beside us, one hand on Sophia's head, the other at the small of my back. "Let's go introduce our daughter to God," he says, "and remind everyone else who her father is." Rowan, I've never seen so many guards disguised as guests in my life. One of the ushers hands me a program with a smile that doesn't quite reach his vigilant eyes. The tattoos on his hands are a little bit of a giveaway, too. "Relax," Vince murmurs against my ear. "You're too tense. That's rich coming from you." I hoist Sophia in my arms. She looks like a tiny angel in her christening gown, a handkerchief-sized thing of white lace and satin ribbons. I feel the weight of the necklace Vince gave me pressing against my collarbone. The sapphire glints in the church light. Protection, disguised as devotion. That's Vince's speciality. Everything is under control, he assures me, one hand at the small of my back as he guides us down the aisle. The church is beautiful. Bare stone ceilings soar and terminate in glowing stained glass windows. Flowers line the altar, calla lilies, of course, pure white, just as Vince demanded. Despite the sacred space, I can't help noticing how the guests have arranged themselves. Like magnets of the same pole, they repel each other into natural groupings.
Grigor Petrov sits with his men on the left side, 3 rows back. My biological father looks refined in a tan suit, his silver hair combed back from his forehead. When he catches my eye, he offers a slight nod. I return it automatically. Across the aisle, Andre watches this exchange with hawkish intensity. Vince's father may be under house arrest, but he's been granted permission to attend his granddaughter's christening. It's a show of Vince's mercy, theoretically. I tend to think my husband just wants to keep his eyes on the man. "Your father and mine look ready to tear each other apart," I whisper to Vince. "Let them try." His hand presses more firmly against my back. Arkady has men positioned to intervene. Gee, that's comforting. Near the front, I spot Anastasia and Daniel Lore. Daniel, I should say. They sit with careful space between them, though I notice their hands linked discreetly beneath a program. Their secret remains mostly intact, despite Anastasia now knowing the truth. They're brave, I note, nodding toward them. Vince follows my gaze. They're reckless, but I respect it. As we approach the altar, a gentle hush falls over the congregation. The priest waits with a benevolent smile, prayer book in hand. He has no idea that half the men in his church are armed and dangerous. I wonder what God makes of all this. A sacred ceremony surrounded by sinners and killers. Hopefully, he has a sense of humor. "The godparents?" the priest asks. Arkady steps forward. "Just one, singular. I'm doing this mission solo. Until some lucky lady catches my eye, that is." I groan and laugh at the same time. Vince just shakes his head and sighs at his best friend's antics. Right. Yes, well," the priest squirms awkwardly for a moment before regathering his mojo. "We are gathered today to welcome this child into God's family," he begins. Sophia wriggles in my arms and tries to tug at the necklace around my neck. I kiss her soft knuckles until she gives up the fight. The ceremony continues with ancient words and rituals. Oil on Sophia's forehead, water blessed and waiting, solemn oaths spoken aloud. "Do you reject Satan and all his empty promises?" the priest asks at one point. I look down at my daughter's innocent face, then around at the dangerous men watching from every corner of the church. How do I answer that? Our entire life is built on filthy promises made in shadow. "I do," I respond. When it's time to present Sophia for her baptism, Vince and I step forward together. As the priest takes our daughter from my arms, something opens inside me, a sudden crystal clarity washing over me like the holy water about to touch Sophia's head. This child, conceived in passion, carried in fear, born in captivity, represents something none of us expected: hope, pure, unblemished hope in the midst of all our darkness. Vince and I have both done terrible things. We've lied and betrayed and hurt. We've made choices that would horrify most normal people. And yet, here she is, perfect, untouched by our sins. As water cascades over Sophia's dark curls, she lets out a startled cry that echoes through the church. Then, to my surprise, she settles immediately, blinking up at the priest with curious blue eyes. "I baptize you in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit," the priest intones. Tears spring to my eyes unexpectedly. This moment feels sacred in a way I didn't anticipate. Not because of the ceremony itself, but because of what it represents. A beginning, a chance for something pure to grow from our complicated soil. I glance at Vince and find him watching our daughter with naked adoration, just a father in love with his child. For as long as that moment lasts, he's almost as pure as her. When the priest hands Sophia back to me, I clutch her close, inhaling her sweet baby scent. "She is now sealed with the Holy Spirit," the priest announces, making the sign of the cross over Sophia's head.
As if on cue, Sophia yawns dramatically, drawing soft laughter from the congregation. Even Grigor's stern face cracks into a smile. For one perfect, suspended heartbeat, everything feels right. The warring factions, the dangerous men, the complicated history, all of it fades into the background. There is only this: my daughter's warm weight in my arms, my husband's steady presence beside me, and the wild, fierce love that binds us together. I meet Vince's eyes and find my own joy reflected there. "We did it," I whisper. He nods, pressing a kiss to my temple. We did. As we turn to face the congregation, I search for my mother among the faces. Though she's too weak to attend, I know she's with us in spirit. I silently promise to tell her everything about this day. She'd love the lilies, I think. Grigor catches my eye again. He almost looks wistful. I wonder if he's thinking of my own birth, of the daughter he never knew. On the other side, Andrei sits rigid and unreadable. His eyes flit from Grigor to Vince to Sophia. Impossible to say what he's thinking. The tension between them vibrates across the space like a plucked guitar string. Two patriarchs, two empires, separated by blood and decades of hatred, momentarily united by this tiny, squawking bundle in my arms. The priest raises his hands in blessing. "Go in peace to love and serve the Lord." "Thanks be to God," the congregation responds. As if peace were that simple, as if any of us could just walk away from the tangled web we've woven. We move down the aisle, me carrying Sophia, Vince's hand at my waist. Guests rise as we pass, offering congratulations and blessings. Arkady appears at Vince's shoulder, whispering something I can't hear. Vince's posture stiffens slightly, but his face reveals nothing. "What's wrong?" I ask under my breath. "Nothing," he replies, too quickly. Arkady's just being thorough. I know a lie when I hear one, but now isn't the time to press. We continue toward the church doors, where sunlight streams in, bright and promising. We're halfway down the aisle when the first shot rings out. The sound is unmistakable, a sharp crack that echoes through the holy space like a thunderclap. Then another, and another. Vince's body shields mine instantly, pushing me down between the pews. Sophia wails in my arms. She's so new to this planet, but even she knows enough to be afraid. "Stay down," Vince orders, his gun already drawn. The church erupts into controlled chaos. Guards materialize from every corner, weapons appearing from beneath jackets and hymnal shelves. Grigor's men form a protective circle around him. Andreas do the same. Daniil pulls Anastasia to the floor, covering her body with his. More gunfire outside. Closer now. "The baby?" Vince asks, his eyes wild with fear I've rarely seen. "She's okay." I clutch Sophia tighter. "What's happening?" "Solovyov's," he spits. Arkady appears beside us, crouched low. "We need to move, now. There's a secure room beneath the vestry." I press my cheek against Sophia's head, feeling her tiny heart racing against mine. The necklace Vince gave me suddenly feels heavier. The peace I felt just moments ago has shattered completely, replaced by the all-too-familiar surge of adrenaline and fear. "I've got you," I whisper to Sophia as Vince and Arkady create a human shield around us. "Mama's got you." As we hurry towards safety, I can't help thinking how quickly we've returned to what I'm trying so hard to run from. Welcome to the world, Sophia Akopov, where even baptism comes with bullets. Vince, my training kicks in before conscious thought does. "Move, now." I heard Rowan and Sophia toward the vestry where we planned the secure room just in case this exact thing happened. Arkady flanks their other side while my security team takes positions at the doors. Sophia wails against Rowan's chest. The sound is a real scalpel to the soul. "Stay with them," I order Arkady.
I need to coordinate the response. Rowan grabs my arm. Vince, you'll be right back, I promise. I meet her eyes. Keep our daughter safe. She nods, clutching Sophia tighter. I watch them disappear into the vestry with Arkady before pulling my gun and moving toward the main entrance. Dimitri's voice crackles through my earpiece. Perimeter secured, boss. We intercepted them at the gates. 6 hostiles down, 3 captured. Casualties on our side, 2 injured. Nothing fatal. Hold positions. I'm coming out. The scene outside is barely tethered chaos. My men have established a defensive perimeter around the church. 2 black SUVs with shattered windshields are stopped at awkward angles near the entrance. Bodies lie motionless on the pavement. Dimitris approaches, blood splattered across his white dress shirt. We got them before they reached the door. The guests? Secure inside. No civilians harmed. I scan the scene, counting bodies, assessing the damage. Something doesn't add up. This was sloppy, I say. The Solovyevs are better than this. Maybe they got desperate, or maybe they wanted to be caught. I approach one of the captured men. He's zip-tied to a fence post, blood trickling from a head wound. I recognize him, Marat Solovyev. Not a foot soldier, but a lieutenant, a made man, someone who shouldn't be on a suicide mission. Fancy seeing you here, Marat, I say, crouching to his level. Came to celebrate my daughter's christening? He spits blood onto the pavement. Really you, Akopov. You know, I expected better from the Solovyevs. This attack was amateur, predictable. I press the barrel of my gun under his chin. Almost like you wanted to fail. Fear flames in his eyes. Who sent you? I demand. You know who. I want to hear you say it. He grins through bloody teeth. Your time is over, Akopov. The old alliances are shifting. Movement in my peripheral vision catches my attention. I turn slightly to see my father emerging from the church, flanked by his guards. He surveys the scene with no reaction whatsoever. Our eyes meet briefly before he turns away. Something about his posture, his timing, raises the hairs on the back of my neck. When I glance back at Marat, I see that he's looking in the exact same direction I just was. Something about that doesn't sit right either. I stay frozen in place, watching as my father adjusts his suit and walks away as if nothing happened. He returns to his guards, who escort him back toward the church. Arkady appears beside me, silent as a ghost. Rowan and Sophia are secure. Good. I'm still frowning, though. Arkady, tell me you saw that. I did. He follows my gaze to Andreas' retreating form. Looks like our suspicions were right. He's working with them. I have to practically spit the words just to rid myself of them. My own father orchestrated an attack on his granddaughter's christening? You don't know that for sure. I know what I saw. His voice rises, then he catches himself, glancing toward the door, toward Sophia's room. He was communicating with them, right there in the freaking church? I take a deep breath. Let's say you're right. What happens after you eliminate your father? Another enemy will just take its place, and another after that. So we do nothing? Vince throws his hands up. We just wait for the next attack? That's not what I'm saying. Then what are you saying, Rowan? Because I'm running out of patience. I stand up, facing him directly. I'm saying we have more than 2 options. This isn't just about choosing between killing your father or continuing this endless war. Enlighten me. His tone drips with sarcasm, but I can see the desperation hiding beneath it. We build our own power base, I state solemnly, not aligned with your father, not aligned with mine, something entirely new. That's not how this works. Why not? I step closer to him. Why do we have to play by their rules? My father stayed away for years. Your father is losing control. The old alliances are shifting, Marat said it himself. You don't understand. No, you don't understand.
I'm shouting now, months of fear and frustration boiling over. We can't keep living like this, Vince. Bulletproof glass and security teams and tracking devices disguised as jewelry? Gosh, no. Our daughter deserves better. He grabs my shoulders, his fingers digging in, just shy of painful. You think I don't know that? You think I want this for her, for you? Then help me find another way. I reach up to cup his face between my palms.
We're caught between these old men fighting old wars. But we have something they don't. What's that? Each other. I hold his gaze. And more importantly, we have something worth fighting for that goes beyond pride or power. His eyes flicker toward the nursery again. So we double down on what we've been doing. The Costa Rica development, I continue, the shipping contracts, the real estate ventures. We accelerate all of it. We build legitimate power that can't be taken away by a bullet or a betrayal. My father will never allow it, so we don't ask for permission. I release his face and step back. We use the FBI investigation to our advantage. We give them just enough to redirect their attention to the Solovyovs. And Grigor? I pause, considering. We leverage his desire to know his granddaughter. We don't align with him, but we don't make him an enemy either. Vince shakes his head, but I can see him turning the idea over. It's not that simple. Nothing worth having ever is. I sit on the edge of the bed, suddenly exhausted. I'm just tired of reacting, Vince. We're always sitting around and waiting for the next disaster, the next kidnapping, the next knife in our backs. Aren't you sick of that? He's quiet for a long moment, staring at nothing. Then he looks at me, and his entire aura shifts. He comes to sit beside me, the mattress dipping beneath his weight. His hand finds mine. The touch feels electric, awakening something in me that's been dormant since Sophia's birth and the trauma of her delivery. You make a terrifying pahancha, you know that? A smile plays at the corners of his mouth. I learned from the best. He leans in, his lips brushing my ear. Is that a compliment? Take it however you want, I whisper back. The electric current between us morphs from frustration into raw need, a darker kind of intensity that makes my blood sing. His fingers trail up my arm, marking my skin with shivers that brand me as his. Careful, I warn half-heartedly. I just had a baby 6 weeks ago. We don't have to. I silence him with a kiss, slow and deliberate. I'm just saying, be gentle. For now. His eyes darken. I can be gentle. And he is. His hands explore my body with reverent care, rediscovering familiar curves now changed by motherhood. When he cups my breast, I can't help but gasp. They're tender still, sensitive in new ways. Too much? He asks immediately. No. I guide his hand, showing him what feels good. Just different. After their intimate night, he eventually rolls over to settle beside me, one arm draped possessively across my waist. I'll think about your proposal, he says into my hair, about building our own path. That's all I ask. I leave a kiss on his chest, right over his heart. His breathing gradually deepens as exhaustion claims him. I listen to the steady rhythm, counting each inhale and exhale like a prayer of gratitude. But sleep still eludes me. As I lie in the darkness, Vince's heavy arm belted across my body, I can't stop thinking about the impossible situation we're in. Caught between my father and his, between the law and the lawless, between past and future. But the longer I dwell on it, the more something else emerges. I wouldn't call it certainty, but it's something like that. I am the daughter of Grigor Petrov, the wife of Vincent Akopov.
I carry blood from one family and have pledged loyalty to another. My existence itself is a bridge between warring kingdoms. Maybe that's not just a liability. Maybe it's power. I carefully extract myself from Vince's embrace and slide out of bed. He doesn't stir. I pull on a silk robe and move to the window, gazing out at the compound's security lights cutting through the darkness. I've spent so long reacting to the men in my life, following their lead, accepting their protection. Even my proposal tonight was framed around Vince's actions, Vince's decisions. But I'm not just an accessory in this story. Not anymore. In the glass, my reflection stares back at me. I make my decision then. I won't wait for Vince to consider my proposal. I won't stand by while my father and his square off, using Sophia and me as pawns. I'll reach out to Agent Carver myself, offer selective cooperation in exchange for immunity and protection. I'll contact Grigor, not as a daughter seeking approval, but as a partner offering alliance. I'll speak with the Costa Rica investors directly, without Vince's looming presence intimidating them. I'll build bridges while the men in my life are busy burning them. Vince murmurs something in his sleep, his hand searching the empty space where I should be. I return to bed. His arm wraps around me automatically, pulling me close. "Everything okay?" he mumbles, not fully awake. "Everything's fine," I whisper. "Go back to sleep." He does. He trusts me. I want to prove him right. Rowan. I want to believe that last night fixed everything. We came together intimately, seeking solace in each other's embrace. But it didn't work. It never does. The gap between us has nothing to do with flesh and everything to do with trust. I extract myself from Vince's sleeping form. My body is still creaky and tender, and the shower's scalding water can't burn away the decision taking shape in my mind. I dress silently, watching Vince's chest rise and fall. Last night, I told him I'd be his partner in planning our independent future. This morning, I'm going rogue. Love and betrayal, they're conjoined twins in our world. He grunts wearily when I'm almost to the door. I curse silently and turn around. "You're sleeping in." He rubs his eyes as he shoves himself upright. "And you're scurrying around. Guess we're trading places today." In more ways than one, I think, but don't say. I touch his cheek. "I'm gonna go check in on Mom." He nods, but before I can turn to go, he grabs my wrist so he can kiss the soft skin on the underside. My pulse flutters like it always does when he's this tender. Then, with another sigh, he releases me. I almost wish he wouldn't. There's a crazed part of me that's silently begging him to drag me back to bed and tease me until all thoughts of this crazy game of high-stakes politics go up in smoke. Kiss me until you and I are all that matters. Love me until the rest of the world is irrelevant. But he doesn't. He releases me. And so I walk away. I smell death on my mother before I even step into her room. Not the stench of actual decomposition, not yet, but that faint hint of an extinguishing flame. The subtle difference between a person dying and a person allowing themselves to die. The hospital corridor feels like a purgatory I've walked 1,000 times before. Each step costs me, not in money, but in pieces of my soul I'll never get back. Mom's gotten smaller since I saw her last. Cancer is greedy that way. It takes and takes, never satisfied, until it's consumed everything. Her skin stretches like tissue paper over the failing architecture of her bones. She spent the night at the hospital for an exploratory procedure. Results are still pending, but the doctors didn't seem hopeful. She's sleeping now, which is good, because the truth is that I didn't come to see her. The hospital was just perfect cover for what I really needed to do today. But I still have a few minutes to kill, so I linger by Mom's bedside. Her skeletal hand reminds me of a bird's claw. Only when I'm sure she's not waking anytime soon do I carefully ease myself from the chair. As the door clicks behind me, I shed the role of dutiful daughter like a skin I've outgrown. It won't serve me for what comes next. A trio of nurses passes me in the corridor. I offer them a watery smile, the universal expression of someone with a dying loved one. It's a perfect mask because it's not entirely false. I check my phone. 10:22 a.m. I slink past the ward security camera, keeping my face angled low just like Vince taught me. There's a blind spot at the emergency stairwell. I count to 30, watching for any of the usual surveillance signs Vince's men employ. Nothing. I take the stairs down 2 flights to the basement level.
The smell hits me first, formaldehyde, so intentionally, scaldingly clean, but it still can't quite mask the underlying scent of death. The morgue, a fitting place to meet, considering that what I'm about to do would result in my funeral if Vince ever found out. Agent Carver stands beside a steel examination table, his reflection distorted in its polished surface. He's not alone. "Mrs. Akopov," he says, voice neutral, "this is AUSA Reynolds." I assess the unfamiliar woman next to him, mid-40s, immaculate pantsuit, and eyes sharp enough to fillet me where I stand. "Let's be clear," I blurt. "If either of you is wearing a wire, I'm walking out." Reynolds' mouth twitches, bold demand from someone who's married to the FBI's most wanted Bratva heir. I shrug off my jacket and lift my shirt just high enough to prove I'm not wearing one myself. "Your turn." They comply after a moment of tension. No wires. "I don't have much time," I say, perching on a metal stool, "so I'll make this quick. I can give you the Solovyev organization, names, operations, evidence of their trafficking operations, enough to cripple them for good." Carver's eyebrows inch toward his hairline. "And in exchange?" "Immunity, full and irrevocable for me, my daughter, my mother, and a path for Vince to transition Akopov operations to legitimate business with minimal prosecution." Reynolds laughs. It sounds like a door creaking in a horror movie. "You think we'd let Vincent Akopov walk after everything he's done?" I shrug, as nonchalant as I know how to be. "I think you want the Solovyovs more. I think you want Barkov and his corruption network. I think you're smart enough to recognize that sometimes you need to let one shark swim free if you want to catch the whole school." The morgue's fluorescent lights buzz overhead, casting everyone in a sickly glow. One of the body drawers isn't fully closed. I spot pale toes with a tag dangling between them. "What makes you think Vince would honor any transition plans?" Carver asks. I allow myself a small smile. "Because I understand what motivates him now. He cares about legacy, not the bloody one his father wants, but building something his daughter can inherit without shame." "So why are you here without his knowledge?" Reynolds presses. It's supposed to be a gotcha question, but I counter with honesty, the most disarming weapon in a world of liars. "Because I love him too much to watch him struggle between who he was raised to be and who he wants to become. I'm cutting the real Gordian knot for him." Carver studies me, still wary. "You do realize you're playing a dangerous game? If your husband discovers this meeting?" "If my husband discovers this meeting, he'll be furious that I took this risk, but deep down, he'll understand why I did it." I stand, straightening my shirt. "I'm not asking for your answer today. Take the proposal to your superiors or whoever has to sign off on your nonsense. When you're ready to talk terms, reach out." As I turn to leave, Reynolds calls out, "You're nothing like what I expected, Mrs. Akopov." I pause at the door. thinking of just how right she is. That's because that woman doesn't exist anymore. My hand rests on the cold metal handle. She died during childbirth in a Solovyev compound with a dirty syringe in her hand. Then I push through the door, heart hammering against my ribs like it's trying to escape. The old Rowan would have been paralyzed by fear at what I've just done. This new version of me, Vince's wife, Sophia's mother, Grigor's daughter, feels only a chilling clarity. I check my appearance in the reflection of a vending machine. It takes a moment to school my expression back to solemn, quiet grief before heading back to my mother's room. The real grief will come later, when Vince discovers what I've done. Whether he'll see it as protection or betrayal is the gamble I've just made with our future. I just hope I've played the right hand. Vince. The first security camera stills hit my desk before Rowan even makes it back from the hospital. My wife, my pregnant, kidnapped, terrorized wife, who I thought was visiting her dying mother, standing in the freaking morgue with Agent Carver and some stone-faced, difficult person in a pantsuit? Blood rushes to my head so fast I nearly black out. "Where did you get these?" I ask, my voice lethal in its softness. Security team picked her up on hospital cameras, followed her movements. He hesitates, clearly wondering if he'll be the one I kill today. She went to Mrs. St. Clair's room, then to the morgue. 14 minutes unaccounted for down there. 14 minutes, less than a quarter of an hour to betray everything we've built. I thumb through the grainy images. Rowan lifting her shirt, proving she's not wired. Carver and his colleague doing the same. My beautiful wife gesturing in what looks like explanation, her face determined, fierce. "Audio?" I ask, already knowing the answer. "No, sir. Hospital basement, so no sensors in place, just the stills." I nod once, dismissing him. When the door closes, I let the red haze of rage wash over me. I've killed men for less than what my wife has done today. I've destroyed entire families for smaller betrayals. I reach for my gun, an automatic response when my territory is threatened. But Rowan isn't territory. Gosh, she's everything. I force myself to breathe, to think beyond the impulse to lash out. What was she thinking? After everything we've been through, after I've killed and bled and burned the world to keep her safe, she goes behind my back to the freaking feds? I'm still seething when the surveillance team forwards a follow-up report. Carver's call logs, intercepted. A call to his superior immediately after meeting Rowan. Key phrases captured: Solovyev organization, immunity deal, Akopov transition to legitimate operations. Just like that, the rage dies with a whimper. She didn't sell us out. She tried to save us. I want to rejoice in it. She's so much smarter than I give her credit for. And every time I think I've correctly revised my opinion, it turns out I've just underestimated yet again. But I can't rejoice. There's too much guilt for that. Because I've turned her into this clever, dangerous creature who plays both sides against the middle, who walks into the lion's den armed with nothing but her wits and walks back out intact. Pride wars with possessiveness. She shouldn't have gone alone, shouldn't have kept this from me, but she did it for us. Just like I've done 1,000 unspeakable things for the same reason. "Arkadia," I call into the intercom. I need a few arrangements made, tonight. By the time I hear her car pull into the compound, I've channeled my fury into something more productive. The bedroom has been transformed. Crystal glasses gleam in the candlelight. The security monitors have been hidden behind a Japanese silk screen. Her favorite wine, a ridiculously expensive Bordeaux, breathes on the table. I've even managed to source wildflowers that match the ones from our wedding. They won't erase her betrayal, but they'll soften the blow of what comes next. Because make no mistake, we will be having a conversation about boundaries, about trust, about who really calls the shots in this relationship. But first, I want to remind her why she chose me and why she must trust me enough to risk everything. I hear her voice in the foyer, speaking softly to Dmitri about Sophia. The baby monitor on the table confirms our daughter is already asleep. Perfect timing. When Rowan appears in the doorway, the guilt on her face is so raw it takes my breath away. Vince? Her voice wavers. She's still wearing the clothes from the surveillance photos, but her hair is down now, falling in caramel waves around her shoulders. What's all this? Surprise. I hand her a glass of wine, watching her closely. I thought we deserved a night to ourselves. Her eyes dart around the room, suspicious, looking for the trap. Smart girl. Is there an occasion I forgot? She asks carefully.
Just celebrating my brilliant, beautiful wife. I touch her cheek, thumb tracing her jawline. Her pulse hammers beneath my fingers. How is your mother? The flinch is almost imperceptible. Almost. About the same. She takes a long sip of wine. Maybe a little worse. I nod, playing along. I'm sorry to hear that. We stand there in charged silence, the air between us crackling with secrets. She knows I know something. She just hasn't figured out how much. I guide her to the table where dinner waits. She sits, fingers fidgeting with her napkin. This is unexpected. She tries for a smile. But nice. When was the last time we had a proper meal together? Just the two of us. I pour more wine into her glass. Before Sophia, certainly. Before a lot of things. Her green eyes search mine. Vince, is everything okay? That depends. I reach across the table and capture her hand. On whether my wife trusts me enough to be honest with me. The blood drains from her face. What do you mean? Tell me about your meeting today, Rowan. For a second there, I think she might deny it, might spin another lie to cover the first. But that's not my Rowan, not anymore. How did you know? She asks, voice barely audible. I know everything. I bring her hand to my lips, pressing a kiss to her knuckles. The question is, why you thought you needed to keep it from me? She withdraws her hand slowly. Would you have let me go if I'd told you? No. Well, that's why. Her honesty disarms me. No excuses, no frantic justifications, just the simple truth that she did what she thought was necessary. Consequences be damned. Just like me. What exactly did you offer Carver? I keep my voice neutral, despite the molten rage still simmering beneath the surface. Information on the Solovyovs in exchange for immunity for us and a path to legitimacy for your operations. She meets my eyes directly. I didn't give them anything they could use against you. I just opened a door. I take a slow sip of wine, considering. And why would you do that without consulting me first? Because sometimes you're so busy protecting us that you forget to protect yourself. Her voice strengthens. I'm tired of watching you try to be both the man your father created and the man I fell in love with. And I thought, if I could eliminate one threat, maybe you'd have room to breathe. Something in my chest cracks open, spilling warmth through veins that have run cold for decades. You could have been arrested, I remind her, taken from Sophia, from me. It was a calculated risk. It was really stupid, I snap, the facade cracking. You have no idea the games these people play, the traps they set. I didn't promise them anything concrete. I didn't sign anything. I opened a channel of communication that we can exploit if needed. I study her face, the stubborn set of her jaw, the defiance in her eyes. She's not sorry, not really. She's only sorry she got caught. I don't have it in me to be mad at her. Come here, I order, pushing back from the table. She hesitates, then rises, moving around to stand before me. I pull her onto my lap, one hand gripping her hip, the other tangling in her hair to tug her head back. If you ever put yourself at risk like that again, I will lose my freaking mind, Rowan. Do you understand me? She shivers, not with fear, but with something darker. Yes. You think you're protecting me? I bite the sensitive juncture where her neck meets her shoulder, hard enough to mark her. You think I need your protection? Her breath hitch. Sometimes, yes. I stand abruptly, lifting her with me. Dinner forgotten, I carry her to the wall and pin her there, my body pressed against hers. I protect what's mine, I tell her, voice rough, not the other way around. I expect defiance, argument. Instead, her pupils dilate, swallowing the green of her irises. Then protect me, she whispers, right now. A tangled knot inside me rips loose, all the rage and fear and twisted pride I've been fighting since seeing those surveillance photos. I capture her mouth in a bruising kiss. I don't hold back or go easy on her. She doesn't deserve that. She responds in kind, her hands clawing at my shirt, ripping buttons in her haste. I tear her blouse open, buttons scattering across the floor like tiny diamonds. Her breasts have changed since motherhood, fuller, more sensitive. When I cup one roughly, she gasps into my mouth. Tell me if I hurt you, I order against her lips. You won't. But I might. The darkness coiling inside me wants to punish her for today, to remind her that while she might act independently, she still belongs to me, body and soul. I hike her skirt up around her waist, finding her desire, while the discovery only fuels my possessiveness. Even in betrayal, her body responded to me. This is mine, I growl. No matter what games you play with the FBI, no matter what risks you take, this belongs to me. Her head falls back against the wall. Yes. Look at me, Rowan. Her eyes meet mine, glazed with need. I need to hear you say it, that you're mine, that no matter what schemes you concoct, no matter what risks you take, you belong to me first. I'm yours, she breathes. Always yours, Vince. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. The table shudders beneath us, creaking with their intense movements. I tighten my grip on her hair, yanking her head back just enough to see her profile. Eyes closed, mouth open. Answer me, I bark, a firm touch on her. No, Vince. Her voice fractures as their intimacy deepened. No? What? Another firm touch, harder this time. Her skin reddened instantly under my palm. No, I shouldn't. She gasps as their connection intensified. I shouldn't have gone alone. You shouldn't have gone at all. I release her hair, reaching around to touch her intimately. Her body was already responsive. This is what happens when you play with fire, Rowan. You get burned. I continued their intimate dance, feeling her body tremble on the edge of release. Then, right when she's almost there, I stop, denying her at the last second. Please, she whimpers, trying to push back against me. Please, Vince, I need more. You don't get to find release until I say so. I withdraw completely to leave her empty and wanting. You don't get to decide when you talk to the feds, and you don't get to decide when you find release. She just moans helplessly. You want to find release? I trace the curve of her spine with my fingertips, savoring the way goosebumps rise in their wake. Then tell me you were wrong. She squirms beneath me, still bent over the table, still denied. The brutal heat of her desperation made him intensely aroused. I was wrong, she whimpers. Not enough. I touched her firmly again, harder, watching the perfect handprint bloom like a crimson flower on her skin. Tell me why you were wrong. Her breathing is ragged, her body trembling. Because I should have trusted you, because I should have told you. I pressed my thumb against her intimate warmth, collecting the slick evidence of her arousal. Then I moved higher, to a sensitive area no one had ever touched. I'm going to mark every part of you tonight, I tell her, circling that sensitive area with my thumb. Remind you who you belong to. She stiffens slightly beneath me. I lean over her, lips against her ear. Relax, I command, voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. Yield to me like you should have opened up about your little meeting. No more secrets between us, Rowan. No locked doors, no hidden parts. Her breathing quickens, but she forces herself to relax. That's it, I encourage, pressing her against her. Let me claim you. Let me own every inch of you. The tip of my thumb found its way inside, and she gasps, pain and pleasure and surprise and need all mingled together. Does it hurt? I ask, not because I'll stop, but because I need to know exactly what she's feeling. Yes, she admits, but don't stop. That's my girl. That's my really warrior queen. I pressed deeper, feeling her body yield to the intimate touch.
With my free hand, I reached around to touch her intimately again, giving her pleasure to balance the discomfort. This is what happens when you play games with me, Rowan. I worked my thumb deeper into her, feeling her body clench around me. I push into intimate places that make you uncomfortable. I expose everything you try to hide. She moans, a broken sound torn from somewhere deep inside her. But what you need to remember, I twist my thumb slightly, making her cry out, is that I will always give you pleasure with the pain. I will always take care of what's mine. My fingers worked her intimately as my thumb pressed into her. The dual sensation has her trembling, gasping my name frantically. Please, Vince, please let me find release. Not yet. I withdrew my thumb only to press back in, establishing a rhythm that has her writhing beneath me. You need to understand what it means to be mine. Every part of you, every decision, every really breath. I lined myself up with her entrance again, sliding all the way in with one brutal movement. The sensation of being inside her while my thumb intimately claimed her was mind-blowing for both of us. Take all of me, I snarl, every part, just like I take all of you. She's sobbing now with overwhelm. I can feel her getting closer to release again, her body tightening around me. This is what it means to be mine, Rowan. I moved harder, deeper. It means I own every part of you, your body, your mind, your heart. Each word is punctuated with a brutal movement, every, really, inch. Her body fluttered around me, desperate for release. You went to the feds thinking you could protect me, I growl in her ear. But who protects you, Rowan? Who keeps you safe when you're being really stupid? You, she gasps. That's right. I pressed my thumb in again, feeling her yield around me. I do. Now find release for me. Show me who you belong to. I moved her intimately hard and fast as I connected deeply with her, my thumb still intimately claiming her. The invasion is complete. I've claimed every part of her, marked her inside and out, and as she found release beneath me, her body convulsing with the force of her peak, I know one thing with absolute certainty. She is mine. Every secret,
every scheme, every dark corner of her soul. Mine to protect, mine to punish, mine to love. And I'll take down anyone who tries to steal her from me, even if that person is Rowan herself. Rowan. I wake up marked, inside and out. Vince's ownership of my body throbbed intimately across my lower back and in the unfamiliar ache of places I'd never given anyone before last night. Bruises bloom like violent flowers wherever his fingers gripped too hard. My lips feel swollen, sensitive from his punishing kisses. Old me might have been upset. New me, not so much. For all his brutality, Vince gave me exactly what I needed. A reminder that, while I might take risks for our family, I'm never truly alone in this war. That someone sees me, knows me, wants me, despite everything I've done and become. I slip from the bed where he sleeps like the dead, his powerful body finally surrendered to exhaustion after their intense intimacy 3 more times throughout the night. In the bathroom, I examine my reflection. My neck and breasts are a constellation of love bites. My wrists bear the imprints of his fingers. My body felt tender, used in ways that make me blush even now. But it's my eyes that have changed the most. There's a brightness there I haven't seen since before Sophia's birth. It's a fragile thing, though, a candle in the warpath of a tornado. If I want to keep it burning, I have to do something. We can't keep living like this, cowering in compounds, jumping at shadows, watching Vince grow more ruthless by the day as he tries to shield us from every threat. We need to remember what we're fighting for, and I know exactly how to remind him. I dress carefully in a loose sundress that covers most of the evidence of last night, then pad silently to Sophia's nursery. My daughter sleeps peacefully, oblivious to the blood and betrayal that surrounded her entry into this world. I gather supplies while she nurses: sunscreen, tiny sun hats, beach toys I'd ordered weeks ago but never found occasion to use. By the time Vince stumbles into the kitchen, sleep-rumpled and wary, I'm packing the last of a picnic lunch. "What's all this?" he asks, voice still hazy from sleep and from their passionate night. I lift my chin defiantly. We're going to the beach today, all 3 of us. His eyebrows shoot up. Have you lost your really mind? Probably. I continue packing the cooler. But I've already spoken to Arkady. The security detail is arranged. The Hamptons property has been swept and secured since dawn. Vince crosses his arms, bringing my attention to muscles that were so dominant countless times last night. And you arranged all this without consulting me? Because you would have said no. I meet his gaze directly. And after yesterday, I think we both need a reminder of what all this violence and paranoia is supposed to be protecting. It's his turn for a brightness to flare up in those eyes. It's still distant, but I see it. He can't hide it from me. A family vacation? Now, when my father and the Solovyovs are actively trying to kill us? A single day, I correct him. 1 day of pretending we're just parents who love their daughter. 1 day for you to experience something normal with Sophia. I pause, leaning against the counter thoughtfully. 1 day for you to make the memories you never got to have as a child. His jaw clenches, and I know I've hit a nerve. Maybe unfair nerve, but a nerve nonetheless. As big and tough and tattooed as he may be, Vincent Akopov is still the motherless boy who never built sandcastles or splashed in waves. The child of violence who grew into a man of violence. But he could still be something else for his daughter, if he chooses the light instead of the darkness. It's a security risk, he says, but it lacks conviction. Compared to my meeting with Carver, this is nothing. I reach up to touch his stubbled cheek. Please, Vince, let me give you this. Let me give us this. His hand covers mine, pressing it harder against his face. One day, he finally agrees, with triple security and emergency protocols in place. I rise on tiptoes to kiss him, tasting the surrender on his lips. Thank you. The Hamptons property sits isolated on a private stretch of beach. Waves crash against pristine sand just steps from the deck. Vince carries Sophia as I spread blankets near the water's edge, close enough to hear the rhythm of waves, but far enough to keep our baby safe. Armed men patrol the perimeter, nearly invisible among the dunes and surrounding forest. Arkady sits on the deck with binoculars in one hand and a sniper rifle in the other, scanning the horizon. All necessary precautions. But for now, I choose not to see them. Instead, I watch Vince lower himself to the blanket with Sophia. His eyes gaze out at the infinite blue of sky and sea with the wonder of someone seeing colors for the first time. "When was the last time you went to a beach?" I ask. He shakes his head like I'm better off not knowing. I've been to beaches, usually for business, sometimes for disposal, but never just to be, I press. No. He touches the sand beside him, letting grains filter through his fingers. My mother wanted to take me once, had it all planned, but my father had other ideas about how a boy becomes a man. The shadow that crosses his face tells me everything I need to know about those ideas. Well, I say, keeping my voice light, Sophia's first real beach day is yours too then. I reach for our daughter so that Vince has no choice but to lie here and relax. He's tense at first, like I figured he would be. But as the hours pass, something in him uncoils. He removes his shoes, then his shirt, lets the sun touch skin that rarely sees daylight.
Walks to the water's edge and stands in the surf, face tilted toward the horizon, with an expression of such unexpected peace that my heart cracks open. Looks like I'm not the only one who's changing. When Sophia wakes from her nap, fussy and curious, Vince carries her to the water. He holds her tiny feet above the foam as waves tickle her toes. Her startled laughter pierces the air, a sound so pure it feels very near blasphemous against the backdrop of our blood-soaked lives. And Vince smiles. Not the predatory grin that precedes violence or the satisfied smirk after our shared moments. This is a genuine smile. It transforms his face into something almost boyish. She likes it, he notes, wonder creeping into his voice. Of course she does. I join them at the water's edge. She's fearless, like her father. His eyes meet mine over Sophia's dark head. Like her mama, you mean? We build sandcastles after lunch, or rather, I show Vince how it's done, while he meticulously constructs something that looks more like a fortress than a fairy tale. Sophia watches from her shaded blanket, occasionally gurgling encouragement. "You're building walls again," I tease with a nod toward his creation. He looks down at the moat he's digging. Force of habit. "Try something else," I suggest. "Build something just for the joy of it, not for protection." He studies me for a long moment, then deliberately collapses the walls he's built, starting fresh with wet sand that he shapes into something rounder, softer. "Better?" he asks. I lean over to kiss him, tasting salt on his lips. Perfect. As afternoon fades toward evening, we swim together in the shallow water. Vince holds Sophia while I float beside them and watch, unable to stop myself from grinning like a fool. Her tiny hands pat his face with complete trust. That's the freeze frame that I'll die remembering. 5 pink, tiny, chubby fingers splayed out across a scarred, bearded jaw, both wet with ocean droplets glowing in the sunlight. Hang it in the really Louvre. "Thank you," Vince says quietly as we trek back to the blankets. "For today." I take his free hand. It doesn't have to be just today, you know. This is what we're fighting for, the chance to have more days like this. He nods, but I see the shadow return to his eyes. I should have known it wouldn't last long, this peace. I guess I just kind of fooled myself into thinking maybe it would. One perfect day is more than most people get. I want to argue, to insist we deserve more, but I hold my tongue. For now, this day is enough. This stolen slice of normality amid chaos. We eat dinner on the deck as twilight descends. Sophia dozes in her portable bassinet. Vince touches me throughout the meal, my hand, my knee, the nape of my neck, as if reassuring himself I'm still here, that we all are. When he kisses me as the first stars appear, I taste something different on his lips. Not possession or punishment or power, gratitude. We put Sophia to bed in the master suite, her bassinet stationed within arm's reach beside the king-sized bed. Vince's eyes never leave her as she drifts to sleep. I never knew I could feel this way, he confesses in the half-dark. Like my heart lives outside my body. That's parenthood, I tell him, resting my head against his shoulder. Terrifying, isn't it? More terrifying than anything I've ever done. His arm slides around my waist. And I've done some terrifying, gosh, Rowan. We stand there watching our daughter sleep until Vince turns to me, his hands finding my hips. And now, I think it's time to properly thank you for today. The look in his eyes ignited a deep desire. Despite the lingering discomfort from last night's intensity, my body responded instantly. I'm listening, I whisper. His fingers found the ties of my sundress. No, you're not. You're talking. He tugs, and the fabric falls away. And what I want right now is to make you completely incapable of speech. They came together in passion, connecting deeply. The night was filled with an overwhelming intimacy, a profound sense of shared vulnerability and desire. Each touch, each whispered word wove a tapestry of devotion. They found solace and strength in each other's arms, a powerful affirmation of their bond. For precious seconds, the world narrowed to just this, their hearts beating against each other. Reality could wait, just for tonight. Their intimacy was interrupted when the knock came, 3 sharp raps on the bedroom door. He reacted instantly, reaching for the gun on the nightstand. I scramble for the robe hanging nearby. My heart thumps as fight or flight chemicals flood my system. Stay with Sophia, Vince orders. Arkadi's voice comes through the door. Sir, we have visitors at the perimeter. They're asking for you. Vince cracks the door, gun still ready. Who? Daniil Petrov and Anastasia Kuznetsov. The tension in Vince's shoulders shifts from lethal to merely wary. What do they really want? They didn't say. But, Vince, Arkady hesitates. They don't look so good. Anastasia especially. Vince curses as he pulls on pants. Bring them to the main house, full search protocols, and double the perimeter sweep. This could be a distraction. I'm already dressing, moving to check on Sophia, who hasn't even bothered to wake up to check on the mayhem. I'm coming with you. No, Vince begins, then stops himself. Reconsiders. Stay behind me at all times. We move through the darkened house like ghosts, Vince leading with his weapon drawn. At the entrance to the great room, he pauses and motions for me to wait while he assesses the situation. I peek around his shoulder to see Daniil and Anastasia standing in the center of the room. Anastasia leans heavily against Daniil, her elegant features marred by a swollen, bruised eye. Blood stains the front of her blouse. Daniil hardly looks better. His left arm hangs at an unnatural angle. A gash across his forehead crusts with dried blood. When Anastasia sees us, the relief in her eyes is palpable. She straightens up, summoning dignity despite her injuries. Forgive the intrusion, she mumbles, but I don't think we had much of a choice. Vince doesn't lower his weapon. Explain yourselves. Daniil's eyes find Vince's. They know about us. Both families. And they've decided to solve two problems at once. The perfect day dissolves like a sandcastle caught in the tide, reality rushing back with brutal force. I step forward, ignoring Vince's warning glance. "What happened?" I ask Anastasia, woman to woman. She has to lick her lips and swallow before she can talk. "My father caught us together. And then," she swallows again, hard. "Grigor's men were waiting, as if they knew. A setup," Vince concludes, "coordinated between the families. If they're working together to eliminate us," Daniel says, wincing as he shifts his injured arm, "what do you think they have planned for you three?" I feel Vince's entire body harden with renewed tension. So much for a happy beach day. "Welcome to our family vacation," I say with bitter humor. "Looks like you arrived just in time for the real party to begin." Vince. When Arkady told me that Daniil and Anastasia were at our perimeter, injured and desperate, I knew our stolen moment of peace was over. Now, 24 hours later, I'm staring down the barrel of another kind of invasion. "This is unacceptable, Vincent." Mikhail Volkov's fist crashes against the conference table. "Harboring a Petrov? In your home? With your wife and child?" The emergency council meeting has devolved exactly as I expected. 12 men, each with the power to command small armies, sit around my table, questioning my judgment, my loyalty, my commitment, my really sanity. "Daniil has proven his value," I respond, keeping my voice as level as humanly possible, despite the rage boiling just beneath my skin. "And Anastasia is under my protection." "You speak of protection," Boris Barsukovich sneers from across the table.
"While housing the son of our greatest enemy? While your own father sits under house arrest?" I don't miss the way his eyes flick toward the door, where I know Rowan is tending to Sophia. Jerk is threatening me. My decision stands. I maintain eye contact with Boris. I dare him to push further. He does. "Perhaps fatherhood has made you soft, Akopov." His lips curl into something resembling a smile. A snake's smile, that is. "Perhaps that pretty wife and little daughter of yours have distracted you from your responsibilities." Every man at the table goes still. They recognize the line that's been crossed. I don't move, don't blink, don't breathe. Until, "Say that again?" Boris shifts in his seat, suddenly aware of his mistake, but pride makes him double down. "I said," he begins. I'm across the table before he finishes, my hand around his throat, squeezing just enough to remind him how fragile the human windpipe truly is. His eyes bulge as I drag him from his chair. "My daughter's name doesn't belong in your filthy mouth," I hiss, tightening my grip. "My wife is not a distraction. They are the real reason I'm sitting at this table instead of burning this organization to the ground and you along with it." Boris claws at my hand, face purpling. The other council members watch, frozen. No one intervenes. No one dares. "You think I'm weak because I protect what's mine?" I continue. "You think love makes me vulnerable?" I lean closer, close enough to see the bursting capillaries in his eyes. "Love makes me more dangerous than you can possibly imagine." I release him suddenly. He collapses to his knees, gasping and clutching his throat. Anyone else want to question my commitment? I scan the table, meeting each man's eyes in turn. Silence is the only answer. I straighten my jacket and return to my seat. Good. Now, as I was saying, Daniil and Anastasia will remain under my protection. This is not negotiable. The rest of the meeting proceeds without incident. When it concludes, the men file out silently, giving Boris a wide berth as he stumbles toward the door, still massaging his throat. Arkady stays behind until we're alone. "That was effective," he observes. I stare at my hands. "Was it?" I ask. "Or did I just prove I'm exactly what they think I am?" You proved you're not to be messed with, Arkady shrugs. Sometimes that's enough. But it's not enough. Not anymore. I dismiss Arkady and make my way to the nursery where I know I'll find them. Rowan stands by the crib, humming softly as she watches Sophia sleep. The sight punches me in the gut every single time. Today is no exception. She turns when I enter. "How bad was it?" she asks quietly. "Bad enough." I move beside her and gaze down at our daughter. "Boris Barsukovich made the mistake of using you and Sophia to question my commitment." Rowan's eyes bulge. "Is he still breathing?" "Barely." She studies my face. "You're troubled. I nearly killed a man in front of the entire council because he mentioned my daughter's name." I run a hand through my hair. That's not exactly the image of controlled leadership. It's the image of a father protecting his child. Her hand finds mine, squeezing once. And it's the only language some of these men understand. I bring her hand to my lips. "The council wants Daniil and Anastasia gone." "And what do you want?" "What do I want?" The old Vince would have eliminated the problem immediately. But that Vince died a long time ago. "I want to protect what's ours," I say finally. But I don't know if harboring them helps or hurts that goal. Rowan turns to face me fully. "They came to us for help, Vince. They trusted us when they had nowhere else to go. That means something. It means they're desperate. It means we represent something to them." She touches my cheek, forcing me to look at her. Hope. Possibility. The chance that maybe, just maybe, we can break this cycle of violence and revenge. I scoff. "You sound like a Hallmark card. And you sound like your father." Her eyes flash with challenge. "Is that who you want to be?" The barb lands exactly where she intended. I step back, stung. Sighing, I move to the window and peer out at the security lights cutting through the darkness. My world has always been divided into clear categories: allies and enemies, assets and liabilities, those who live and those who die. Daniil and Anastasia blur those lines, just as Rowan did. "The old ways aren't working anymore," Rowan says, coming to stand beside me. "Maybe it's time for something new." I sigh as her head comes to rest on my shoulder. Her fingers are small and cool as she cups the crook of my elbow, but it's exactly the balm I need against my heated nerves. "Daniil saved my life once," she reminds me gently. "He helped you find me when I was taken. That deserves something." She's right, again. Always really right in ways that demolish my certainties. I'll speak with them tomorrow, I decide. Offer them protection, but with conditions. Clear boundaries. For now, we let them rest. Rowan nods against my chest. It's a start. In the crib, Sophia stirs. Rowan bends to scoop her up. "Hey there, little one," she coos. "Did Daddy's brooding wake you up?" Despite everything, I smile. Rowan brings Sophia to me, and I take her carefully, still amazed at how something so small can hold such power over me. My daughter blinks up at me with unfocused eyes, my eyes, and I feel the last of my resistance crumble. For her, I would rewrite the rules of my world. For her, I would become something new. A man who keeps his promises, even to his enemy's children. "All right," I whisper to Sophia. "Let's try it your mama's way." Rowan. Death wears a lot of disguises. I've seen more than my fair share of it lately. It looks like the cold barrel of a gun, like blood splattered across marble floors, like the ruthless glint left simmering in Vince's eyes after he wrapped his hand around Boris Barsukovich's throat at yesterday's council meeting. Death lurks in every shadow of our fortified little hideout, follows us like a loyal pet begging for scraps of our souls. But nothing prepares you for the face of death when it wears your mother's skin. I sit in the sterile hospital room, watching Mom's chest move in shallow, labored breaths. The machines track her vital signs in green and red lines. Whoever coined the phrase, "cancer is a difficult person," really hit the nail on the head. Dr. Patel's voice still echoes in my skull from this morning's discussion.
The cancer has metastasized to her brain, he said, clipboard clutched against his chest like a shield. Days, Mrs. Akopov. If that. I'm sorry. I'd only nodded, numb. Expecting it doesn't soften the blow one bit. Mom's eyes flutter open, finding me in the dim light. You're such a beauty, my love, she whispers, her voice a dried leaf skittering across pavement. I force a smile. Thanks, Mom. You're always good for my ego. Where's my granddaughter? At home with Vince. I take her skinny hand, shocked anew at how little substance remains. She's cranky. I'd like to see her. Her eyes close again. Before I go, I wince. Don't talk like that. Like what? Like a dying woman with unfinished business? She manages a weak laugh that dissolves into coughing. Bring her, Rowan, please. I swallow the knot in my throat. I'll see what I can do. When her breathing evens out into sleep, I step into the hallway and call Vince. She's asking for Sophia, I tell him, voice cracking despite my best efforts. He doesn't hesitate. I'll bring her. Give me an hour. True to his word, Vince arrives exactly 60 minutes later, Sophia bundled against his chest in a carrier that looks comically domestic against his broad frame. 4 armed guards flank him. Their eyes never stop roving. Sophia gurgles when she sees me and reaches with pudgy ends. I lean over to bury my face in her sweet-smelling hair and inhale her innocence like a drug. How are you holding up? Vince asks. I'm fine. Are you? I meet his eyes, those impossible blue eyes. I'm really disintegrating, Vince.
Is that what you want to hear? That I'm watching my mother die while trying to keep our daughter safe from men who want to kill us, and it's tearing me apart, molecule by molecule? Does that satisfy your need for honesty? He doesn't flinch at my venom. Yes, the simplicity of his answer deflates my anger. I lean into him, just for a moment. They've increased her pain medication, I mutter against his chest. She's lucid, then gone, then lucid again. It's like watching someone drown in slow motion. His hand strokes my hair, just once, a gesture so gentle it threatens to unravel me. I can have specialists flown in from anywhere in the world. Just say the word. There's nothing to be done, I say, except this. Let her see Sophia. We enter the room together. Mom's eyes open at the sound, then widen further at the sight of Vince carrying our daughter. Well, look at that, she whispers. The big bad wolf and little Red Riding Hood. Vince's mouth twitches. Mrs. St. Clair. She gestures weakly. Bring her closer. Let me see her. I watch as Vince places Sophia gently on the bed beside my mother. Our daughter immediately reaches for Margaret's tubing, fascinated by the new toys within reach. No, baby. I guide her hand away. Let her explore, Mom tuts, her fingers brushing Sophia's dark curls. She's perfect, isn't she? Looks just like you did. Except those eyes, pure Akopov blue. Like ice, Vince murmurs. Like the sky after a storm, Mom corrects him, and something passes between them, a moment of understanding I can't quite grasp. For 20 minutes, we exist in a bubble of almost normalcy. Mom babbles at Sophia in sing-song. Sophia babbles back in her secret language. Vince stands guard. When Sophia grows fussy, Vince takes her into the hallway for a change of scenery. He's good with her, Mom says. Better than I expected from a man like him. I bristle instantly. A man like him? What's that supposed to mean? A man born into violence? Raised to be ruthless? She reaches for my hand. Don't misunderstand me, Rowan. I'm not criticizing. I'm observing. Then what are you saying? She's silent for a long moment, gathering strength. I wanted to hate him, you know, the man who dragged my daughter into his dark world. She pauses,
swallowing painfully. But I can't hate him, because I see how he looks at you. And how's that? The same way Grigor looked at me. Her eyes meet mine, sharp with sudden clarity. Like nothing and no one else exists. He would burn down heaven and build it back up from hell if you asked him to. I just know it. Mom, no, let me finish while I can think straight. Goodness knows those moments are getting rarer and rarer. She clutches my hand harder. Men like Vincent, like Grigor, they love with their entire being. It's terrifying in its completeness. It's why I ran from Grigor. I wasn't strong enough to be loved that way. But you think I am? I think you're stronger than I ever was, she replies. Strong enough to stand in the fire without being consumed by it. Tears burn behind my eyes. I don't feel strong. Most days I feel like I'm barely holding it together. That's exactly what strength is, baby girl. Holding it together when everything wants to fall apart. She tugs at my hand, pulling me closer. Vincent is darkness, yes, but he's also something else entirely when he looks at you and Sophia. And that something else, it's worth fighting for. Even if it means living in his world, with all its violence and danger. Even then, she licks her dry lips, because the alternative is living half a life, the way I did after I left Grigor, always looking over my shoulder, always wondering what might have been. A sob escapes me before I can swallow it back. I'm scared, Mom. You're going, and Sophie is... She's just so perfect, Mom. And I love him, too. I love him so much it blinds me to what we're becoming. Oh, Rowan. Her frail hand cups my cheek. Love doesn't blind you. It gives you new eyes. The door opens, and Vince returns with Sophia, who's now calmer, sucking contentedly on her own fist. Everything okay? He asks. I wipe my tears quickly. Fine, just having a mother-daughter chat. Mom beckons him closer. Bring my granddaughter for one more snuggle before I get too tired. Vince places Sophia back on the bed. Mom strokes her chubby cheek, her eyes drinking in every detail as if committing them to whatever memory remains. Take care of them, Vincent, she says suddenly. They're the best parts of me. With my life, Margaret. With my life. That night, as Vince and I stand over Sophia's crib watching her sleep, I finally voice the question that's been burning in my throat. Do you think she's right? That you and Grigor are similar in how you love? Vince's jaw tightens. I wouldn't know. I've never spoken to the man about anything other than territorial disputes and body counts. But, hypothetically, I press, is it possible two men who hate each other could love in the same devastating way? He turns to me, eyes darkening. It's not how we love that matters, Rowan. It's what we're willing to do for that love. His thumb traces my lower lip, and I've only just begun to show you what I'm willing to do for mine. Rowan. Mom died today. She slipped away in the liminal space between night and morning, when the world feels malleable and death is just a long hallway from one room to another. I was holding her hand when her fingers went slack, when her chest rose one final time and never fell again. It was peaceful, a sigh, not a scream. Nothing like the violence that's become the soundtrack of my life. I keep waiting for the breakdown, for the moment when my knees will buckle and my soul will leak out through the cracks in my carefully constructed armor. But it doesn't come. Instead, there's just this hollowness, this vacuum where grief should be, as if part of me already knew she was gone long before her heart stopped beating. You should eat something, Vince says, setting a plate beside me at the kitchen island.
I stare at the food without seeing it. I'm not hungry. I didn't ask if you were hungry. His voice is firm, but not unkind. I said you should eat. I pick up a piece of toast, nibble the edge, then set it down. My stomach feels like it's lined with crushed glass. Happy? Ecstatic, he deadpans. Then his expression softens. Sophia's down for her nap. I've got the funeral home handling the arrangements, and Arcadie's dealing with hospital paperwork. I blink at him. Since when do you manage any of that? His mouth quirks. Not quite a smile, but close enough. Since my wife needed me to. And that's what finally shatters me. Not the death, not the body growing cold in the hospital morgue, but this, Vince's quiet competence in the face of my grief. He's stepped into the spaces I can't fill right now. The sob that tears from my throat is feral, ripping through me like a bullet. I double over, pain radiating from somewhere deep in my chest, a place I didn't know could hurt this much. Vince doesn't say anything. He just gathers me against him, one hand cradling the back of my head, the other splayed across my back. He holds me while I fall apart, solid and steady, and so really strong that for a moment I hate him for it. For the composure, for the ability to function while my world implodes. But I need it too much to push him away. When the storm finally passes, my face is swollen, my eyes raw. I feel hollowed out, a shell of myself, scraped clean of everything but ache. Better? He asks, his beard scratching my temple. No, didn't think so. He pushes hair